Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found his mother's enchanted trunk and learned rune magic at age 8? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Trunk in the Attic. The summer heat pressed against Privet Drive like a suffocating blanket, turning the identical houses into ovens and their manicured lawns into crispy yellow patches that no amount of watering could save. Number 4 suffered particularly, its windows sealed tight against the outside world as though the Dursleys could somehow keep the heat out through sheer force of propriety. Harry Potter knew better than to complain about the temperature. He'd learned years ago that complaining about anything only made things worse, and besides, the cupboard under the stairs stayed relatively cool compared to the rest of the house. Small mercies, as Aunt Petunia liked to say, though she never seemed to direct that phrase toward him. Boy! Vernon Dursley's bellow rattled through the house with the subtlety of a foghorn. Harry set down the dust rag he'd been using on the sitting room furniture and moved quickly toward the kitchen, where his uncle sat sweating through his third shirt of the day. "The Masons are coming for dinner tomorrow evening," Vernon announced, his small eyes fixed on Harry with the particular intensity that meant something unpleasant was coming. "This is a very important business dinner. If this deal goes through, we'll be able to afford that holiday in Majorca your aunt's been wanting." Harry waited. There was always more. "Which means," Vernon continued, leaning forward so his mustache bristled like an angry caterpillar, "that everything in this house needs to be absolutely perfect. No freakishness. No strange occurrences. No, you, if I can manage it." "Yes, Uncle Vernon. Petunia wants the attic cleared out before the dinner party. Some of the old boxes up there are making the ceiling sag in the upstairs hallway, and we can't have the Masons thinking we live in some sort of ramshackle." He cut himself off, apparently unable to complete the thought. "You'll do it today. All of it. I want that attic empty of anything we don't need." Harry blinked. "The attic, sir?" He'd never been in the attic. In 8 years of living at Privet Drive, he'd never once seen anyone go up there. There was a pull-down ladder in the upstairs hallway that he'd noticed as a small child, but Aunt Petunia had told him it led to storage for family things, in a tone that made clear he wasn't family and therefore had no business thinking about it. Did I stutter? Vernon's face was going the particular shade of purple that preceded truly memorable tantrums. "The attic. Today. Clear it out. Put everything we don't need in the skip outside. And don't you dare break anything valuable or you'll regret it for a month." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." The skip had been delivered yesterday, a massive rusted container that squatted in the driveway like an ugly metal toad. Harry had wondered what it was for. Now he knew. He climbed the stairs slowly, giving Dudley's room a wide berth. His cousin was inside playing video games, the electronic sounds of virtual violence leaking through the door. Harry had learned early that Dudley's summer boredom often expressed itself through what his aunt called roughhousing, and what anyone else would call assault. The pull-down ladder protested loudly when Harry tugged its cord, ancient hinges shrieking in a way that made him wince. Dust rained down, settling in his already messy hair and making him cough. Above him, the attic entrance gaped like a dark mouth. He climbed. The attic of number 4 Privet Drive was exactly what Harry would have expected if he'd ever bothered to imagine it, cramped, dusty, and stuffed with the accumulated debris of years of aggressive normalcy. Boxes labeled "Christmas decorations," and "Dudley's old clothes," and "wedding china," fragile, sat stacked in precarious towers. An ancient exercise bike rusted quietly in one corner, evidence of some long-abandoned New Year's resolution. Plastic bags full of tangled Christmas lights hung from the rafters like strange cocoons. A single bare bulb provided weak illumination when Harry tugged its chain, casting everything in a yellowish glow that made the dust motes swimming through the air look like tiny golden insects. He set to work. 3 hours later, Harry had sorted most of the attic's contents into 2 piles, things the Dursleys would obviously want to keep, anything with Dudley's name on it, anything that looked expensive, anything Aunt Petunia might actually use, and things that could go in the skip, broken furniture, mildewed boxes of ancient magazines. A truly disturbing collection of Dudley's old teeth in a jar that Harry tried very hard not to think about. He was wrestling a box of water-stained books toward the ladder when he noticed something odd. There was a corner of the attic that didn't quite make sense. Harry set the box down and stared. He'd been back and forth across this space dozens of times in the past hours, and he was certain, absolutely certain, that corner had been empty before. Just dusty floorboards and the slope of the roof. Now there was a trunk. It was old, clearly. The wood was dark with age, the brass fittings tarnished to a greenish brown. It looked like something out of a period drama, the kind of thing you'd expect to find in an antique shop or a museum. Definitely not something that belonged in the Dursleys' attic. And Harry was absolutely, completely certain it had not been there 10 minutes ago. He approached slowly, half expecting it to vanish like a mirage. It didn't. The closer he got, the more details emerged from the gloom, carved symbols along the edges that might have been decorative, a curved lid with leather straps, a small brass plate on the front that was too tarnished to read. Harry reached out to touch it, and several things happened at once. The symbols along the edges flared with soft golden light, there and gone so quickly he might have imagined it. Something in his chest responded, a warmth spreading outward from his heart that felt like recognition even though he'd never seen this object before in his life. And the brass plate on the front of the trunk suddenly cleaned itself, decades of tarnish wiping away as though an invisible hand had polished it. The plate now read, in elegant engraved script, "Property of Lily Evans." Harry's hand jerked back as though burned. He stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, staring at the name on the trunk. His mother's name. His mother, whom he couldn't remember, who had died when he was a baby, who existed only in the few scraps of information Aunt Petunia had grudgingly provided over the years. She was freakish, she went to a school for freaks, she married a freak, she got herself blown up through her own freakish stupidity. That was all Harry knew about Lily Potter née Evans. And now there was a trunk with her name on it, a trunk that had appeared out of nowhere, in the attic of a house where the Dursleys never spoke her name if they could help it. He should tell Uncle Vernon. That was the smart thing to do, the safe thing. Tell Uncle Vernon, let him decide what to do with it, stay out of trouble. Harry knelt down and touched the trunk again. This time the warmth was stronger, spreading through him like hot tea on a cold day. The trunk seemed to hum under his fingers, a vibration so subtle he might have been imagining it. He found the latch, brass, tarnished like the rest but somehow easier to work than it should have been after years of neglect, and lifted the lid. The smell hit him first. Old paper and dried flowers and something else, something that made his eyes sting in a way that had nothing to do with dust. It smelled like what Harry had always imagined a home should smell like, even though he'd never had one. Inside the trunk, packed with obvious care, was a collection of items that made no logical sense together. Books, dozens of them, leather-bound and cloth-covered, with titles in languages Harry didn't recognize. Journals, the handwritten kind, their pages yellow with age but somehow still crisp. Strange tools that looked like writing implements but couldn't be anything so simple. Bundles of dried herbs tied with faded ribbon. Crystals that caught the weak attic light and scattered it in impossible colors. A silver knife in a leather sheath. A collection of small stones with symbols carved into their surfaces. And on top of everything, placed as though it was meant to be found first, a letter. Harry's name was written on the envelope in handwriting he'd never seen before but somehow recognized anyway. His hands shook as he picked it up. The envelope was sealed with a blob of red wax stamped with an impression of a lily flower. He broke it carefully, terrified of damaging whatever was inside. The letter was several pages long, written in the same elegant hand that had addressed the envelope. Harry read the first line and felt his world shift beneath him. My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then the trunk has decided you're ready. I designed it to remain hidden until your magic was strong enough to call to it, and until you were old enough to understand what I'm about to tell you. I don't know how old you are now. I don't know if James and I are still alive. If we are, and you found this on your own, please come talk to us immediately. This was meant to be a safeguard, not a surprise. But I know you, my beautiful boy. I knew you from the moment I felt you move inside me, and I know that whatever has happened, whatever your life has been like, you are strong enough for what comes next. I need to tell you about magic, Harry. Real magic. Not the kind most wizards practice, the shortcuts and conveniences that pass for magical education these days. I need to tell you about the magic underneath all of that. The language that reality itself is written in. I need to tell you about runes. Harry's breath caught. He kept reading. Most witches and wizards use wands. They wave them about and say funny words and things happen. It works well enough for daily life, I suppose. But wand magic is like using a calculator for mathematics. It gets you the right answer, but you never really understand why. Runic magic is different. It's older, far older than wands, older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry and its regulations. When you work with runes, you're not just casting spells. You're having a conversation with magic itself. You're learning its grammar and syntax, its nouns and verbs. You're writing directly in the language of creation. It's also dangerous. Extraordinarily dangerous. One wrong stroke, one misunderstood symbol, and you can hurt yourself badly. Or worse. There's a reason wand magic became popular. It's safer, easier, more forgiving of mistakes. But I didn't learn runes because they were safe. I learned them because I needed to understand something. Something terrible. Something that I hope with all my heart you'll never have to face, but that I fear you will. There's a man, Harry. A wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. By the time you read this, you may have heard of him. You may know what he's done, or what he's trying to do. What you won't know, what almost no one knows, is how he's done it. How he's made himself into something that's almost impossible to kill. I've spent years researching this. What I've learned terrifies me. But it also gives me hope, because where there's understanding, there's possibility. If you know how something works, you can find a way to make it stop working. That's why I've prepared this trunk for you. Inside you'll find my journals, my research notes, my tools. I've also created something special, a teaching enchantment in the form of a practice workbook. When you're ready to begin learning, just open the red journal and touch the first page. It will guide you through the basics, step by step, as though I were there teaching you myself. I don't know if I'll get to teach you in person. I don't know if I'll get to see you grow up. The war is getting worse, and James and I have done things that have made us targets. Dumbledore says we're safe, that his protections will hold. I want to believe him. But just in case the worst happens, I wanted you to have this. Not just the knowledge, but a piece of me. My voice in your ear when you need guidance. My love, preserved in every page. You are my greatest achievement, Harry. Not any spell I've cast or rune I've carved. You. And whatever happens, whatever you face in your life, I need you to know that you were wanted. You were planned for. You were loved from the moment I knew you existed, and you will be loved until the stars burn out. Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind. And when you're ready to learn what I have to teach you, the trunk will provide everything you need. Start with the red journal. Touch the first page. And remember that every rune you learn is a conversation with me, even if I'm not there to answer. All my love, forever and always. Mom. Harry read the letter 3 times before he could see clearly enough to fold it back up. His face was wet. He hadn't even realized he was crying. Mum. She'd called herself Mum. As though she'd known he'd never hear anyone else call her that, never have the chance to use that word himself. She'd given it to him in a letter, a gift of language to match the gift of knowledge. He sat in the dusty attic for a long time, the letter clutched in his hands, and let himself grieve for a woman he'd never known but who had clearly known him. Who had loved him enough to spend years preparing for the possibility that she wouldn't be there. Who had left him not just things, but herself, preserved somehow in pages and enchantments and a trunk that had waited 8 years for him to be ready. When the grief had faded enough that he could breathe normally again, Harry carefully placed the letter back in its envelope and turned his attention to the trunk's contents. The red journal was exactly where his mother's letter said it would be, nestled among the other books, its cover the deep crimson of old wine. Unlike the other journals, which looked handwritten and personal, this one seemed almost manufactured. The cover was blank except for a small symbol in the center, a rune, Harry assumed, though he didn't know what it meant. He picked it up. It was lighter than it looked, and warm against his palms in a way that felt welcoming rather than strange. Touch the first page. Harry opened the journal and pressed his hand flat against the paper. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blank page began to fill with text, words appearing as though written by an invisible hand. Not printed, but handwritten, his mother's handwriting, he realized, the same elegant script from the letter. Hello, Harry. If you're seeing this message, it means the teaching enchantment has accepted you. Well done, you've already passed your first test. The trunk and this journal are keyed to your magical signature. No one else can read what appears on these pages or access the trunk's contents. They're yours alone. Before we begin, I want you to understand what you're signing up for. Runic magic isn't like the wand magic you might have seen or read about. It's not easy to learn. It's not quick. It will demand things of you, patience, precision, dedication. There will be times when you want to give up. There will be times when it feels impossible. But if you stick with it, if you put in the work and trust the process, you'll gain something that most wizards never achieve. True understanding of how magic works. The ability to create effects that wand magic simply cannot replicate. And most importantly, the knowledge you'll need to protect yourself and the people you love from threats that ordinary magic can't touch. I believe you can do this, Harry. I believe it because you're my son, and I know what's in your blood. I believe it because the trunk chose to reveal itself to you, which means your magic recognized what was inside as something it needed. But the choice is yours. You can close this journal right now and never open it again. The trunk will hide itself, and no one will ever know it was here. You can grow up normal, or as normal as our kind ever get, and let someone else worry about the things I've spent years fighting. Or you can turn the page and begin your first lesson. No pressure, darling. Take your time. I'll be here whenever you're ready. Harry stared at the words until they blurred. Then he wiped his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned the page. The first lesson was about listening. Before you can write in the language of magic, his mother's enchanted words explained, you must learn to hear it speak. Every object in the world has a magical signature, a frequency, if you like the unique pitch of a musical instrument. Wand wizards never learn to perceive this because their wands do the perceiving for them. But a runemaster must hear the music of magic directly, or they'll never be able to join the song. This exercise may seem simple. It isn't. Most people spend weeks or months learning to sense magical frequency. Don't be discouraged if it takes time. The fact that you can see these words at all means you have the gift. You just need to learn to use it. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly and deeply, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Empty your mind of thoughts as much as you can. Focus on the sensation of breathing until it becomes automatic, until you're no longer consciously controlling it. Now reach out with your awareness. Not physically, keep your body still. But imagine that your consciousness is a hand, extending outward from your chest into the world around you. Feel the air touching your skin. Feel the floor beneath you. Feel the weight of your own body, sitting in space. Somewhere in all of that sensation, there's a vibration. A hum. It's faint, so faint that most people never notice it even when they're looking. But it's there, threaded through everything, the background music of existence. That's magic. That's what you're listening for. Don't try to grab it or control it. Just, notice it. Acknowledge that it exists. Let it wash over you without trying to change it. When you can feel that hum consistently, when you can sit down, close your eyes, and find it within a few minutes, you'll be ready for lesson 2. This journal will know when you're ready. The next lesson will appear when you've mastered this one. Good luck, Harry. I'm proud of you for even trying. Harry read the instructions 3 more times, committing them to memory. Then he closed the journal, tucked it carefully back into the trunk, and looked around the attic. He couldn't practice here. The Dursleys would notice if he spent hours sitting still with his eyes closed, assuming they even let him up here long enough to try. He needed somewhere private, somewhere they wouldn't think to look for him. His cupboard wasn't ideal, it was cramped and dark and smelled faintly of cleaning supplies, but it was his. They never bothered him there unless they needed something. He could practice at night, after everyone was asleep. He could, boy. What's taking so long up there? Vernon's voice shattered his thoughts. Harry quickly closed the trunk and stood up, his mind racing. The trunk. He couldn't leave it here. Vernon would find it when he came to inspect Harry's work. He'd see the name on the brass plate, and then, but even as Harry reached for it, the trunk began to change. The brass plate went dark first, the engraved letters fading as though they'd never been there. Then the whole trunk seemed to shimmer, its edges going soft and indistinct, until Harry was looking at what appeared to be a battered cardboard box full of old newspapers. It disguised itself, he realized. It knows I need to hide it. The warmth in his chest pulsed once, like a heartbeat. Coming. Harry shouted toward the attic entrance. He picked up the disguised trunk, now light as air, as though it wanted to be carried, and made his way to the ladder. Vernon was waiting at the bottom, his face red with heat and impatience. He eyed the box in Harry's arms with suspicion. What's that? Old newspapers, Harry said, amazed at how steady his voice sounded. Thought I'd put them in the recycling. Vernon grunted. Fine. Hurry up. And make sure that attic is spotless by dinner, or you won't be eating for a week. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry carried his mother's trunk past his uncle, down the stairs, and into the cupboard under the stairs. He slid it under his cot, into the shadowy space where the Dursleys never looked, and felt a fierce protectiveness rise in his chest. This is mine. She left it for me. They can't have it. He went back to the attic and finished his work, carrying boxes to the skip and sweeping dust and doing everything Uncle Vernon expected. But his mind was elsewhere, running over the words in his mother's letter, the instructions in the journal, the promise of lessons to come. Runic magic. The language of creation. Understanding how magic works. A conversation with Mum, even though she's not here. That night, after the Dursleys were asleep and the house had gone quiet, Harry lay on his thin mattress and stared at the underside of the stairs. The trunk was still beneath his cot, disguised as a cardboard box. He could feel it there, feel its presence like a second heartbeat in the tiny space. He thought about what his mother had written. About the choice she'd offered him, a normal life, or something else. Something harder. Something dangerous. But there wasn't really a choice, was there? Not for Harry. His life had never been normal and probably never would be. The Dursleys called him a freak, and maybe they were right, not in the hateful way they meant it, but in the simple fact that he didn't fit into their world. He'd always known he was different. Now he had a chance to understand why. And more than that, more than knowledge, more than power, he had a chance to know his mother. Not the brief, shameful scraps Aunt Petunia offered, but Lily Evans as she really was. Her thoughts. Her voice. Her love, preserved through whatever magic she'd worked into that journal. Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind. Harry closed his eyes and began to breathe. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Slow. Deep. Steady. He emptied his mind as best he could, not easy, with everything that had happened, with his thoughts constantly drifting back to the letter and the trunk and the promise of magic. But he kept trying, gently pushing the thoughts aside each time they intruded, returning to the sensation of breathing. The cupboard was silent except for the distant sound of Uncle Vernon's snoring from upstairs. Harry focused on the darkness behind his eyelids, on the weight of his body against the thin mattress, on the feeling of air filling and leaving his lungs. Reach out with your awareness. Feel the air. Feel the floor. Feel the weight of your body sitting in space. He tried to imagine his consciousness as a hand, extending outward into the darkness. It felt silly at first, like pretending. But he kept trying, kept reaching, kept feeling, there. It was faint. So faint he wasn't sure he hadn't imagined it. But for just a moment, Harry felt something beneath the ordinary sensations of the cupboard. A vibration. A hum. Like the barely audible resonance of a crystal glass after someone runs a wet finger around its rim. Then it was gone, slipping away as his excitement broke his concentration. But it had been there. He'd felt it. The background music of existence, just like his mother described. Harry lay in the darkness, grinning so hard his cheeks hurt. I can do this. I can learn this. Mom, I can hear you. He practiced for another hour, chasing that elusive hum, catching glimpses of it before it faded. By the time exhaustion finally pulled him toward sleep, he'd managed to sustain the awareness for almost 30 seconds. It wasn't much. But it was a start. The next few weeks established a pattern. During the day, Harry did his chores. He cooked breakfast and weeded the garden and washed the cars and endured Dudley's casual cruelty with the same resigned patience he'd cultivated over 8 years. He was the perfect Dursley servant, quiet, efficient, invisible. But at night, after the house was dark, after the snoring started, after the world had forgotten about the strange boy in the cupboard, Harry Potter studied magic. The trunk, he discovered, had depths that didn't match its outer dimensions. His mother's journals alone would have filled a small bookcase, but they fit easily inside along with all the other supplies. Space expansion, one of the basic texts explained. An enchantment that made the inside of a container larger than its outside. Common enough in the magical world, apparently, though the precision required to make it work properly was beyond most wizards. His mother hadn't been most wizards. The journals were organized chronologically, starting from Lily's first year at Hogwarts, a magical school, Harry learned, where young witches and wizards were sent to learn. Her early entries were full of wonder and excitement, detailed descriptions of a world Harry could barely imagine, moving staircases and talking paintings, classes in transfiguration and charms, friends and rivalries and the intoxicating freedom of being surrounded by people who understood what she was. But as the years progressed, the tone changed. Lily's wonder gave way to frustration as she realized how superficial her education was. She knew how to cast spells, but not why they worked. She could transform a match into a needle, but couldn't explain the underlying principles that made such transformation possible. It's like being taught to play songs on a piano without ever learning what the notes mean, she wrote in her 4th year. I can follow the instructions, but I don't understand the music. She'd started researching on her own. Ancient texts in the Hogwarts library. Correspondence with scholars abroad. Careful experiments in unused classrooms, testing theories that her professors said were unnecessarily complicated for practical magical work. And eventually, she'd found runes. The old magic, she called it. The foundation that everything else is built on. Harry devoured her research notes with the hunger of someone who'd been starved his whole life. The technical details often went over his head, references to runic alphabets he'd never heard of, magical principles he didn't yet understand, experimental results that meant nothing without context. But the broad strokes were clear, and the practice journal was designed to fill in the gaps. Each night, Harry meditated. Each night, he reached for that elusive hum. And slowly, gradually, he got better at finding it. By the end of July, he could sustain awareness of magical frequency for nearly 10 minutes at a stretch. The hum was no longer faint and fleeting, it was a constant presence at the edge of his perception, there whenever he reached for it. The journal recognized his progress. New text appeared on what had been blank pages, his mother's handwriting as warm and encouraging as ever. "Well done, Harry. You've completed the first exercise faster than I expected. Either you're naturally talented, or you've been practicing every spare moment you have. Knowing the kind of determination that runs in your blood, I suspect it's the latter. Now we move to Lesson 2, Differentiation. You've learned to sense the background hum of magic. But that hum isn't uniform, it's made up of countless individual frequencies, all layered on top of each other like instruments in an orchestra. A runemaster must learn to separate those frequencies, to pick out individual notes from the symphony. Start with something simple. Find two objects made of different materials, wood and metal, perhaps, or cloth and stone. Place them in front of you. Reach out with your awareness the way you've been practicing, but this time, focus on one object at a time. Try to feel how its frequency differs from the other. Every material has a unique magical signature. Once you learn to distinguish them, you can start to understand why different materials conduct magic differently, why certain runes work better on certain surfaces, why the physical form of an enchantment matters as much as the symbols themselves. This exercise is harder than the first. Don't be discouraged if it takes time. Harry practiced with whatever he could find, the wooden frame of his cot versus the metal springs beneath the mattress. A scrap of cloth from an old sheet versus a pebble from the garden. The leather cover of one of his mother's journals versus the paper inside. It was harder. For the first week, he couldn't feel any difference at all, magic was magic, the hum was the hum. But he kept trying, kept reaching, kept pushing his awareness in directions it didn't naturally want to go. And eventually, he started to hear the distinctions. Metal sang sharp and bright, like the highest notes on a piano. Wood hummed low and steady, like a cello's drone. Cloth whispered, fabric rippling, stone rumbled deep and slow. Each material had its own voice, its own contribution to the symphony. I'm doing it, Harry thought, awed by the richness of sensation that had been invisible to him his whole life. I'm actually doing it. He was so absorbed in his studies that he almost didn't notice when August arrived. The long summer days blurred together in a rhythm of chores and secrecy, of mundane drudgery punctuated by magical revelation. He barely thought about the Masons' dinner party, which had apparently gone well enough despite, or perhaps because of, Harry's absence. He hardly registered Dudley's complaints about having to share his television time with boring adult programs. All that mattered was the journal, the trunk, and the voice of a mother he was finally getting to know. On the night before his 9th birthday, though he didn't expect the Dursleys to acknowledge it, Harry opened the trunk to find something new waiting for him. It was a small pouch made of soft leather, tucked into a corner where it definitely hadn't been before. Inside were 3 smooth stones, each about the size of his thumbnail, made of some pale material he didn't recognize. A note was attached in his mother's handwriting, "Happy birthday, Harry. If the trunk is working as designed, it should give you this gift on the eve of your 9th birthday. The stones are runestones, blank ones, waiting to be carved. The material is whalebone, ethically sourced from a beast that died of natural causes many years ago. It's one of the best materials for holding runic enchantments. You're not ready to carve yet. You're probably not even ready to understand why I'm giving these to you now. But I want you to have them, to carry them with you, to feel their potential. A runemaster's tools are extensions of themselves. The bond begins long before the first carving. 9 years old. I wonder what you're like now. I wonder if you have my eyes and your father's hair, like you did as a baby. I wonder if you're happy. I hope you're happy, Harry. Whatever else is true, I hope you found something good in your life. Keep practicing. You're doing brilliantly. Love always, Mum. Harry held the runestones in his palm and felt them hum against his skin. Each one sang a slightly different note, age, he realized, or maybe origin, the individual history of each stone reflected in its unique frequency. He tucked them into the pocket of his overlarge hand-me-down jeans, where they clicked softly together with each step. A birthday present from his mother, given across the gap of death. The best gift he'd ever received. That night, he dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes, standing in a room full of books and strange instruments. She was working on something, a complex diagram spread across a massive desk, covered in symbols that moved and shifted like living things. She looked up, as though sensing his presence, and smiled. "Hello, darling. I've been waiting for you." Harry woke with tears on his face and joy in his heart. Autumn came, and with it the return of Dudley to school, which meant the return of relative peace to Harry's days. He still had chores, still had restrictions, still had the constant low-grade hostility of living with people who resented his existence. But Dudley's absence removed the most unpredictable element of his life, and Harry used the extra hours to accelerate his studies. The journal had progressed to Lesson 3, Basic Runic Forms. Now that you can sense and differentiate magical frequencies, the text explained, it's time to start learning the symbols that manipulate them. These are runes, shapes that carry meaning in magic's own language. There are many runic alphabets, Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, Anglo-Saxon Futhorc, Ogham, Theban, and dozens of others. Each has its strengths and weaknesses, its particular affinity for certain types of magic. A true runemaster eventually learns to work with several, combining elements from different traditions to achieve effects that no single alphabet can produce. But everyone starts with Elder Futhark. It's the oldest, the most stable, the foundation on which all other runic traditions are built. The first rune you'll learn is Fehu. It represents wealth, abundance, energy, the basic power that flows through all magic. It looks like this. A symbol appeared on the page, an upright line with two diagonal branches extending up and to the right, like a simplified drawing of a tree with two branches. Before you try to draw this rune, spend time studying it. Feel its shape with your eyes. Trace it in the air with your finger. Notice how it makes you feel, what associations rise in your mind, what sensations it evokes. Runes are not arbitrary shapes. Each one evolved over thousands of years, shaped by countless magicians reaching for the same concept. When you learn a rune properly, you're not just memorizing a symbol. You're connecting to a vast lineage of magical understanding. Once you feel you know Fehu, not just recognize it, but know it, try drawing it on a piece of paper. Then reach out with your awareness and see if you can feel any difference between the paper before and after. If you've done it right, even this simple act of inscription should create a tiny change in the magical frequency of the paper. The rune will resonate, faintly but perceptibly. Don't worry if you can't feel anything at first. The effect is subtle, and your sensitivity is still developing. Keep practicing. The connection will come. Harry threw himself into the study of Fehu with the same intensity he'd brought to every other lesson. He drew the rune hundreds of times, on scraps of paper, in the dirt of the garden, in the condensation on bathroom mirrors. He traced it in the air until he could do it blindfolded. He meditated on its meaning, its history, its relationship to the energy he could now sense flowing through everything. And eventually, he felt it. The first time he drew Fehu and sensed the paper's frequency shift, just the tiniest tremor, like a plucked guitar string, Harry had to stuff his fist in his mouth to keep from shouting with joy. He'd done magic. Real magic. Not the accidental bursts that used to happen when he was angry or scared, but deliberate, controlled, purposeful magic. A rune he'd drawn had changed the world, however slightly. It was the most thrilling moment of his life. Over the following weeks, he learned more runes. Uras, the auroch, representing strength and primal power. Thurisaz, the thorn, sharp and defensive. Ensaz, the god rune, connected to communication and divine breath. Each one required intensive study before the journal would present the next, and each successful inscription added to Harry's growing sense of wonder at what his mother had discovered. This is real, he thought, lying in his cupboard one night with the runestones humming softly in his pocket. Magic is real, and I can do it, and no one knows but me. The secrecy was both necessary and lonely. Harry had no one to share his discoveries with, no one to celebrate his victories or console him when he struggled. The journal was wonderful, his mother's voice a constant comfort, but it was still just a book. It couldn't respond to questions that weren't part of the lesson plan. It couldn't see him, hear him, tell him it was proud. But that was all right. He'd been alone his whole life. At least now his solitude had purpose. And sometimes, late at night, Harry could almost convince himself that his mother was there with him. Not literally, not as a ghost, but present somehow in the magic she'd left behind. Watching over him. Guiding his hand. "Hello, darling. I've been waiting for you." The months slipped past. Harry turned 9 for real, then 9.5, then approached 10 with a speed that startled him. His runic studies had progressed beyond basic forms into what the journal called active inscription, the art of imbuing drawn runes with enough intent to create lasting effects. It was harder than anything he'd done before. Drawing a rune is just the first step, the journal explained. To make it work, to create an enchantment that persists beyond the moment of inscription, you must pour your own magic into the symbol. This is where runic magic differs most fundamentally from wand work. A wand channels your magic for you, shaping it into preset forms based on the spells you've learned. But runic inscription requires you to handle your magic raw. You must feel it inside yourself, draw it up from wherever it lives in your being, and direct it through your hand into the symbol you've drawn. This is dangerous. If you lose control during the transfer, the magic can backlash, burning the paper, the surface, or you. Start small. Work slowly. Never attempt an inscription when you're tired, angry, or distracted. The first enchantment most runemasters learn is light. It uses Kenas, the torch rune, combined with a simple power loop that keeps the enchantment running until deliberately broken. Harry practiced for weeks before he attempted his first real inscription. He drew Kenas until he could do it in his sleep, the angular shape like a sideways V, a torch from above. He learned the power loop, a supplementary pattern that looked like a snake eating its own tail. He meditated on the concept of light, illumination, revelation, the pushing back of darkness. And then, one night, he tried. The surface was a smooth stone from the garden, cleaned and prepared according to his mother's instructions. Harry had borrowed a sharp knife from the kitchen, technically stealing, but he intended to return it, and carefully heated the tip until it glowed red. Control, he reminded himself. Focus. Feel the magic inside you. Draw it up slowly, like sipping through a straw. He could feel it, a warmth in his chest, a pressure that had always been there but that he'd only recently learned to recognize. His magic. His birthright. He began to carve. The knife moved slowly across the stone, cutting shallow grooves in the pattern he'd practiced so many times. Kenas first, then the power loop around it. The stone seemed to resist at first, then suddenly yielded, as though it had been waiting for this. Now the hard part. Harry reached inside himself, found that warmth, and pushed. It felt like, he didn't have words for what it felt like. Like bleeding light. Like breathing fire. Like something that had been trapped inside him his whole life was finally flowing free. The rune lit up. Soft golden light spilled from the carved lines, illuminating the cupboard like a sunrise. Harry stared at it, at this impossible thing he'd created with nothing but knowledge and will, and felt tears sliding down his cheeks for the second time in his magical education. I did it. Mom, I did it. The light lasted for 3 hours before the enchantment ran out of power and faded. Harry didn't mind. He could make another one. He could make dozens, hundreds. He was a runesmith. From there, his progress accelerated. Each successful enchantment unlocked new possibilities, new lessons, new depths to explore. Harry learned Algize for protection, a rune shaped like a person with raised arms, and inscribed it on the inside of his cupboard door. The enchantment was weak, couldn't stop a determined assault, but it made the lock stick in ways that frustrated Vernon without being obviously magical. He learned Ingas for containment and created a small pouch that could hold more than its size suggested. Not as impressive as the trunk's expansion, but he had made it, and that made all the difference. He learned Raidho for journey and discovered that inscribed stones could be linked across distances, each one sensing when the others were moved. Useless by itself, but the potential was staggering. The journal praised his progress in its strange, static way. "You're doing wonderfully, Harry. I knew you would. You have my curiosity and your father's determination, an unstoppable combination. By now, you're probably starting to wonder about your limits. How strong can an enchantment be? How many runes can be combined? What happens when things go wrong? These are good questions. Important questions. But they're also dangerous ones, because the answer to, how far can I go, is often, further than you should. Runic magic has fewer inherent limits than wand magic. There's no spell list, no approved curriculum. If you can conceive of an effect and find the right symbols to express it, you can theoretically create it. This freedom is intoxicating. It's also what kills most runemasters. The power required for complex enchantments comes from somewhere, usually from you. Push too hard, and you burn out. Carve too hastily, and the inscription destabilizes. Combine incompatible runes, and the results can be catastrophic. There's a story among magical historians about a runemaster named Aldrich the Ambitious, who tried to inscribe a rune of immortality on his own heart. The enchantment worked, after a fashion. He couldn't die. He also couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but exist in frozen agony while his body slowly petrified around the rune. He's still there, somewhere in the mountains of Sweden. A statue that used to be a man, trapped by his own genius. I tell you this not to frighten you, but to prepare you. The greatest danger in runic magic isn't failure, it's success without understanding. Never create an enchantment you can't explain from first principles. Never combine runes without knowing how they'll interact. Never, ever, work with soul magic or mind magic until you've spent years mastering the fundamentals. Promise me, Harry. Promise me you'll be careful. Harry promised. He meant it with his whole heart. But he also started pushing boundaries. Not recklessly, he was too smart for that, too aware of the risks. But the hunger for knowledge was growing, the need to understand not just what his mother had discovered but why she'd felt the need to discover it. The journals were full of hints about dark magic, about a war, about a wizard named Voldemort who had done something terrible. Harry wanted to know what that something was. He started reading the advanced journals at night, after his practice sessions. Much of it was still beyond him, equations and diagrams that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. But some pieces were clear enough, and they painted a picture that kept Harry awake long past when he should have been sleeping. Soul magic. Horcruxes. Dividing oneself into pieces and hiding those pieces in objects, making the soul immortal even if the body was destroyed. This is what he did, Lily had written in one particularly dense entry. I'm certain of it now. The signs are all there, the instability in his magical signature, the sense of wrongness that everyone who meets him reports, the impossible survivals from situations that should have killed him. Voldemort has made Horcruxes. Plural. I don't know how many, but more than one. Each one tethers him to this world, makes it impossible to truly kill him. The good news is that Horcruxes can be destroyed. It's not easy, the objects are protected by powerful magic, and the soul fragments fight back when threatened. But it's possible. Fiend fire works, or a basilisk fawn, or runic dissolution. If I can develop a runic sequence that specifically targets the enchantments holding a Horcrux together, I could destroy them without needing exotic materials. It would take years to perfect, but it's possible. I know it's possible. The question is whether I'll have years. Harry read this entry 3 times, feeling sick and determined in equal measure. His mother had known. She'd been trying to find a way to stop Voldemort permanently, and she died before she could finish. Maybe I can finish it, he thought. Maybe that's why she left me all this. Not just to teach me, but to complete her work. It was a heavy thought for a 10-year-old. Harry carried it with him through the final months before his birthday, a weight that made his studies feel more urgent, his practice more focused. He was running out of childhood. The magical world was waiting for him, Hogwarts, where his parents had met, the war, which supposedly ended when he was a baby but clearly hadn't, the enemies his mother had spent years fighting. He would be ready. He had to be ready. The morning of Harry's 10th birthday dawned grey and wet, rain streaking the windows of No. 4 Privet Drive and turning the garden into a muddy mess. The Dursleys, predictably, ignored the date entirely. Harry got his usual slice of toast and a list of chores and not a single word that might have acknowledged he was a year older. He didn't care. He'd stopped expecting anything from them years ago. That night, after the house was asleep, Harry opened the trunk with a sense of anticipation. The journal always had something special for his birthday, last year the runestones, the year before a detailed history of the Evans family's magical heritage. His mother's parents had been non-magical, but there was wizard blood further back, explaining Lily's gift. This year, the trunk had outdone itself. Resting on top of the carefully organized contents was a new item, a length of leather cord with a single runestone pendant attached. The stone was larger than Harry's birthday gifts from last year, about the size of a small egg, and covered in carved symbols so intricate they must have taken months to complete. A letter was attached, "Happy 10th birthday, Harry. This is a protection amulet. I made it during my 7th year at Hogwarts, when I first started to realize how dangerous my research was becoming. It's been with me ever since, through exams, through the war, through everything. The enchantment is keyed to your magical signature. It won't work for anyone else, won't even be visible to anyone else, it will look like an ordinary cord to non-family members. When you're in danger, it will warm against your skin. In extreme circumstances, it can deflect minor curses, nothing too powerful, but enough to give you time to react. More importantly, it contains a piece of my magic. Not a Horcrux, nothing so dark. Just a fragment of energy, willingly given, that will persist as long as the runes remain intact. When you hold it, you're holding a piece of me. I don't know what your life has been like, Harry. I don't know if you've had people who loved you, or if you've been alone. But whatever the truth is, I want you to know that you were never truly alone. I've been with you, in a way, since the day I made this amulet. My love for you is carved into every line. Wear it always. Let it remind you who you are, the son of Lily and James Potter, heir to the runemasters, and the bravest boy I've never had the chance to meet. All my love, forever and always, Mum. Harry put the amulet around his neck with trembling hands. The stone settled against his chest, warm despite the cool night air, and he felt like he was being hugged. Not physically. There were no arms around him, no breath against his hair. But the warmth from the amulet spread through his whole body, a gentle pressure that felt like safety, like acceptance, like love. Mum. He sat in his cupboard for a long time that night, one hand pressed against the amulet, and let himself feel something he'd never really felt before. Home. The letter from Hogwarts arrived 3 weeks before Harry's 11th birthday. He saw the owl through the kitchen window while making breakfast, a massive tawny bird that should have been completely out of place in suburban Little Whinging. It circled the house twice before dropping something through an open upstairs window, probably into Dudley's room. Harry smiled and went back to the bacon. He'd been expecting this, of course. His mother's journals mentioned Hogwarts extensively, and the practice journal had included a note warning him that an acceptance letter should arrive in the summer of your 11th year. He wasn't surprised. What he was, increasingly, was prepared. 3 years of runic study had transformed Harry Potter from a skinny, neglected child into something more. He was still skinny, the Dursleys weren't exactly generous with food portions, but there was a quiet confidence in his posture now, a steadiness in his gaze. He'd faced challenges and overcome them. He'd discovered he was capable of things most people couldn't imagine. He was ready for Hogwarts. The question was whether Hogwarts was ready for him. The chaos that followed the letter's arrival was predictable and almost amusing. Vernon turned purple with rage. Petunia went pale and started trembling. Dudley, who had apparently opened the letter thinking it was for him, wailed about the freak's weird school until Vernon snatched the parchment away. "We swore we'd stamp it out of him," Vernon bellowed, crumpling the letter in his meaty fist. "We agreed we'd never speak of this freakishness." "It's the school," Petunia whispered, sounding genuinely frightened. "The one she went to. I always knew they'd come for him eventually. Then we'll say no. We'll refuse." "They can't make us, they can," Petunia said quietly. "They always get what they want." Harry watched all of this from the doorway, keeping his face carefully neutral. He could have intervened, could have claimed the letter, but there was something fascinating about watching the Dursleys confront a world they'd spent 11 years pretending didn't exist. And besides, he already knew what the letter said. The practice journal had shown him a template years ago. Vernon tried to pretend nothing had happened. He burned the letter and forbade anyone from speaking of it. When more letters arrived, dozens of them, hundreds, pouring through the mail slot and down the chimney and under the door, he boarded up the house and dragged the family to a miserable shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. Harry went along with it all, his amulet warm against his chest, his mother's knowledge secure in his mind. Let Vernon rage. Let Petunia tremble. Let Dudley whine. The magical world was coming for Harry Potter. And he was very, very ready. The knock on the door of the seaside shack came at midnight on the morning of Harry's 11th birthday. Vernon had a shotgun. Dudley was hiding under a blanket. Petunia was praying under her breath. Harry sat up from his spot on the cold floor and watched as the door crashed inward, revealing the largest man he'd ever seen, massive, wild-haired, with hands the size of dustbin lids and a face that was mostly hidden behind a tangled black beard. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant rumbled, picking up the door and jamming it back into its frame. His tiny black eyes found Harry immediately. "Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry stood slowly, studying the man with the same analytical attention he'd learned to apply to everything. The giant radiated magic, not the precise, controlled frequency of runic work, but a warm, chaotic energy that felt somehow comforting. "You knew my parents?" Harry asked. The giant's face crumpled with emotion. "Knew them. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I was the one who brought ye here, the night they, well." He pulled a massive handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose loudly. "Never mind that now. Point is, I'm here to take ye to Hogwarts, Harry. Happy birthday, by the way." From inside his coat, Hagrid produced a slightly squashed box. "Made it myself. Might have sat on it at some point." Harry opened the box to find a birthday cake with green icing and the words, "Happy Birthday Harry," written across the top. His second birthday gift from someone who actually wanted him to have a good birthday. Harry blinked back unexpected tears. "Thank you," he said, meaning it with his whole heart. "This is, thank you." Vernon chose that moment to insert himself. "Now see here. I demand that you leave at once. This is breaking and entering." Hagrid barely glanced at him. "Shut up, Dursley, ye great prune." He turned back to Harry. "Now then, Harry, I expect ye've got questions. I know about Hogwarts," Harry said quietly. "And magic. And my parents. I've known for years." Hagrid's eyes went wide. "Yeah, you know. But Dumbledore said, "My mother left me something. A way to learn." Harry touched the amulet under his shirt, feeling its warmth. "I've been studying." For a long moment, Hagrid just stared at him. Then a slow smile spread across his face, visible even through the beard. "Lily's boy, through and through," he said softly. "Always was the clever one, your mum. Got everything figured out before anyone else even knew there was a problem." He clapped Harry on the shoulder with enough force to stagger him. "Well then. If you already know the basics, we can skip the explanations and get right to the fun part. Diagon Alley's waitin', Harry. Time to get your school supplies." Harry gathered his few possessions, the clothes he was wearing, the trunk, still disguised as a battered cardboard box, and the birthday cake, and followed Hagrid out into the night. The boat ride back to the mainland was cold and wet, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was racing ahead, cataloging questions, planning approaches, preparing for the world he was about to enter. 3 years of solitary study. 3 years of his mother's voice guiding him through ancient knowledge. 3 years of preparing for a destiny he still didn't fully understand. It was time to see if all that preparation had been enough. As the boat cut through the dark water, Harry reached into his disguised trunk and felt the smooth covers of his mother's journals. Her voice seemed to whisper in his ear, a memory of words he'd read 1,000 times, "Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind." Harry looked up at the sky, where the clouds were beginning to part and the first stars were emerging. "I will, Mum. I promise. I'll make you proud." Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Language of Magic. The first 6 months after finding the trunk were the hardest of Harry's life, and also the best. Hard because he had to hide everything. Every moment of study stolen from chores and sleep, every practice session conducted in whispers under his thin blanket, every breakthrough celebrated in absolute silence. The Dursleys couldn't know. No one could know. His mother's letter had made that clear. The trunk was keyed to his magical signature alone, invisible to anyone without Evan's blood, but the knowledge inside it was dangerous enough that secrecy was essential. Best because for the first time in his 8 years of existence, Harry Potter had a purpose. The morning after he found the trunk, Harry woke before dawn with his heart racing. For a moment he thought he'd dreamed it all, the hidden chest, his mother's letter, the promise of magic, but then he felt the weight of the disguised box under his cot and relief flooded through him so intensely he had to press his fist against his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Real. It was all real. He had maybe 20 minutes before Aunt Petunia started banging on the cupboard door demanding breakfast. Harry used them wisely. The trunk opened at his touch, the cardboard disguise melting away to reveal worn wood and tarnished brass. In the pale gray light filtering through the gap under his door, Harry carefully removed the red practice journal and opened it to where he'd left off. The words from last night were still there, his mother's handwriting as warm and present as if she'd just set down her quill. When you can feel that hum consistently, when you can sit down, close your eyes, and find it within a few minutes, you'll be ready for lesson 2. This journal will know when you're ready. The next lesson will appear when you've mastered this one. Harry closed his eyes and tried to remember the sensation from last night. That faint vibration at the edge of perception, the background music of existence. He reached for it now, in the cramped darkness of his cupboard, surrounded by the smell of cleaning supplies and old wood, nothing. He tried again, forcing himself to breathe slowly like the journal instructed. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. Empty the mind. Reach outward with awareness. Still nothing. Just the ordinary sensations of a small boy in a small space, the scratch of rough blankets, the hard floor beneath his thin mattress, the distant rumble of Uncle Vernon snoring from upstairs. Don't be discouraged if it takes time, his mother's words echoed. The fact that you can see these words at all means you have the gift. You just need to learn to use it. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the journal with fierce determination. He'd felt it last night, he was certain. He'd touched something real, something magical, something that connected him to his mother's world. He just had to find it again. Bang bang bang. Get up. Breakfast won't make itself. Harry closed the trunk, watched it shimmer back into a battered cardboard box, and slid it carefully against the wall where the shadows were deepest. Then he opened his cupboard door and began another day of pretending to be normal. The pattern established itself within a week. Wake before dawn. 20 minutes of attempted meditation in the cupboard, reaching for that elusive hum. Make breakfast for the Dursleys while they ignored him. Chores until lunch. More chores until dinner. Evening in the cupboard with the door locked, supposedly as punishment for some imagined offense, but Harry had learned to engineer these punishments because they gave him uninterrupted study time. Practice meditation until exhaustion pulled him under. Sleep. Repeat. Progress was agonizingly slow at first. The second night, Harry managed to feel something, maybe, but it slipped away before he could be sure it wasn't imagination. The third night, nothing. The fourth night, a headache that lasted until morning, probably from trying too hard. The fifth night, nothing again. By the end of the first week, Harry was beginning to doubt himself. Maybe the trunk had made a mistake. Maybe he didn't really have the gift his mother wrote about. Maybe the words appearing in the journal were just a clever enchantment, responding to any touch rather than recognizing his specific magical signature. Maybe, stop. Harry forced the spiral of negative thoughts to halt. This was what the Dursleys had taught him to believe, that he was worthless, that he couldn't do anything right, that hope was just a setup for disappointment. But the Dursleys were wrong about a lot of things. They were probably wrong about this too. He went back to basics. Reread the instructions in the journal, slower this time, paying attention to every word. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly and deeply, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Empty your mind of thoughts as much as you can. Focus on the sensation of breathing until it becomes automatic, until you're no longer consciously controlling it. Now reach out with your awareness. Not physically, keep your body still. But imagine that your consciousness is a hand, extending outward from your chest into the world around you. Harry had been doing this wrong, he realized. He'd been trying to feel the magic around him, reaching outward into the cupboard, into the house, into the night. But the instructions said to start with physical sensations first. Feel the air touching your skin. Feel the floor beneath you. Feel the weight of your own body, sitting in space. That night, he tried a different approach. Instead of reaching for magic, he focused on simply being present. The texture of the blanket against his legs. The cool air moving in and out of his lungs. The tiny sounds of the house settling around him, creaks and groans of old wood, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant rush of cars on the main road. He wasn't looking for magic. He was just paying attention. And there, buried under all the ordinary sensations, something hummed. Harry's breath caught, but he didn't let himself get excited this time. He didn't grab at the sensation or try to pull it closer. He just noticed it. Acknowledged that it existed. Let it be what it was without trying to change it. The hum remained. It was faint, barely perceptible, like the vibration of a tuning fork held at arm's length. But it was there, threaded through the darkness of his cupboard, woven into the air and the walls and the floor. A background frequency that had always been present, invisible only because he'd never known to look for it. That's magic, Harry thought with wonder. That's what she was talking about. The background music of existence. He held the awareness for nearly a minute before exhaustion broke his concentration. The hum faded, replaced by ordinary silence and the triumphant pounding of his heart. He'd done it. He'd actually done it. Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face for the first time in years. Progress came faster after that breakthrough. Not easy, nothing about runic magic was easy, Harry was learning, but faster. Each night he practiced reaching for the hum, and each night he found it a little sooner, held it a little longer. By the end of the second week, he could achieve awareness within 5 minutes. By the end of the month, within 2. The journal recognized his progress. New text appeared on pages that had been blank before. Excellent work, Harry. You've learned to sense the background hum of magic faster than I expected. You must be practicing diligently. I'm proud of you. Now we move to Lesson 2, Differentiation. Harry read the new instructions eagerly. The concept made intuitive sense. Magic wasn't just one uniform frequency, but countless individual vibrations layered together. Learning to distinguish them was like training your ear to pick out individual instruments in an orchestra. This, too, was harder than it sounded. For the first week of Lesson 2, Harry couldn't feel any difference between objects at all. He would sit with a piece of wood in one hand and a metal spoon in the other, reaching out with his awareness, and sense only the same undifferentiated hum from both. The magic was there, he could feel that much, but it all sounded the same. He varied his approach. Tried different materials. Spent longer with each object, trying to attune to subtle differences. Read and reread his mother's instructions, looking for anything he might have missed. Every material has a unique magical signature, the journal said. Once you learn to distinguish them, you can start to understand why different materials conduct magic differently, why certain runes work better on certain surfaces, why the physical form of an enchantment matters as much as the symbols themselves. Harry thought about that while washing dishes one evening, his hands submerged in warm soapy water. The Dursleys had expensive china for special occasions, some kind of porcelain, he thought, and everyday stoneware for regular meals. To his eyes, they looked similar. White plates, round edges, functional design. But they didn't feel the same in his hands. The porcelain was thinner, lighter, smoother. The stoneware was heavier, rougher, more substantial. Even with his eyes closed, he could tell them apart just by holding them. Maybe magic worked the same way. That night, Harry tried something different. Instead of reaching for magic first and then trying to differentiate, he started by really noticing the physical properties of his test objects. A scrap of wood from the garden shed, rough bark on one side, smooth grain on the other, lighter than it looked, warm from being in his pocket all day. A bent nail he'd found under the porch, cool metal, sharp point, rust flaking off where it had been exposed to rain. He held each object for a long time, learning its physical nature with his fingers. Only then did he reach for the magical hum. And suddenly, the difference was obvious. The wood sang low and steady, a deep resonance that felt like roots reaching into earth. The nail rang bright and sharp, a high clear note like a bell struck once and left to fade. They weren't just different, they were completely distinct, as different as a cello and a trumpet, as different as night and day. Harry laughed out loud in amazement, then quickly stifled the sound when he heard Uncle Vernon shifting in bed upstairs. He spent the next hour testing everything he could reach without leaving his cupboard. The wooden frame of his cot hummed with that same low steadiness, but each plank had its own subtle variations, different ages, different trees, different histories. The metal springs beneath his mattress rang in chorus, dozens of tiny bells slightly out of tune with each other. The concrete floor beneath the thin carpet was almost silent, a deep subsonic vibration he felt more than heard. And the trunk, his mother's trunk, was a symphony. Wood and brass and leather and magic woven together so intricately that Harry couldn't separate the individual components. It was like trying to pick out a single voice from a choir, a single brushstroke from a painting. Whoever had made this trunk, his mother, presumably, had crafted it with skill beyond anything Harry could yet imagine. This is what's possible, he thought with awe. This is what I'm working toward. The journal's next lesson appeared the following night. You've learned to differentiate faster than I anticipated. Either you're remarkably talented, or you found a learning method that works well for your mind. Either way, I'm impressed. Now we begin the real work, basic runic forms. Harry turned the page and found the first rune waiting for him. FEHU. The symbol looked simple enough, an upright line with two diagonal branches extending upward and to the right, like a simplified tree or an angular F, Harry could draw it in seconds. But drawing it, the journal made clear, was only the beginning. Runes are not arbitrary shapes, his mother had written. Each one evolved over thousands of years, shaped by countless magicians reaching for the same concept. When you learn a rune properly, you're not just memorizing a symbol. You're connecting to a vast lineage of magical understanding. Before you try to draw Fehu, spend time studying it. Feel its shape with your eyes. Trace it in the air with your finger. Notice how it makes you feel, what associations rise in your mind, what sensations it evokes. Harry followed the instructions with the same dedication he'd brought to every previous lesson. He didn't just look at Fehu, he studied it. Drew it over and over on scraps of paper until the shape was burned into his memory. Traced it in the dark of his cupboard, feeling the angles with his finger, the sharp uprights and diagonal branches. The rune meant wealth, according to the journal. Abundance. Energy. The basic power that flows through all magic. When Harry thought about those concepts while looking at the symbol, he started to see something. Not quite a visual change, but a sense of rightness, as though the shape and meaning were connected on some level deeper than arbitrary assignment. The upright line was potential, stability, a foundation. The branches were growth, expansion, energy flowing outward. Fehu didn't just represent abundance. It somehow was abundance, the visual form of a universal concept. You're beginning to understand, the journal said, responding to some signal Harry couldn't perceive. This is what makes runic magic different from wand work. A spell is just a command, a shortcut to an effect. A rune is a statement of truth in magic's own language. When you inscribe Fehu correctly, you're not telling magic what to do, you're describing something that already exists, and magic responds by making that description real. Harry practiced drawing the rune for weeks before attempting his first inscription. The journal was very clear about this, rushing runic work was dangerous. A spell that went wrong would simply fail. A rune that went wrong could backlash, feeding on the inscriber's magic in unpredictable ways. Your mother had a friend who lost 3 fingers to a botched Thurisaz inscription, one of the journals mentioned in passing. He was trying to create a defensive ward and made an error in the 3rd stroke. The rune decided the best defense was removing the threat, which it interpreted as his writing hand. Harry made sure his strokes were perfect before attempting anything more advanced. The breakthrough came on a cold December evening, 3 months after finding the trunk. He'd been practicing Fehu inscriptions on paper, reaching out with his awareness afterward to check for any magical change. For weeks, there had been nothing, just ordinary paper with ordinary marks on it, no different from any other drawing. But tonight, when Harry finished the rune and extended his senses toward it, the paper hummed differently. It was subtle. So subtle that he might have missed it if he hadn't spent months learning to differentiate magical frequencies. But the paper with the rune on it had a slightly different resonance than the blank paper beside it. A tiny shift towards something brighter, more energetic. Fehu. Abundance. Energy. The rune had worked. Harry stared at the paper with wonder, then carefully tore it into tiny pieces and disposed of them in the garden the next day. Evidence had to be destroyed. Secrecy was essential. But that night, lying in his cupboard with his mother's amulet warm against his chest, Harry allowed himself a moment of pure triumph. He'd done magic. Real, intentional, controlled magic, not the accidental bursts that used to happen when he was upset, but deliberate work based on knowledge and skill. He'd taken his first real step on the path his mother had prepared for him. 3 months, he thought. 3 months of practice, and I can make a rune that actually does something. It wasn't much. A tiny change in a piece of paper's magical frequency, barely detectable. But it was a beginning. And Harry knew with certainty that felt like prophecy, that this was only the start of what he would become. Winter passed. Spring arrived. Harry turned 9 and received the runestones from the trunk's birthday gift mechanism. He carried them everywhere, those 3 small pieces of whalebone. They clicked softly together in his pocket when he walked, a constant reminder of his mother's foresight and love. During meals, while the Dursleys ignored him, he would reach into his pocket and feel their smooth surfaces, sensing their unique frequencies. Each stone had its own voice. The first was older, calmer, with the deep resonance of something that had seen centuries pass. The second was younger and more energetic, almost eager. The third was strange, not unpleasant, but different from the others in ways Harry couldn't yet articulate. These will be my first real tools, he promised himself. When I'm ready, when I understand enough, I'll carve runes into these stones and make something that matters. That day felt impossibly far away. 9 years old, studying in secret, with no one to ask questions and no way to test his limits safely. The gap between where he was and where his mother had been seemed uncrossable. But Harry kept studying anyway. What else was there to do? Summer brought longer days and more chores, which meant less time for practice but more energy for the practice he could manage. Harry worked on Lesson 4, Active Inscription, with the same stubborn determination he'd applied to everything else. Drawing a rune is just the first step, the journal explained. To make it work, to create an enchantment that persists beyond the moment of inscription, you must pour your own magic into the symbol. This was harder than anything he'd done before. Harry had learned to sense magic outside himself, to differentiate frequencies, to recognize the meaning in runic shapes. But reaching inside, finding the magic that was supposedly part of him, and directing it outward through an act of will, that was different. Feel it inside yourself, the journal instructed. Draw it up from wherever it lives in your being, and direct it through your hand into the symbol you've drawn. The first time Harry tried, nothing happened except a headache. The second time, still nothing. The third time, something flickered, a warmth in his chest that responded to his attention, but he couldn't grasp it, couldn't direct it, couldn't make it go anywhere. For 2 weeks, Harry struggled. He could feel his magic now, a presence that seemed to live somewhere behind his heart, but it refused to move when he told it to. It was like trying to flex a muscle he'd never used before, trying to move a limb he hadn't known existed. The breakthrough came, as breakthroughs often did, by accident. Harry was weeding the garden on a brutally hot July afternoon, his hands raw and his back aching. Dudley's gang had chased him that morning, and even though Harry had escaped without injury, the fear and anger were still simmering in his chest. He yanked at a particularly stubborn weed, and something snapped. Not the weed. Something inside him. The magic he'd been trying to direct for weeks suddenly surged upward without permission, flooding through his arms and into his hands. The weed exploded out of the ground, roots and all, showering Harry with dirt. He sat back on his heels, panting, staring at the small crater where the weed had been. That was my magic, he realized. I felt it move. The sensation had been involuntary, driven by emotion rather than conscious choice, exactly the kind of accidental magic that had happened his whole life. But for the first time, Harry had felt it happen. He'd perceived his magic as it moved, recognized its path through his body, understood how it flowed from his core through his arms into the world. Now he just had to learn to do it on purpose. He practiced that night with a simple piece of paper and a drawn fehu. Not trying to force his magic to move, but recreating the conditions that had made it move before. Reaching for that same feeling, not anger, exactly, but intensity. The focused determination that something had to happen. The first attempt produced nothing. The second attempt, a faint flicker of warmth. The third attempt, the rune glowed. Just for a second. A brief pulse of light that illuminated Harry's cupboard, there and gone so quickly he might have imagined it. But the paper in his hand was warm now, warmer than it should be, and when he reached out with his awareness, he could feel the change in its frequency. He'd done it. He'd poured his own magic into a rune, and the rune had responded. Harry pressed his face into his pillow and laughed until he cried. The next 2 years were the most challenging and rewarding of Harry's young life. He learned Kenas, the torch rune, and created his first lasting enchantment, a small stone that glowed with soft light when touched. He learned Algize, the protection rune, and inscribed it inside his cupboard door, creating a ward that made Vernon's padlock stick mysteriously whenever Harry didn't want to be locked in. He learned Ingas for containment, Raidho for connection, Othala for heritage and home. Each rune took weeks to master, studying its form, understanding its meaning, practicing inscriptions until they became second nature, but Harry had nothing but time. The journal kept pace with his progress, revealing new lessons as he earned them. His mother's handwriting became as familiar as his own, her voice a constant presence in his mind even when the trunk was closed. "You're doing wonderfully, Harry. You have my curiosity and your father's determination, an unstoppable combination. This next rune is one of the most powerful and dangerous you'll learn at this level. Use it carefully. I'm so proud of you. Never forget that." Sometimes, late at night, Harry would talk to the journal as though his mother could hear him. Tell her about his day, about the Dursleys' latest cruelty, about the progress he was making and the questions he still had. The journal couldn't respond, it only showed pre-prepared lessons, not real-time conversation, but the act of speaking to her made Harry feel less alone. "I learned to differentiate water today," he whispered one spring evening, aged 10 and 3 months. "Fresh water versus salt water versus rain. You were right, everything really does have its own frequency. Even things that seem the same." The journal's pages rustled in what might have been a breeze from the cupboard's gap under the door. "Might have been. I miss you," Harry added quietly. "I know I never really knew you, but I miss you anyway. Is that strange?" The pages were still. Harry closed the journal and placed it carefully back in the trunk. Tomorrow he would practice the power loop again, trying to extend his lightstone's duration beyond a few hours. Next week, maybe, he would attempt his first combined inscription, Fehu and Kenas together, abundance of light. There was always more to learn. Always another lesson waiting. Always another step forward on the path his mother had prepared. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a clock was ticking. Hogwarts. The magical school his mother had attended. The acceptance letter that would come on his 11th birthday, opening the door to a world he'd only read about in journals. Harry didn't know exactly what awaited him there. But he knew he'd face it as his mother's son, prepared, determined, and ready to prove himself worthy of her legacy. The summer of Harry's 10th year brought a new kind of challenge. He'd been studying his mother's advanced journals in addition to the practice lessons, material that was technically beyond his current level, but too fascinating to ignore. And in those journals, he'd found references that chilled him. The Dark Lord's obsession with immortality isn't mere vanity, Lily had written in an entry dated 18 months before Harry's birth. "My research suggests he's actually achieved it, at least partially. The question is how. I've found references in obscure texts to something called a Horcrux, an object containing a piece of a wizard's soul. The process of creating one is unimaginably dark, requiring murder and worse. But if successful, it tethers the soul to the mortal world even if the body is destroyed. Voldemort hasn't just made one. I'm nearly certain he's made several." Harry read these passages over and over, trying to understand. Soul magic. Immortality through evil. A dark wizard who couldn't be killed by ordinary means. And his mother had known. Had been researching ways to stop it. The good news, another entry said, is that Horcruxes can be destroyed. They're not truly invincible, just extremely well protected. Fiend fire works, according to most sources. Basilisk venom. Certain extremely rare substances. But those methods are dangerous, unreliable, or both. I've been exploring another possibility, runic dissolution. If I can develop a sequence that specifically targets the enchantments holding a Horcrux together. The entry trailed off into technical notation Harry couldn't follow. But the implication was clear, his mother had been trying to find a way to destroy Voldemort's anchors to life. A way to make him truly mortal, truly killable. She died before completing the research. Harry closed the journal and stared at the ceiling of his cupboard, feeling the weight of inheritance settle more heavily on his shoulders. His mother hadn't just left him knowledge. She'd left him a mission. An incomplete task that she trusted him to finish. "But I'm only 10, part of him protested. "I'm just a kid studying in secret. How am I supposed to destroy something that powerful?" The amulet against his chest pulsed gently, as though in response to his doubt. One step at a time, Harry told himself. Learn what you can. Get stronger. Understand more. When the time comes to act, be ready. It wasn't much of a plan. But it was better than despair. He opened the practice journal and turned to the next lesson, pushing thoughts of Dark Lords and soul magic to the back of his mind. There would be time enough to worry about all that later. Right now, he had runes to learn. The anonymous letter arrived on a grey November morning, 3 weeks after Harry's 10th birthday. He'd been collecting the mail, one of his many assigned chores, when he noticed an envelope addressed to him specifically. Not to the boy, or the freak, or Potter. To Harry James Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, number 4 Privet Drive. The precision of the address sent a chill down his spine. Someone knew where he slept. The envelope was plain white paper, the writing done in dark ink with an old-fashioned quill. No return address. The seal on the back was a blob of black wax with no impression. Harry slipped the letter into his pocket before anyone could see it and delivered the rest of the mail to Uncle Vernon without comment. His heart was pounding so hard he was amazed Vernon didn't hear it. He waited until late that night, long after the Dursleys were asleep, before opening the envelope by the light of his runic stone. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter began, in handwriting he didn't recognize. You are not the only one who remembers the runemasters. Your mother was an exceptional talent. Her research into certain, esoteric subjects, attracted attention from parties she may not have known existed. We watched her progress with great interest. When she died, we mourned not only a brilliant mind but also the potential loss of her work. We have recently become aware that her legacy continues. The awakening of her trunk was noted by those who know how to listen for such things. The growth of a new runic signature in Little Whinging has not gone unremarked. This is not a threat. We have no intention of harming you, and indeed would prefer to see you flourish. But we felt it only fair to warn you, the magical world you will soon enter is more complex and more dangerous than your mother's journals likely suggest. There are factions and forces at work that do not appear in any official history. Some of them will seek to use you. Others may try to destroy you. The choice of how to respond to these forces will be yours. We offer no allegiance and ask none in return. But if you find yourself in need of guidance that Hogwarts cannot provide, know that the old ways are not entirely forgotten. There are those who preserve. A friend of your mother's work. Harry read the letter 3 times, then carefully folded it and tucked it into his mother's trunk. His hands were shaking. Someone had been watching him. Someone knew about the trunk, about his studies, about the runic signature he hadn't even known he was developing. Someone connected to his mother's past, connected to the dangerous research that had gotten her killed. The Preservation Society, he thought, remembering passing references in Lily's journals. A group she'd respected and feared in equal measure. Ancient, secretive, dedicated to protecting runic knowledge from those who would suppress or misuse it. Were they friends? Enemies? Something else entirely? The letter offered no clarity. Just a warning and a vague promise of potential future contact. Harry lay awake for a long time that night, listening to the sounds of the house and thinking about the widening scope of his mother's legacy. He'd thought he was alone in his studies, one small boy learning forbidden magic in a cupboard under the stairs. But he wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. The magical world was watching. And in less than a year, he would enter that world and have to face whatever waited there. Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind. Harry touched his amulet and made himself breathe slowly. He would be all those things. He would be his mother's son. And whatever the Preservation Society or anyone else wanted from him, he would meet them on his own terms. The months between the letter and Harry's 11th birthday were filled with preparation. He accelerated his studies, pushing deeper into the practice journal while also spending more time with his mother's research notes. The anonymous warning had made clear that he needed to understand not just how to do runic magic, but why it mattered, the political and historical context that would shape his reception in the magical world. The picture that emerged was troubling. Runic magic had once been the dominant form of magical practice. For thousands of years, wizards had worked primarily through inscribed symbols and enchanted objects, developing ever more sophisticated techniques for manipulating reality at its fundamental level. The great magical civilizations, Atlantis, Avalon, the Egyptian dynasties, had all been built on runic foundations. But runic magic had a problem: it made individual practitioners too powerful. A sufficiently skilled runemaster could achieve effects that wand magic simply couldn't replicate. Permanent enchantments that lasted centuries. Wards that could stand against armies. Items of power that made their creators nearly invincible. The rise of such individuals threatened the stability of magical society. Wars were fought. Cultures were destroyed. Eventually, a coalition of magical governments had agreed to suppress runic education in favor of wand magic, which was easier to learn, easier to regulate, and crucially, easier to counter. They didn't ban runes outright, Lily had noted in one journal. That would have been impossible, too many essential enchantments rely on runic foundations. But they stopped teaching the art in schools, classified advanced texts as restricted or dangerous, and created a social stigma against those who pursued the old ways. Within a few generations, runic magic went from being the norm to being the exception. Most modern wizards have never carved a rune in their lives. They don't understand how their own society's enchantments work, and they don't care to learn. This is convenient for those in power. If only a handful of experts understand the magic that underlies everything, those experts become essential, and controllable. The ministry employs a small core of certified runemasters for essential work, but they're carefully vetted, carefully watched, and carefully limited. Those of us who learn on our own, outside the approved channels, are seen as troublemakers at best. Threats at worst. Harry understood now why his mother had prepared the trunk to remain hidden, why she'd keyed it to respond only to her own bloodline. She hadn't just been protecting her research, she'd been protecting him from the consequences of possessing it. In the magical world he was about to enter, knowing what he knew would make him dangerous. The question was, dangerous to whom? Harry spent the final months before his birthday working on 3 specific skills. First, combat applications of runic magic. His mother's research was primarily theoretical, focused on understanding dark magic rather than fighting it directly. But some of the practice journal's advanced lessons touched on defensive and offensive techniques, ways to use runes in rapid response situations, not just prepared enchantments. A runemaster's greatest weakness is preparation time, one lesson explained. Unlike wand magic, which can produce instant effects, most runic work requires careful inscription and deliberate enchantment. In a sudden confrontation, a runemaster without pre-prepared tools is at a significant disadvantage. The solution is to prepare extensively in advance. A runemaster entering potentially dangerous situations should carry multiple inscribed stones, amulets, and other pre-enchanted items. They should also learn to draw temporary runes with sufficient speed to be useful in combat, sacrificing permanence for immediacy. Harry practiced rapid inscription obsessively. Drawing Algies for protection, Kenas for light, Thurasas for offense, not the careful, permanent carvings he usually worked on, but quick sketches that would hold for seconds before dissipating. Like the difference between writing a letter and scribbling a note, the journal said. Both served purposes, a runemaster needed to master both. Second, concealment. The Preservation Society knew about him. Others might as well. Harry couldn't change the fact that he'd been practicing magic detectable by those who knew what to look for, but he could learn to minimize his signature going forward. The rune perthrow governs secrets, mysteries, the unknown, the journal taught. Inscribed properly, it can create a field of magical obscurity around yourself or an object, not invisibility, but a kind of perceptual static that makes you harder to notice, harder to remember, harder to track. Harry inscribed perthrow on a small leather bracelet and wore it alongside his mother's amulet. The effect was subtle, he hadn't become invisible, certainly, but he noticed that people's eyes tended to slide off him more easily now. The Dursleys, who had never paid him much attention, now sometimes forgot he was in the room entirely. Third, detection. If others could sense his magic, he needed to be able to sense them in return. The basic differentiation exercises he'd mastered were a start, but Harry pushed further, practicing the ability to detect not just objects but active magic, spells, wards, enchantments. The Dursleys' house, it turned out, was surrounded by magical protections. Harry had always known the trunk was somehow warded, but now he could feel the wards precisely, a dome of protective magic centered on the house, maintained by some external source. Not runic work, the frequency was different, more artificial, like the difference between a handmade instrument and a mass-produced one. Wand magic. Powerful wand magic, anchored to something Harry couldn't identify. Someone had placed protections around number 4 Privet Drive. Protections that predated Harry's birth, based on their stable, weathered feel. Someone had been guarding this house, guarding him, for his entire life. He added that to his list of questions to answer once he entered the magical world. July arrived. Harry's 11th birthday approached. And in the final week before the day that would change everything, the practice journal offered one last pre-Hogwarts lesson. You've learned so much, Harry. More than I dared hope, faster than I imagined possible. By the time you read this, you'll be ready to enter the magical world with skills most adult wizards never achieve. But I need you to understand something important before you go. Hogwarts will not teach you what I've taught you. The professors there, even the good ones, and there are good ones, operate within a system that has deliberately excluded runic education from the standard curriculum. They'll teach you wand magic, potions, transfiguration, charms. All useful, all worth learning. But they won't teach you to understand why magic works the way it does. More than that, some of them may be actively hostile to your knowledge. There are those at Hogwarts who remember what runemasters used to be capable of, and they fear the return of that power. If they discover what you know, they may try to discourage you, restrict you, or worse. My advice, keep your runic training secret for as long as possible. Learn what Hogwarts has to teach, it's not without value, but don't let them know what you already know. Watch, listen, and choose carefully who to trust. The magical world is full of people who want to use you, Harry. Your fame, your name, your potential. The Dark Lord who killed us is not truly dead, I've explained this in my research notes, and his followers still lurk in the shadows. But there are also those who oppose him who may not have your best interests at heart either. Trust yourself. Trust your training. Trust the instincts you've developed over years of careful study. And know that wherever you go, whatever you face, my love goes with you. I am so proud of the person you're becoming. Your father would be proud too, if he could see you. Now go and show them what a Potter can do. All my love, forever and always, Mum. Harry read the final words through blurry eyes. Then he closed the journal, pressed his hand against his mother's amulet, and allowed himself to feel the full weight of the moment. 3 years of preparation. Thousands of hours of practice. A lifetime of neglect and isolation, transformed into strength and purpose by the gift of a mother he'd never known. He was ready. The night before his birthday, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his cupboard, surrounded by the familiar darkness, listening to the sounds of the house and thinking about what tomorrow would bring. A letter from Hogwarts, he knew that much from the practice journal. An invitation to a school for young witches and wizards. The beginning of his official magical education. And, almost certainly, complications. The Dursleys wouldn't want him to go. That much was obvious from their lifetime of hostility toward anything magical. They'd probably try to stop him, hide the letter, pretend it hadn't arrived. Harry had plans for that. Over the past month, he'd quietly prepared contingencies. A pre-inscribed radio stone that could send a pulse to a matching stone he'd hidden in London, alerting anyone who might be watching that he needed help. A set of emergency supplies, food, water, a change of clothes, hidden in a runic bag that could be summoned with a touch. The concealment bracelet, of course, which would make him harder to track if he needed to disappear. I'm overthinking this, he told himself. The magical world wants me at Hogwarts. They'll find a way to get me there even if the Dursleys object. But Harry had learned long ago that hoping for the best was no substitute for preparing for the worst. Midnight came. July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday, had officially begun. He waited in the darkness for something to happen. A knock on the door. A burst of magic. The arrival of whatever messenger the magical world would send. Nothing. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 3. Harry must have fallen asleep eventually, because suddenly he was waking to morning light and the sound of Aunt Petunia banging on his cupboard door. Get up. There's work to be done. An ordinary day. A birthday no one would acknowledge. The same as every other year. Except that when Harry collected the mail that morning, there was an envelope addressed to him among the bills and advertisements. Thick parchment. Green ink. A seal showing a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry didn't finish reading. Dudley was coming down the stairs, and Harry had learned years ago to hide anything he valued from his cousin's grabbing hands. But Dudley had seen the envelope. Dad! Harry's got something. The chaos that followed was exactly as Harry had predicted, Vernon's face turning purple, Petunia going pale, both of them demanding to know what was in the letter and then turning frantic when they recognized the seal. I told you. Vernon roared, snatching the letter from Harry's hands. I told you we should have stamped it out of him. The school, Petunia whispered, her voice trembling. They've found him. After all these years. Harry watched them panic with a calm that surprised even himself. 3 years of preparation had given him perspective. The Dursleys weren't threats, they were obstacles, and obstacles could be navigated. It's addressed to me, he said quietly. I think I'm supposed to read it. Vernon's face went an interesting shade of puce. You are not going to that freak school. I don't care what these people want. You'll stay right here and be normal if it kills me. Vernon, Petunia said with surprising urgency. Vernon, we can't just ignore it. You remember what they said when they left him here. They have ways. Then we'll leave. We'll go somewhere they can't find us. That island, where the Frobisher Smythes stay in the summer. No one could find us there. Harry let them argue. Let them make their plans and tear up the letter and stuff him back in his cupboard while they packed. Let them drag the whole family to a miserable shack on a rock in the middle of the sea, convinced they'd escape the freakish correspondence that kept arriving no matter where they hid. He had his trunk. He had his training. He had his mother's amulet and 3 years of runic knowledge and the patient certainty that none of the Dursleys' flailing would make any difference. The magical world was coming for Harry Potter. All he had to do was wait. The storm broke over the shack at 11 minutes to midnight on the night of July 31st. Not just rain and wind, though there was plenty of both, but something else. A pressure in the air that Harry recognized immediately as gathering magic. Someone was approaching, and they were not being subtle about it. Vernon had a shotgun. Dudley was whimpering under a blanket. Petunia was praying to a god she only remembered in emergencies. Harry sat on the cold floor and watched the door. At exactly midnight, someone knocked. Boom. The whole shack shuddered. Harry felt the impact through the floor, through his bones, through the runic senses he'd spent 3 years developing. Whoever was on the other side of that door carried enough magical power to flatten this building without effort. Boom. The door burst inward, torn entirely off its hinges by a second blow. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the lightning, was the largest man Harry had ever seen. Not just tall, though he was easily twice the height of a normal person, but wide, with hands like dinner plates and shoulders that barely fit through the frame. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ya?" the giant rumbled, stepping inside and shaking water from his massive beard. "It's not been an easy journey." Vernon was screaming something about breaking and entering, waving the shotgun like it would make any difference. The giant ignored him, squeezing through the tiny shack with surprising care, his small dark eyes scanning the room until they landed on Harry. His whole face transformed. A smile broke through the wild beard, warm and genuine and slightly watery. "Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry stood slowly, studying the enormous figure with the same analytical attention he'd learned to apply to everything. The man radiated magic, warm, chaotic, overwhelming, and carried an aura of gentle kindness that seemed almost impossible for someone his size. "You knew my parents?" Harry asked. "Knew them?" The giant's voice cracked with emotion. "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I was the one who brought ye here, that night." He trailed off, pulling an enormous handkerchief from his coat and blowing his nose with a sound like a foghorn. "Never mind that now. Point is, I'm here to take ye to get your school supplies. Happy birthday, by the way." From somewhere in his voluminous coat, Hagrid produced a white box, slightly squashed. Inside was a chocolate cake with green icing, slightly smeared where it had obviously been sat upon, bearing the words, "Happy Birthday Harry," in pink frosting. Harry stared at the cake. A birthday present. A genuine, thoughtful birthday present, made by hand and delivered in person by someone who seemed actually happy to see him. "Thank you," he said, and meant it with his whole heart. Hagrid beamed at him through the beard. "Now then. Expect you've got questions. I know about Hogwarts," Harry said. "And magic. And my parents." The effect on Hagrid was immediate and dramatic. His eyes went wide, his mouth fell open, and for a moment he simply stared at Harry as though he'd sprouted a second head. "Yeah, you know. But Dumbledore said ya wouldn't, that the Dursleys would never. My mother left me something." Harry touched the amulet under his shirt, feeling its familiar warmth. "A way to learn. I've been studying on my own for 3 years." Vernon chose that moment to interrupt, having apparently decided that his shotgun wasn't going to be useful and opting for bluster instead. "Now see here. I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but this boy isn't going anywhere. He's going to stay right here and be normal, and there's nothing you or your freak school can do about it." Hagrid's expression darkened. Without even looking at Vernon, he reached out, grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, and bent it into a knot with about as much effort as Harry might use to twist a piece of wire. "Dry up, Dursley, ye great prune," Hagrid said dismissively. Then, to Harry, Lily's boy, through and through. She always was the clever one, got everything figured out before anyone else even knew there was a problem. His smile returned, warmer than before. "Well then. If ye already know the basics, we can skip the explanations and get right to the fun part. Diagon Alley's waitin', Harry. Time to get your school supplies." Harry gathered his few possessions, the trunk disguised as a cardboard box, the birthday cake, the clothes he was wearing, and followed Hagrid out into the storm. The boat ride back to the mainland was cold and wet and absolutely exhilarating. Harry sat in the bow, watching lightning dance across the sky, feeling the power of the storm with senses that most people didn't even know existed. This was it. The moment he'd been preparing for. The door to his mother's world, finally opening. Hagrid was talking about Hogwarts, about the houses and the classes and the people Harry would meet, but Harry only half listened. His mind was racing ahead, cataloging questions, planning approaches, preparing for the challenges that awaited. He was the son of Lily and James Potter. He carried 3 years of runic training and his mother's unfinished mission. He was entering a world of magic and danger and possibility, and nothing, not the Dursleys, not the mysterious Preservation Society, not even the Dark Lord his mother had spent her final years fighting, was going to stop him. Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind. Harry touched his amulet and made a silent promise. I will, Mum. I'll make you proud. The boat cut through the dark water toward the distant shore, toward Diagon Alley, toward Hogwarts, toward Harry's destiny. He was ready to begin. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the Runesmith's path. The motorcycle descended through the clouds like a metal dragon, and Harry gripped the sidecar's edges with white knuckles as London materialized below them. Borrowed it from young Sirius Black, years ago, Hagrid shouted over the wind. He won't be needin' it where he is. Harry wanted to ask what that meant, but the ground was rushing up too fast for conversation. They landed in a dark alley behind what looked like an ordinary pub, the motorcycle's engine coughing twice before going silent. Here we are, Hagrid announced, swinging his massive leg over the seat. The Leaky Cauldron. Gateway to Diagon Alley. Harry climbed out of the sidecar and immediately extended his runic senses. The building in front of them practically hummed with enchantments, layers upon layers of magic so old and intertwined that picking out individual workings was like trying to count the threads in a tapestry. Concealment charms, certainly. Notice me not effects woven into the very bricks. And underneath it all, a foundation of runic work that predated the building itself. Someone built this place on ancient ground, Harry realized. Sacred ground, maybe. A place where magic naturally concentrated. He filed that observation away for later analysis and followed Hagrid through the back door. The interior of the Leaky Cauldron was dim and smoky, filled with people in strange robes drinking from oddly shaped glasses. Conversation buzzed from every corner, and then stopped completely as Hagrid entered. Good Lord, said the old bartender, peering at them through the gloom. Can this be? Hagrid beamed. Harry Potter. Come to buy his school supplies. The silence lasted exactly 2 seconds. Then chaos erupted. People surged forward from every direction, hands outstretched, voices calling his name. Harry found himself shaking hand after hand, accepting thanks and congratulations for things he didn't remember doing, smiling awkwardly at strangers who wept at the sight of him. Mr. Potter, such an honor, welcome back, I was there the night you defeated you-know-who, can I buy you a drink? Anything you want, Harry's head was spinning. He'd known he was famous, his mother's journals had mentioned the prophecy, the attack, his unlikely survival, but knowing something intellectually was very different from experiencing it. These people didn't see him. They saw a symbol, a legend, a story that had apparently sustained wizarding Britain through dark times. It was uncomfortable. And potentially useful. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can't believe I'm meeting you at last. Delighted, Harry managed, gently extracting his hand from hers. But I really should, Professor Quirrell. Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell. He'll be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. The man who stepped forward was young, pale, and wearing a large purple turban that seemed slightly ridiculous on his narrow head. He moved with a nervous energy, his eyes darting constantly, his hands never quite still. But it was his magical signature that made Harry's breath catch. Wrong. Something about Professor Quirrell was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Harry had spent 3 years learning to sense magic, to differentiate frequencies, to read the unique signatures of objects and places. He'd never encountered anything like what he was sensing now. The man's personal magic felt fractured. Split. Like two different frequencies trying to occupy the same space, grating against each other in a way that was almost painful to perceive. And underneath that wrongness, buried deep but unmistakable, Harry detected something else. A darkness that felt familiar, though he couldn't immediately place it. "P.P. Potter," Quirrell stammered, extending a trembling hand. "See, can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you." Harry shook the offered hand, and felt his scar burn. Not badly. Just a flash of heat, there and gone. But it was the first time he'd felt anything from the lightning bolt mark on his forehead, and the coincidence of it happening while touching this particular man was impossible to ignore. "Nice to meet you too, Professor," Harry said carefully, keeping his voice neutral. "What do you teach?" "Defense against the dark arts." "And not that you'll need it, P.P. Potter." Quirrell laughed nervously, his eyes flickering away from Harry's face. "Everyone needs to learn defense," Harry replied. "You never know what you might face." Something shifted in Quirrell's expression, a flicker of sharpness beneath the stammering facade, but it was gone so quickly Harry might have imagined it. Quite right. Quite all right." Hagrid rescued Harry from the conversation, steering him through the crowd toward a back door. "Must get on. Lots by." The alley behind the pub was small and walled, unremarkable except for the faint hum of magic that seemed to emanate from the very stones. Hagrid produced a pink umbrella, an absurd accessory for someone his size, and tapped a specific pattern on the wall. The bricks began to move. Harry watched with fascination as they folded back on themselves, rearranging into an archway that revealed a cobblestone street stretching into the distance. His runic senses went wild. Every brick in that wall was inscribed with microscopic runes, an enchantment of such complexity that it must have taken a master decades to create. "This is what real runic architecture looks like," he thought with awe. The trunk was incredible, but this is a work of art. "Welcome," said Hagrid, grinning at Harry's expression, "to Diagon Alley." The alley was overwhelming in the best possible way. Shops lined both sides of the cobblestone street, their windows displaying wonders that made Harry's 3 years of solitary study feel like mere preparation for this moment. Cauldrons stacked in gleaming towers. Owls hooting from Aesop's Owl Emporium. A Quidditch supply shop with children pressed against the glass, admiring a racing broom. An apothecary with jars of things Harry couldn't identify and wasn't sure he wanted to. Bookshops with windows full of spellbooks, their titles shifting and changing as he watched. But more than the objects, it was the magic that captivated him. Every shop, every sign, every cobblestone radiated enchantments. Harry's carefully trained senses were drowning in input, frequencies layered upon frequencies, workings he recognized and workings he couldn't begin to identify. The whole alley was a living demonstration of what magic could accomplish when practiced openly, over generations. And most of it, he noted with fascination, was fairly crude. Not badly done, exactly. The enchantments worked, they were stable, they served their purposes. But compared to his mother's trunk, compared to the sophisticated runic work in her journals, most of what he was sensing felt like shortcuts. Convenience over elegance. Wand magic applied in broad strokes rather than the precise inscriptions of runic tradition. They've forgotten, Harry realized. They've had generations of wand magic and they've forgotten what the old ways could really do. The thought was simultaneously sad and exciting. Sad because knowledge had been lost. Exciting because Harry knew things that most of this world had abandoned. "Gringots first," Hagrid said, pointing toward a snowy white building that dominated the end of the alley. "Ye'll be needin' money for your supplies." The Goblin Bank rose above its neighbors like a marble mountain, its columns and archways speaking of ancient power. As they climbed the steps, Harry read the inscription carved above the main doors: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." The words were written in modern English, but beneath them, visible to Harry's runic sight but probably invisible to most visitors, was the original inscription in what looked like Ogham script. The translation was close but not perfect. The original was considerably more graphic about what happened to thieves. Goblins flanked the entrance, small and sharp-featured, dressed in scarlet and gold uniforms. They watched Harry pass with expressions of professional disinterest that somehow managed to convey both assessment and dismissal. The interior of the bank was even more impressive than the exterior. Vast marble halls stretched in every direction, with hundreds of goblins seated at high counters, weighing coins and examining gems and writing in enormous ledgers. The magic here was different from anywhere else Harry had sensed, older, stranger, with an underlying frequency that felt like bedrock. Goblin magic, he guessed. Different from wizard magic. I wonder how much they've preserved that we've lost. Hagrid approached a free goblin and cleared his throat. Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal. The goblin looked up with an expression of carefully cultivated boredom. And does Mr. Harry Potter have his key? Got it here somewhere, Hagrid muttered, digging through his many pockets. He eventually produced a tiny golden key and handed it over. The goblin examined it closely, then examined Harry with equal attention. Something flickered in his expression, interest, perhaps, or calculation. Very well. I will have someone take you down to the vault. Grip Hook. Another goblin appeared, younger looking, though Harry had no idea how to actually age these creatures, and beckoned them toward a door in the far wall. One moment, Harry said quietly. I have a question. The goblin at the counter raised an eyebrow. Hagrid looked alarmed. Harry, yeah, can't just, my mother, Harry continued, ignoring Hagrid's protest, mentioned that goblins remember the old ways. She suggested I might find guidance here that I couldn't find elsewhere. Is that true? The silence that followed was profound. The goblin's expression shifted through several emotions too quickly for Harry to identify, settling finally on something that might have been respect. Lily Potter's son knows of the old ways, the goblin said slowly. Interesting. Yes, Mr. Potter. The Goblin Nation remembers much that wizards have chosen to forget. Whether we would share that knowledge is another matter entirely. I understand, Harry said. But I wanted you to know that I remember too. Or I'm trying to. The goblin studied him for a long moment, then nodded fractionally. Grip Hook will take you to your vault. When you are finished with your current business, you may request a meeting with our accounts manager. There are matters regarding the Potter estate that were to be discussed when you came of age. Perhaps they can be discussed sooner. Thank you. Hagrid was staring at Harry with undisguised astonishment as they followed Grip Hook through the door. What did, Lily told ya about goblins? She told me a lot of things, Harry said quietly. I'm still learning what all of it means. The cart ride down to the vaults was a wild affair, screaming through tunnels at impossible speeds, banking around corners that seemed to defy physics, plunging into depths where the magic grew thicker and older with every passing second. Harry loved every moment of it. Hagrid, judging by his green complexion, did not. The Potter vault was smaller than Harry had expected, a modest chamber filled with mounds of gold, silver, and bronze coins. More than enough for school supplies and then some, but hardly a fortune by the standards he was beginning to understand. Pile on the right is galleons, gold ones, Hagrid explained, still looking queasy. Silver ones are sickles, bronze are nuts. 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. Harry filled a pouch with coins, but his attention was elsewhere. The vault had a secondary door at the back, small, almost invisible in the flickering torchlight, sealed with runes he didn't recognize. What's behind that door? Grip Hook's eyes glittered. A secondary chamber, Mr. Potter. Left sealed by your parents with instructions that it be opened only when you proved worthy. Proved worthy how? That, the goblin said with something like a smile, was not specified. Perhaps you will figure it out. Perhaps you will not. The goblins do not interfere with inheritance matters unless requested. Harry filed that away with all the other mysteries he needed to solve and followed Hagrid back to the cart. Shopping in Diagon Alley was an education in itself. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry was fitted for his school uniform while making conversation with a pale blonde boy who radiated wealth and superiority like a personal aura. Draco Malfoy, he learned, a name that meant nothing to Harry but clearly meant something to itself. My father says it's a crime to send children to Hogwarts without proper magical upbringing, Draco said loftily, examining his reflection in the mirror. Some of the students there have never even seen a house elf before arriving. Can you imagine? What's a house elf? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Draco's expression flickered between confusion and contempt. You don't know. What sort of family do you come from? One that's mostly dead, Harry replied calmly. That shut Draco up, at least temporarily. They finished their fittings in silence, but Harry caught the blonde boy glancing at him several times with an expression that was harder to read than simple disdain. At Flourish and Blots, Harry bought his required textbooks and then lingered in the back sections, looking for anything related to runes. The selection was disappointingly sparse, a few beginner's guides that covered material he'd mastered years ago, and a handful of more advanced texts that were locked behind glass with warning signs. Restricted, the shopkeeper said when Harry inquired. Ministry regulations. Can't sell those without special authorization. Why? The shopkeeper shrugged. Dangerous material, isn't it? Ancient magic, blood wards, soul bindings, nasty stuff if you don't know what you're doing. The ministry decided decades ago that it was safer to control access. Harry nodded as though this made perfect sense and didn't buy any of the restricted texts. He also didn't mention that he already knew more than most of them probably contained. At the apothecary, he purchased basic potion supplies while memorizing the properties of ingredients his mother's journals had mentioned. At Elop's, he acquired a beautiful snowy owl that seemed to choose him as much as he chose her. She landed on his shoulder the moment he entered the shop and refused to leave. I'll call you Hedwig, Harry told her, stroking her feathers. The name came from a historical text in his mother's collection, a medieval witch who had been one of the last great runemasters before the suppression. The owl hooted approvingly. But it was the wand shop that changed everything. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop was narrow and shabby, its single window displaying a lonely wand on a faded purple cushion. Harry pushed open the door and felt the magic inside wash over him like a wave. This place is old, he realized. Not just the building, the magic itself. Generations of work, layered on top of each other. The interior was a maze of shelves, each one crammed with thousands of narrow boxes. Dust motes swam in the weak light from the window. The air smelled of wood shavings and something else, something metallic, almost electric. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump, his training had taught him better than that, but it was a near thing. The old man had appeared from nowhere, his pale eyes gleaming in the dimness like moons. Hello, Harry said. I'm here for a wand. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. Ollivander moved closer, studying Harry's face with unnerving intensity. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Harry felt his heart clench at the mention of his mother. You remember every wand you've sold? Every single one, Mr. Potter. And your father, he favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander's gaze drifted to Harry's forehead. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that to you. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. He trailed off, shaking his head. Let's see then. Ollivander produced a measuring tape from thin air. Which is your wand arm? Right, Harry said, though he was ambidextrous for most tasks. The measuring tape began taking measurements on its own, arm length, shoulder width, the distance between his nostrils, while Ollivander rummaged through the shelves. "Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand and felt nothing. No connection, no resonance. He waved it anyway, and Ollivander snatched it back almost immediately. "No, no. Here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Go on, try it." Again, nothing. And again, maple and phoenix feather, holly and dragon heartstring, ash and unicorn hair, an endless parade of wands that felt like dead wood in Harry's hand. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he seemed more pleased than frustrated. "Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match." Harry had tried at least 30 wands when something occurred to him. "Mr. Ollivander, do wands work differently for people with different types of magical training?" The old man paused, a boxed wand in each hand. "An unusual question, Mr. Potter." "What makes you ask?" "Just curious." Harry kept his voice casual. "I've read that magic was practiced differently before wands became common. I wondered if that might affect compatibility." Ollivander set down the boxes and studied Harry with renewed interest. "You've read extensively for someone your age." "Yes, Mr. Potter, you're quite right. Wands are tools. Sophisticated tools, designed to channel magic in specific ways. But they're not the only way to work magic, and a wizard whose magic has been shaped by other methods may find wand compatibility challenging." "Is that bad?" "Not necessarily." Ollivander's pale eyes seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. "A wand that perfectly matches its wielder can amplify their abilities tremendously. But there are those who say, and I am not sure I disagree, that such perfect matching also creates dependency. The wand becomes a crutch. The wizard forgets that magic exists in them, not in the wood and core." He turned back to the shelves, rummaging more deeply now. "For you, Mr. Potter, I think we need something special. Something that will cooperate with your natural inclinations rather than trying to redirect them." From the very back of the shop, Ollivander retrieved a dusty box that looked older than the others. He opened it with unusual care, revealing a wand of pale wood with a handle that seemed slightly different from the others Harry had tried. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." But the holly was sourced from a very old tree, one that grew on ground sacred to practitioners of the old ways. "I've had this wand for decades. Never found the right match." Harry reached for it, and the moment his fingers touched the wood, he understood. Connection. It wasn't like holding an object. It was like greeting an old friend. The wand's magic reached out to meet his own, harmonizing rather than demanding, offering rather than taking. Warmth spread up his arm, through his chest, into his very core. He waved the wand, and a shower of red and gold sparks erupted from its tip, not the random burst that usually indicated a match, but a controlled display that responded to his intention. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, indeed." "Oh, very good. Well, how curious. How very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, not wanting to let go of the wand. Ollivander fixed him with those pale, intense eyes. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry felt cold despite the warmth still flowing through him. "The same phoenix?" "Yes. And the phoenix, his name was Fawkes, belonged to Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." Ollivander leaned closer. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid for his wand, 7 galleons, and left the shop with his mind racing. Brother wands. Connected to Voldemort, connected to Dumbledore. Nothing in his life was coincidence, it seemed. Every piece was part of a pattern he was only beginning to perceive. But there was one more thing to do before leaving Diagon Alley. Hagrid had disappeared briefly on Hogwarts business, something about a vault in the deepest part of the bank, giving Harry an hour of unsupervised time. He used it wisely. The magical antique shop was tucked away in a side alley, its window displaying objects that hummed with old enchantments. Harry had noticed it earlier while extending his runic senses and had been itching to investigate ever since. The proprietor was an ancient witch with sharp eyes and yellowed teeth, surrounded by the accumulated debris of centuries of magical commerce. "Looking for something specific, young man?" "Historical texts," Harry said. "Particularly anything about runic magic before the modern restrictions." The witch's eyes narrowed. "That's an unusual interest for someone your age." "Dangerous interest, some would say. My mother was interested in the same things. I'm following in her footsteps." Something shifted in the witch's expression. "Lily Evans? You're Lily's boy?" Harry nodded, surprised. "You knew her?" "She came here often, years ago. Always looking for obscure texts, asking questions that made the ministry types nervous." The witch studied Harry with new attention. "She was brilliant, your mother. And determined. Wouldn't take no for an answer when she wanted to learn something. That's what I've gathered from her journals." "She left you journals?" The witch's voice sharpened with interest. "How much?" "Enough to know I want to learn more." A long pause. Then the witch nodded slowly. "I have some things. Nothing too dangerous. I'm not fool enough to keep genuinely restricted materials in my shop, but useful for someone serious about the old ways. Come to the back." The back room was smaller and more cluttered than the front, piled high with boxes and wrapped packages. The witch rummaged through several before producing a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. 3 books. One's a historical overview of runic practice in medieval Britain, sanitized somewhat, but the framework is solid. Second is a collection of translated inscriptions from ancient sites, useful for seeing how the old masters structured their work. Third is... She hesitated. "Third is what?" "Your mother's, actually. She sold it to me 3 weeks before she died. Said she wanted it preserved somewhere safe, somewhere the wrong people wouldn't think to look. I've been holding it ever since, waiting for the right buyer." She unwrapped the bundle to reveal 3 worn volumes. The third was a leather-bound journal with no title, its cover marked with a symbol Harry recognized instantly from his mother's trunk, the Evans family crest. "How much?" he asked, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. "For anyone else?" 100 galleons. "For Lily Evans' son." The witch wrapped the books back up and pressed them into his hands. 20. "And a promise that you'll use what's inside wisely." "I promise." Harry paid and left the shop with the bundle tucked safely into his enchanted bag, alongside his other purchases. He didn't open the 3rd book, not yet. That would wait for privacy and time enough to absorb whatever his mother had considered important enough to hide outside her main collection. When Hagrid returned, looking slightly queasy and carrying a wrapped package he seemed very concerned about protecting, Harry was waiting patiently outside Gringots with his owl on his shoulder and secrets hidden in his bags. "Got everything you need?" "Yes," Harry said. "I think I have exactly what I need." The weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the longest of Harry's life. He spent them studying his new acquisitions, practicing with his wand, and preparing for Hogwarts with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else. The wand was a revelation. It made certain types of magic laughably easy compared to the runic methods he'd learned, amplifying his power and shaping his intentions into immediate effects. But Ollivander had been right. There was something about wand magic that felt like a shortcut. A convenience rather than true understanding. Harry practiced both methods, switching between wand and rune until he could feel the differences viscerally. The wand was faster, more flexible, better for immediate response. The runes were slower, more permanent, more powerful in sustained application. Each had strengths, each had limitations. A true master, he suspected, would need both. The third book from the antique shop, his mother's hidden journal, contained research he hadn't seen before. Notes from her final months, when she'd been closing in on understanding Voldemort's immortality methods. The theory of Horcruxes laid out in more detail than anywhere else in her collection. And something else, a hypothesis about Harry himself. The night of the attack, she'd written, I felt something happen. Something beyond the killing curse rebounding. There was a transfer, I'm almost certain of it. A fragment of whatever Voldemort had become, tearing loose and seeking the nearest viable vessel. My protections were supposed to prevent that. The runic sequences I carved into Harry's crib, the blood magic tied to my sacrifice, they should have rejected any foreign soul fragment absolutely. But I may have miscalculated. If the fragment was already damaged, already incomplete, it might have found a way to attach despite the wards. I've been monitoring Harry obsessively since that night, and I think I see signs. Nothing definitive, he's still an infant, barely capable of expressing anything beyond basic needs, but there's a darkness in his scar that shouldn't be there. A frequency that doesn't match his natural magical signature. I need more time to research this. More time to develop countermeasures. If I'm right, if there's really a piece of Voldemort's soul anchored to my son, then the implications are terrifying. But also potentially useful. A Horcrux can be destroyed. And if I can find a way to destroy it while preserving the vessel. The entry ended there. Harry didn't know if his mother had found that way before she died. He didn't know if her protections had ultimately worked or failed. He only knew what she'd suspected, that he carried a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, embedded in his scar, waiting for something. It explained why he could sense Quirrell's wrongness. It explained why his scar had burned at the professor's touch. Voldemort's soul fragment was reacting to the presence of its creator, or what remained of him. Harry touched his scar gently, feeling for the foreign frequency his mother had described. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath his own magical signature, but it was there. A thread of darkness woven into the lightning bolt mark. I'll deal with you, Harry promised silently. I don't know how yet. But I'll find a way. September 1st arrived gray and drizzling, appropriately dramatic weather for the beginning of a new chapter. The Dursleys drove Harry to King's Cross Station with obvious relief, dumping him on the curb with his trunk and owl and vanishing back into their ordinary lives. Harry didn't watch them go. He was too busy looking for platform 9 3/4. The ticket Hagrid had given him was clear about the departure point, but Harry had walked the length of the station twice without finding any platform between 9 and 10. He was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of test when a familiar voice cut through the crowd. Packed with muggles, of course, Harry turned and saw a plump woman surrounded by red-headed children, all of them pushing trolleys loaded with trunks and caged animals. The youngest of the children, a girl with bright red hair and freckles, was complaining about wanting to go to Hogwarts too. Not yet, Ginny, the mother said. Now, Percy, you first. Harry watched as the oldest boy pushed his trolley directly at the brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10, and vanished through it. Concealed entrance, he realized. Like the gateway to Diagon Alley. Excuse me, Harry said, approaching the family. I couldn't help noticing, I'm trying to find platform 9 3/4. Is that where you're going? The mother's face lit up with helpful warmth. Oh, of course, dear. Your first time at Hogwarts. Ron's new too. She gestured at the tallest remaining boy, a gangly redhead with a smudge on his nose. All you've got to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it, that's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Thank you. Harry pushed his trolley toward the barrier, extending his runic senses as he approached. Up close, the concealment was obvious, a shimmer in the magical frequency where the brick wall should be, masking what was actually there. He walked through without hesitation and emerged onto a platform crowded with robed families, owl cages, and a gleaming scarlet steam engine bearing the words Hogwarts Express. This is it, Harry thought. This is really it. He found an empty compartment and stowed his trunk, settling by the window to watch the chaos of departure. Families saying goodbye. Children hanging out windows, waving to parents. A girl with bushy brown hair was already lecturing someone about the journey time. A knock on the compartment door made Harry look up. It was the red-headed boy from the platform, Ron. His mother had called him. Anyone sitting there? Ron pointed at the seat across from Harry. Everywhere else is full. Harry gestured for him to enter. Help yourself. Ron dropped into the seat with evident relief. Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Are you really? I thought it might be you when Mum was talking to you, but I wasn't sure. Do you really have the scar? Harry lifted his fringe to show the lightning bolt. Ron stared at it with undisguised fascination. So that's where you know who, yeah. But I don't really remember it. Nothing at all. Harry thought of green light and cold laughter, fragments that surfaced sometimes in dreams, but shook his head. Not really. What about you? What's your family like? The distraction worked. Ron launched into an explanation of his many brothers, his parents, their house outside a village called Ottery St. Catchpole. He talked about growing up with magic as normal, about hand-me-down robes and second-hand books, about being the sixth son and feeling like nothing he did was original. Harry listened more than he talked, learning the rhythms of ordinary wizarding life. Ron was easy to like, friendly, unpretentious, eager to share what he knew. If his magical education was shallow compared to Harry's runic training, well, that was hardly his fault. And it was nice, Harry admitted to himself, to have someone to talk to who wasn't a journal or an owl. The compartment door slid open again about an hour into the journey. A round-faced boy stood in the entrance, looking miserable. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad at all? Ron shook his head, but Harry tilted his head curiously. Lost your pet? He keeps getting away from me. Gran's going to kill me if I've lost Trevor already. Hold on. Harry closed his eyes briefly, reaching out with his runic senses. An animal would have a distinct magical signature, not strong, but different from the ambient magic of the train. Scanning the nearby compartments, he caught a faint pulse from somewhere down the corridor. Try 4 compartments down, Harry said. Behind the seat, probably. He feels like he's hiding. The boy, Neville, he said his name was, stared at Harry with amazement. How did you? Lucky guess. Harry smiled. Go check. Neville hurried off. Ron was looking at Harry with a strange expression. Did you actually sense where his toad was? How? Just a trick I learned. Harry changed the subject. Want to hear about the time I accidentally turned my teacher's wig blue? He hadn't, actually, his accidental magic had always been relatively controlled, but the distraction worked. Ron was still laughing about it when the compartment door opened a third time. This time it was the bushy-haired girl, with Neville trailing behind her holding his recaptured toad. I'm Hermione Granger, she announced, sitting down without waiting for an invitation. Neville says you helped find his toad. How did you do that? I've read all our textbooks and I didn't see anything about locating animals magically. Her tone was demanding rather than grateful, but Harry recognized the driving curiosity underneath. This was someone who needed to understand things. It wasn't in the textbooks, he said carefully. It's just something I figured out. Figured out how? Magic has rules. You can't just figure things out without understanding the underlying principles. Can't you? Harry smiled slightly. What if understanding the principles is exactly what lets you figure things out? Hermione's eyes narrowed. She was trying to decide if he was mocking her, Harry realized. He held her gaze steadily until something in her expression shifted, frustration giving way to reluctant interest. Fine. Keep your secrets. She pulled a book from her bag. But I intend to find out eventually. I've never met a magical problem I couldn't solve through research. I believe you, Harry said, and meant it. The train carried them north through the countryside while the 4 first-years talked and argued and established the tentative beginnings of something that might become friendship. Ron was warm and enthusiastic, quick to laugh. Neville was nervous but eager to belong. Hermione was brilliant and abrasive, challenging everyone around her to match her standards. And Harry was, watching. Learning. Gathering information about this world he was entering, this society he would have to navigate. The compartment door opened one more time as evening approached. 3 boys this time, Draco Malfoy, flanked by 2 thuggish-looking companions who seemed to serve primarily as muscle. Is it true? Draco demanded, looking at Harry. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry said calmly. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He glanced at Ron and sneered. Some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry looked at the offered hand, then at Draco's face. The boy's expression was confident, arrogant, but there was something underneath. Eagerness, maybe. A desire to prove himself that wasn't entirely different from what Harry sensed in the others. I appreciate the offer, Harry said, but I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself. Draco's face flushed. You'll regret that, Potter. Your father isn't here. Harry's voice was mild but firm. And I'm not interested in being told who to associate with. If you want to be friends, try approaching me like a person rather than a prize to be won. Until then, I'll make my own choices. For a moment, something flickered in Draco's expression, surprise, maybe, or a grudging respect he didn't want to feel. Then his face hardened, and he turned on his heel. Come on, he snapped to his companions. Obviously Potter's already made some poor decisions. They left. Ron was staring at Harry with admiration. Blimey. I can't believe you said that to Malfoy. His father's really important, rich, connected to the minister, all that. So? Harry shrugged. Rich and connected doesn't mean I have to like being talked down to. Most people suck up to the Malfoys. I'm not most people. Hermione was looking at Harry with a thoughtful expression. She didn't say anything, but Harry could almost see the questions accumulating behind her eyes. Good, he thought. Let her wonder. Let them all wonder. He'd have plenty of time to decide who could be trusted with the truth. Hogwarts appeared through the darkness like a fairy tale castle come to life. Harry stood with the other first-years at the edge of the lake, watching the lights glitter in 100 windows, feeling the weight of magic pressing down on them from every direction. His runic senses were overwhelmed. This place was enchantment piled on enchantment, generation after generation of magic woven into the very stones. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, and Harry found himself sharing with Ron, Neville, and Hermione as the little fleet set out across the black water. The castle grew larger as they approached, impossibly large, its towers piercing the star-filled sky. Harry tried to identify individual enchantments and quickly gave up. It would take months, years, to catalog everything that had been worked into this place. The founders built this, he reminded himself. They were runemasters, all 4 of them. This is what their art could accomplish. And somewhere in these halls, according to the journals he'd inherited, were secrets even the current staff didn't know about. Hidden chambers. Lost knowledge. Things his mother had suspected but never had time to investigate. Harry intended to find them. The boats deposited them at an underground harbor, and Hagrid led them up stone steps into an entrance hall larger than the entire Dursley house. A stern-looking witch in emerald robes was waiting for them, Professor McGonagall. She introduced herself, and launched into an explanation of the house system, the sorting ceremony, and the importance of behaving well. Harry barely heard her. His attention was focused on the magical signatures around him, sorting through the chaos of first-year nervousness to identify the underlying structure of the castle's wards. Protective enchantments, certainly. Surveillance charms that tracked movement and detected unauthorized magic. And underneath everything, a runic foundation so ancient and complex that it seemed almost organic. The castle is alive, he realized with sudden clarity. Not alive like a person, but aware. Responsive. It knows we're here. The thought should have been frightening. Instead, Harry found it comforting. Hogwarts had protected generations of students. It would protect him too, at least from some threats. The Great Hall was the most impressive space Harry had ever seen. For long tables stretched the length of the room, filled with older students in black robes. Above them, candles floated in midair beneath a ceiling that showed the night sky, a perfect illusion of open air, impossible to distinguish from the real thing. At the far end of the hall, the teachers sat at a high table. Harry recognized Hagrid, waving enthusiastically. Recognized Quirrell, his turban as absurd as ever, his magical signature still fractured and wrong. And at the center, in a golden chair, sat an ancient wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles that glinted in the candlelight. Dumbledore, Harry thought. The headmaster. The owner of the phoenix whose feathers went into two brother wands. Dumbledore's eyes swept over the first years and lingered on Harry for just a moment. Harry felt the touch of the old wizard's attention like a physical pressure, not aggressive, not invasive, but definitely aware. Then it moved on, and Harry could breathe again. Now, when I call your name, Professor McGonagall announced, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. The sorting hat was an ancient, patched thing that looked ready to fall apart. But when McGonagall placed it on the stool, it burst into song, a history of the four houses, their values, their founders, that confirmed everything Harry had read about this place. Gryffindor values courage. Ravenclaw values wisdom. Hufflepuff values loyalty. Slytherin values ambition. Harry knew where he would ask to be placed. His mother had been a Gryffindor. His father too. The house of the brave, the bold, the righteous. But he also knew it wouldn't be that simple. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl practically ran to the stool. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, Gryffindor. And she went to the cheering red and gold table with obvious delight. Longbottom, Neville. Neville's sorting took longer, nearly a full minute, before the hat announced, Gryffindor, and he stumbled toward Hermione with visible relief. Malfoy, Draco. The hat had barely grazed Draco's blonde head before screaming, Slytherin. He sauntered to the green and silver table with obvious satisfaction. Name after name was called. The crowd of first years dwindled. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Every face turned toward Harry as he walked to the stool, every eye tracking his movement. He could feel the weight of their attention, their expectations, their assumptions about who he was and what he represented. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. What do we have here? The presence was strange, neither hostile nor friendly, but intensely curious. Harry felt it rifling through his surface thoughts like someone flipping through a book. Oh my, the voice continued. This is unexpected. 3 years of runic training. Your mother's journals. A concealment bracelet you made yourself. You can see all that. I can see a great deal, Mr. Potter. The founders created me to understand young minds and place them appropriately. Very little escapes my attention. A mental pause that felt almost like hesitation. Though I confess, you're the most interesting student I've encountered in decades. Where should I be sorted? Where indeed? The Hat's voice turned contemplative. You have courage, tremendous courage, honed through years of standing alone against adversity. Gryffindor would welcome you. But you also have a thirst for knowledge that rivals any Ravenclaw, and ambitions that would make Slytherin proud. I want to be in Gryffindor, Harry thought firmly. My parents were there. Yes, they were. And that's precisely what makes this complicated. The Hat's attention seemed to sharpen. You carry something, Mr. Potter. Something dark, hidden in your scar. I've seen its like before, or parts of it, at least, but never in someone so young, never hidden so deeply. Harry's blood went cold. You can sense the Horcrux. Ah. You know what it is. That confirms several suspicions. The Hat's tone became thoughtful. The last time I sensed that particular magical signature, it was in a Slytherin student. Brilliant boy. Terrible ambitions. He sat right where you're sitting now and asked, begged, really, not to be sent to the House of Snakes. Voldemort asked not to be sorted into Slytherin. Tom Riddle. That was his name then. He came to Hogwarts running from everything his blood represented, the poverty, the madness, the abandonment. He wanted to remake himself as something pure, something powerful, something beyond his origins. The Hat paused. I put him in Slytherin anyway. I thought ambition would be good for him. I was wrong. Harry sat very still, processing this. You're telling me this for a reason. I'm telling you because you face a similar choice, Mr. Potter. The darkness in your scar is part of you now, whether you like it or not. You can run from it, chase your parents' legacy, hide among the lions, pretend the snake doesn't exist. Or you can face it. Understand it. Learn to control it rather than letting it control you. Are you suggesting I go to Slytherin? I'm suggesting nothing. The choice is yours, as it always must be. I merely point out that the House of Snakes is not inherently evil, and the House of Lions is not inherently good. What matters is what you do with the tools you're given. Harry thought about his mother's journals. Her research into soul magic and Horcruxes. Her determination to understand Voldemort's method so she could find a way to stop him. She hadn't run from darkness. She'd studied it. But she'd done it as a Gryffindor. Put me in Gryffindor, Harry thought. I'll face the darkness my own way. On my own terms. But I won't become it just to understand it. A long pause. Then, something that might have been approval. Very well, Mr. Potter. I hope you're as brave as you believe yourself to be. Because you're going to need every ounce of that courage before the end. Gryffindor, the Hat shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Harry walked toward them on slightly unsteady legs, his mind still echoing with the Hat's warnings. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," while Hermione beamed at him and Neville waved enthusiastically. Harry sat down among his new housemates and tried to smile. But his eyes found the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was watching him with an expression that was harder to read than simple disappointment. And beyond Draco, at the staff table, Professor Quirrell met Harry's gaze for just a moment. The wrongness in the man's magical signature pulsed hungrily. So it begins, Harry thought. Let's see what happens next. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Shadows and Warnings. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled chaos. Harry navigated moving staircases that changed direction without warning, doors that pretended to be walls, and walls that pretended to be doors. He memorized the locations of trick steps, avoided Peeves the Poltergeist, and learned which corridors to skip entirely after curfew. The castle seemed determined to confuse him, but his runic senses helped. He could feel the enchantments that animated each obstacle and often predict their behavior before it happened. Classes were simultaneously fascinating and frustrating. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall demonstrated the power of wand magic to reshape reality, turning matches into needles, beetles into buttons, the very substance of objects transformed through willpower and incantation. Harry excelled at the practical work, his understanding of magical theory giving him an edge over classmates who were still struggling with basic wand movements. "Remarkable, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said after he successfully transfigured his match on the second attempt. "Your mother had a similar gift for grasping new concepts quickly." Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was easier still. The spells were straightforward applications of magical force, levitation, illumination, simple manipulations that Harry could have accomplished with runes years ago. He held back deliberately, performing well enough to avoid suspicion but not so well that he drew excessive attention. History of magic was useless. Professor Binns, a ghost who apparently hadn't noticed his own death, droned through lectures that could have been interesting if delivered by anyone with a pulse. Harry used the time to study his mother's hidden journal, concealed inside a standard textbook. Herbology was practical and grounding. Professor Sprout's greenhouses were filled with magical plants that Harry could sense humming with their own unique frequencies, the aggressive pulse of a venomous tentacula, the drowsy murmur of sleeping willows, the bright chatter of mandrakes that would apparently scream loud enough to kill if fully mature. Astronomy required climbing the tallest tower at midnight to study star charts and planetary movements. Harry found it oddly peaceful, mapping the heavens while the castle slept below. But it was defense against the dark arts and potions that demanded his closest attention. Quirrell's classroom smelled of garlic. The professor had explained, with his usual nervous stammer, that the smell came from a recent encounter with vampires in Romania. Harry didn't believe a word of it. The garlic was a smokescreen, literally, designed to mask something else. Something that made Harry's scar prickle every time he entered the room. The wrongness in Quirrell's magical signature was more pronounced up close. During lectures, Harry would extend his runic senses carefully, trying to understand what he was perceiving. Two frequencies sharing one body. One that felt human, nervous, genuinely frightened. Another that felt ancient, hungry, and terrifyingly familiar. "It's him," Harry realized during the third week of term. Voldemort. Somehow, impossibly, Voldemort is attached to Quirrell. The realization should have sent him running to Dumbledore. But Harry hesitated, and his hesitation had reasons. First, he had no proof. His runic senses weren't something he could demonstrate to skeptical adults. "I can feel that the professor's soul is fractured," wasn't evidence anyone would accept. Second, Dumbledore almost certainly knew something was wrong. The headmaster's eyes tracked Quirrell during meals with an attention that suggested awareness. If Dumbledore knew and wasn't acting, there must be a reason. Or perhaps Dumbledore didn't know and needed to be informed in a way that wouldn't reveal Harry's abilities. Third, Harry wanted to understand more before acting. His mother's journal spoke of Voldemort's immortality, his Horcruxes, his impossible survival. If a fragment of the Dark Lord was really hiding in Hogwarts, attached to a defense professor, then Harry needed to know why. What was Voldemort after? What was he planning? So Harry watched. And waited. And learned. Potions was a different kind of challenge. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom on the first day like a bat descending on prey, his black robes billowing, his dark eyes scanning the students with undisguised contempt. He didn't bother with introductions or welcomings. He simply began speaking, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow carrying to every corner of the room. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses." His eyes found Harry. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The word dripped with contempt. Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cronies snickered. "Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry considered the question. It was advanced material, NEWT level, according to the textbook index, clearly designed to embarrass him. Snape expected ignorance. Expected to prove that fame meant nothing in his classroom. But Harry had spent 3 years studying his mother's journals, and Lily Evans had been a potions prodigy before she became a runemaster. The draught of living death, Harry said calmly. A sleeping potion so powerful it can mimic death itself. The asphodel and wormwood create the base, but the proportions are critical, too much of either and the potion becomes lethal rather than sedative. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his dark eyes. Surprise, quickly suppressed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that forms naturally and can neutralize most poisons. Useful as emergency treatment, but not a substitute for proper antidotes since it doesn't work on all toxic substances. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There is no difference. They're the same plant, also called aconite. Extremely toxic, but useful in potions that require a controlled introduction of poison, wolfsbane potion for werewolves, for instance, or certain truth serums. The dungeon had gone completely silent. Even the Slytherins had stopped snickering. Hermione, who had been practically vibrating with the desire to answer, was staring at Harry with an expression somewhere between admiration and irritation. Snape studied Harry for a long moment. His expression was unreadable, but his magical signature, which Harry had been passively monitoring, was churning with complex emotions. Anger, yes. But also something else. Something that felt almost like recognition. It seems, Snape said finally, that fame isn't entirely without substance. 5 points to Gryffindor for correct answers. The word seemed to cause him physical pain. Though I wonder where a boy raised by Muggles acquired such specialized knowledge. I read a lot, Harry said. Indeed. Snape turned away, addressing the class at large. Well. Why aren't you all copying that down? The lesson continued, but Harry felt Snape's attention on him throughout. The professor was suspicious now, curious in a way that might become dangerous. Harry would need to be more careful about displaying knowledge that a first year shouldn't possess. But some part of him was glad he'd answered correctly. His mother had loved potions. She'd written about Snape in her journals, not by name, but Harry had figured it out from context. They'd been friends once, before something went wrong. Before Snape chose a different path. Maybe showing that he'd inherited Lily's brilliance would mean something to the bitter professor. Or maybe it would just make him angrier. Either way, Harry would deal with the consequences. The anonymous letter arrived on a Thursday morning, 3 weeks into term. Harry was eating breakfast in the Great Hall, half listening to Ron's complaints about the difficulty of potions homework, when the morning owl post arrived. Hundreds of birds swooped through the enchanted ceiling, delivering packages and letters to students throughout the hall. A small brown owl landed in front of Harry and extended its leg. The letter attached was plain parchment, sealed with unmarked black wax. Harry's stomach tightened. He recognized the style from the letter he'd received at Privet Drive, the one warning him about the Preservation Society. He pocketed the letter without opening it, ignoring Ron's curious glance. Just boring stuff, he said. Bill or something. You get bills. At 11. My parents left accounts. Estate management stuff. The lie came easily. I'll deal with it later. Ron accepted the explanation and went back to his breakfast. Harry waited until he had a private moment, between classes, in an unused corridor, before breaking the seal. Mr. Potter, we are pleased by your progress at Hogwarts. Your discretion regarding your abilities demonstrates wisdom beyond your years. However, we must warn you, you are being watched by parties whose intentions are not benign. The man who calls himself Quirinus Quirrell is not what he appears. The thing that wears his face has been seeking something within Hogwarts, something hidden, something protected, something that could restore what was lost on the night your parents died. We do not know the full nature of this hidden object, but we believe it is connected to the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. We urge caution in your investigations. The castle's defenses are formidable, but they were not designed to stop someone already inside. There are those at Hogwarts who remember the old ways. Seek the room that the castle hides. Ask for what you need, and you may find assistance from unexpected quarters. Trust your training. Trust your instincts. And remember, the old ways are preserved for reasons that transcend any single generation's understanding. A friend Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word, then destroyed it with a whispered incendiary rune. The parchment flared and vanished, leaving no evidence. The room that the castle hides, he thought. What does that mean? He'd have to investigate. But carefully, methodically, without alerting whoever was watching him, because the letter's warning cut both ways. If the Preservation Society knew about Quirrell's true nature, they might have agents inside Hogwarts. They might be watching Harry as closely as anyone else. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford yet. The forbidden corridor was on the 3rd floor, just as the letter said. Harry had noticed it during his first week, a door at the end of a hallway, magically locked and warded against intrusion. Dumbledore had warned students away from it during the welcoming feast, claiming that anyone who entered would die a most painful death. Most students took this at face value. Harry did not. Late one night, while his dormmates slept, Harry crept through the castle with his concealment bracelet active and his runic senses extended. The corridors were dark and quiet, patrolled only by the occasional prefect or wandering ghost. Harry avoided them easily, his bracelet making him harder to notice, his training making him harder to track. The 3rd floor corridor was deserted. Harry approached the forbidden door slowly, examining it with magical sight rather than physical eyes. The wards were impressive, multiple layers of protection designed to trigger alarms if breached. But they were wand magic, standardized enchantments that Harry's runic training allowed him to perceive in detail. He could bypass them, given time. But that wasn't what he was here for tonight. Instead, he pressed his palm flat against the door and extended his senses beyond it, trying to perceive what lay on the other side. Something large. Something alive. Something with 3 distinct magical signatures clustered together, or one signature split 3 ways. And beyond that, deeper in, a cascade of magical protections. Charms and enchantments and transfigurations, all layered on top of something that pulsed with ancient power. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry realized. That's what Dumbledore's hiding here. That's what Voldemort is after. He'd read about the stone in his mother's journals, a legendary artifact created by Nicholas Flamel, capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming base metals into gold. Immortality and infinite wealth, wrapped in one small package. No wonder Voldemort wanted it. The elixir of life could restore his body, give him physical form again instead of the parasitic existence he was apparently enduring with Quirrell. But why was the stone at Hogwarts? Why would Dumbledore bring something so valuable, so dangerous, into a school full of children? Unless, Harry thought slowly, unless it's a trap. Dumbledore knew Voldemort wasn't truly dead. He must know. The man was supposed to be the greatest wizard alive, surely he could perceive what Harry could perceive, the fractured wrongness of Quirrell's soul. What if the stone was bait? What if the whole arrangement was designed to lure Voldemort into a confrontation, to catch him in the act, to destroy him once and for all? It was a comforting theory. It suggested that adults were in control, that Harry didn't need to act, that the situation was being managed by someone who knew what they were doing. But Harry's mother had trusted Dumbledore's protection once. She'd believed his assurances that she and James were safe. She'd been wrong. The Room of Requirement revealed itself on Halloween night. Harry had been searching for days, following the cryptic clue in the anonymous letter. The room that the castle hides. He tried every corridor he could access, every door that seemed out of place, every stretch of wall that might conceal something more. Nothing worked until he stopped looking with his eyes and started looking with his magic. The 7th floor, opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance. Harry had walked past this spot a dozen times without noticing anything unusual. But tonight, frustrated and distracted by the Halloween feast he'd skipped, he paced the corridor while thinking, I need somewhere safe to practice. I need somewhere no one will find me. I need somewhere I can be myself. A door appeared in the wall. Harry stopped mid-stride, staring. The door was ordinary looking, heavy wood, iron handle, perfectly proportioned, but it hadn't been there a moment ago. And when he extended his runic senses toward it, he felt something that made his breath catch. Responsive magic. The castle had heard his need and answered it. He opened the door. The room beyond was exactly what he'd asked for. A large, comfortable space with practice dummies along one wall, bookshelves along another, and a clear central area perfect for runic inscription. Torches flickered in brackets, providing warm light. A fireplace crackled cheerfully in the corner. And on a small table by the door, as though waiting for him, sat a note written in handwriting he didn't recognize. You found it. Well done. This room is one of Hogwarts' greatest secrets, a space that becomes whatever its occupant needs most. The founders created it as a sanctuary for serious students, a place where knowledge could be pursued without interference. We have used it many times over the centuries. So did your mother, during her years here. The room will provide what you need to continue your studies. It will also hide you from those who might object to a first-year practicing magic beyond his curriculum. We are watching, Mr. Potter. Not to harm you, never that. But to see what you become. The old ways must be preserved, and you may be the one to preserve them. Use this space wisely. The Preservation Society. Harry burned the note with the same rune he'd used on the letter. Then he stood in the middle of the room of requirement and felt, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, truly safe. This was his space now. His sanctuary. A place where he could practice without hiding, learn without pretending, become what his mother had prepared him to be. He pulled out his wand and his mother's journals and got to work. The weeks that followed were the most productive of Harry's magical education. Every night after curfew, Harry would sneak to the 7th floor and summon the room of requirement. Every night, he would practice, runic inscription, wand magic, the combination of both that his mother had theorized but never fully developed. The room provided everything he needed. Books appeared on the shelves that addressed whatever topic he was studying, some familiar from his mother's collection, others completely new. Practice materials manifested when he needed them, stones for carving, papers for inscription, targets for combat training. He was pushing boundaries he'd never dared approach at Privet Drive. Combat applications of runic magic. Rapid inscription techniques. The integration of wand and rune into a unified fighting style. His mother's journals had theoretical frameworks for this, but she'd never had time to test them fully. Harry was testing them now, night after night, building on her foundation and adding his own innovations. The results were promising. A shield rune carved hastily on his forearm could block minor hexes for several seconds, long enough to mount a counterattack. A light rune on his palm could blind an opponent at close range. A kinetic rune inscribed on a thrown stone could make it hit with the force of a sledgehammer. He wasn't ready to face Voldemort. Wasn't even close. But he was becoming something more than an ordinary first year, something that might have a chance of surviving whatever was coming. Hermione found the room of requirement by accident. It was late November, and Harry had been practicing a particularly tricky runic sequence when the door opened unexpectedly. He spun, wand raised, a defensive rune half-formed on his left hand, and found Hermione Granger standing in the doorway with an expression of pure shock. Harry? What? How? What is this place? Harry lowered his wand but didn't relax. How did you find me? I was looking for somewhere quiet to study. The library closed early and the common room is too noisy, and I was pacing around thinking about how much I needed a proper study space, and then this door just appeared. She stopped, staring at him. What are you doing in here? Are those runes? There was no point lying. Hermione had already seen too much, and she was too clever to accept weak explanations. Yes, Harry said. They're runes. I've been practicing. But we don't study ancient runes until third year. And those symbols don't look like anything in the textbooks. And you were going to cast something with them, weren't you? That's not how magic works, it's how magic used to work. Harry made a decision. Close the door. I'll explain. Hermione hesitated, then stepped inside and shut the door behind her. The room shifted subtly, accommodating a second occupant. A comfortable chair appeared near the fireplace, and the bookshelves seemed to expand slightly. Harry sat down across from her and began to talk. He didn't tell her everything. Didn't mention his mother's specific research or the Horcrux in his scar or his suspicions about Quirrell. But he told her about runic magic, its history, its principles, its suppression by magical governments who feared its power. He told her about the trunk his mother had left him, the 3 years of secret study, the abilities he'd developed that didn't fit into Hogwarts curriculum. Hermione listened with growing fascination, her expression cycling through disbelief, wonder, and something that looked almost like hunger. You're telling me, she said when he finished, that there's an entire branch of magic that's been deliberately hidden from modern wizards. That the spells we're learning are basically shortcuts. Training wheels. Something like that. And your mother, Lily Potter, was studying this. On her own. While she was also fighting in a war and raising a baby Hermione shook her head. She must have been brilliant. She was. Harry's voice was quiet. She was trying to find a way to stop Voldemort permanently. She died before she could finish. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then, can you teach me? Harry had been expecting this question. He'd been preparing his refusal. It was too dangerous, she wasn't ready, he needed to keep his abilities secret. All valid reasons. But looking at Hermione now, her eager expression, her obvious intelligence, her desperate desire to understand, Harry found himself reconsidering. His mother had studied alone for years. It had made her powerful, but it had also made her vulnerable. No one to share ideas with, no one to check her work, no one to watch her back. Harry didn't want to make the same mistake. It's dangerous, he said slowly. Runic magic isn't forgiving. One wrong stroke and you can hurt yourself badly. Or worse. I'm careful. I'm always careful. And it's a lot of work. Years of study before you can do anything useful. Most people don't have the patience. Hermione's expression hardened with determination. Harry, I read all our textbooks before September. I've already finished the homework for the entire first term. I dream about the library. If you think lack of patience is going to be my problem, you don't know me at all. Despite himself, Harry smiled. All right. I'll teach you the basics. But we go at my pace, and you follow my instructions exactly. No improvising, no experimentation, no trying to run before you can walk. Agreed. And this stays between us. Absolutely no one else can know. Hermione nodded solemnly. Secret runic magic taught by the boy who lived in a hidden room that appears when you need it. This is the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me. Harry laughed, genuinely, for the first time in weeks. Welcome to my life. Teaching Hermione changed everything. She was, as Harry had suspected, a natural student, disciplined, focused, relentlessly curious. The meditative exercises that had taken Harry weeks to master, she completed in days. The differentiation techniques came almost as easily. More importantly, teaching her forced Harry to articulate things he'd only understood intuitively. Explaining why a rune worked required him to examine his own knowledge more deeply than he ever had alone. Hermione's questions, endless, probing, occasionally irritating, pushed him to think harder, work smarter, understand more. They met in the room of requirement 3 nights a week, practicing and studying and debating magical theory until exhaustion forced them to sleep. Ron noticed Harry's frequent absences and complained about being left out, but Harry deflected his questions with vague references to extra studying. It wasn't a complete lie. Just selective truth. By Christmas, Hermione could sense magical frequencies reliably. By February, she could differentiate materials and recognize basic runic forms. By March, she was inscribing practice runes on paper, simple shapes that held for seconds before dissipating. "I did it," she exclaimed after her first successful Fehu inscription, practically glowing with triumph. "I actually did it. I can feel the change in the paper's frequency, it's faint, but it's there." Harry grinned at her enthusiasm. "Congratulations. You're officially a beginner runesmith. Only about a decade of work before you're any good at it. Don't ruin this for me." She was still staring at the paper with wonder. "Harry, this is amazing. Why doesn't everyone learn this? Why isn't this taught properly?" "Because knowledge is power, and people who have power don't like sharing it." Harry's voice was more bitter than he'd intended. The Ministry, the Wisengamot, the old pure-blood families, they all benefit from keeping most wizards dependent on wand magic. If everyone could do what runemasters used to do, the whole social order would collapse. Hermione frowned. That's horrible. That's actively suppressing human potential for political reasons. Welcome to the magical world." She was quiet for a moment, processing. "Then, we have to change it. Someday. When we're older, when we have influence, we have to find a way to bring this knowledge back." "Someday," Harry agreed. "But first, we have to survive long enough to get there." The year's crisis came faster than Harry expected. It was a May evening, warm and pleasant, when Harry felt something shift in the castle's magical field. He was in the common room with Ron, pretending to study, when the sensation hit him, a pulse of wrongness, centered on the third-floor corridor. Someone was going after the stone. "I need to go," Harry said abruptly, standing up. "I'll be back later." "Go where?" "Harry, it's almost curfew," but Harry was already moving, slipping out the portrait hole and into the corridor beyond. His runic senses were screaming, tracking the disturbance through the castle's wards. Quirrell. It had to be Quirrell. The professor's fractured signature was blazing with hungry anticipation. Harry ran. He reached the third-floor corridor to find the door already open. The protections had been bypassed, skillfully, quickly, by someone who knew what they were doing. Harry could feel the residue of dark magic in the air, the trace of Voldemort's power contaminating everything it touched. Should I follow? Should I get a teacher? Should I? The decision was taken from him. Professor McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, her face pale with alarm. "Potter. What are you doing here?" "Someone's broken through the protections," Harry said quickly. "Professor Quirrell, I think he's going after what's hidden down there." McGonagall's expression shifted from anger to calculation. "How do you know about, never mind. Come with me. We need to find the headmaster." They found Dumbledore's office empty. The Gargoyle Guardian reported that the headmaster had left the castle on urgent business from the Ministry. Convenient timing that Harry didn't believe for a second. "Stay here," McGonagall ordered. "I'll gather the other professors and deal with this." She swept away, leaving Harry standing alone in the corridor. Stay here. Sensible advice. Reasonable advice. The kind of advice that got people killed when they followed it and the adults failed. Harry gave McGonagall a 5-minute head start. Then he turned and headed back toward the third floor. The protections beneath the trapdoor were formidable but not impossible. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had called it, Harry remembered, was already asleep, knocked out by an enchanted harp that played itself in the corner. Harry dropped through the trapdoor and landed on something soft that immediately tried to strangle him. Devil's Snare. He recognized it from herbology. The plant hated light and fire, Harry ignited a Kenas rune on his palm and the tendrils recoiled, releasing him into a stone chamber below. The next room was filled with flying keys, one of which was needed to unlock the door opposite. Harry could have spent ages trying to catch the right one, but his runic senses showed him which key's frequency matched the locks. A simple summoning charm, wand magic, fast and efficient, brought it to his hand. The chess room was trickier. A giant board with life-sized pieces, requiring someone to play their way across. Harry considered his options, then cheated. An Algi's inscription on each foot, charged with protective intent, let him walk across the board without triggering the game. The pieces watched him pass with what might have been disapproval, but they didn't attack. The troll was already unconscious, someone had dealt with it before Harry arrived. He hurried past its massive form, barely pausing. The potions challenge was a logic puzzle, not a magical test. Harry solved it in under a minute. His mother's training had emphasized analytical thinking, and drank the correct potion. Black flames parted to let him through, and Harry found himself in the final chamber. Professor Quirrell stood before a massive mirror, his back to Harry, his turban slightly askew. The Mirror of Eriste, Harry recognized it from descriptions in his mother's journals, an artifact that showed the viewer their deepest desire. "I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said without turning. His voice was different now, no stammer, no nervous energy. Just cold certainty. "The great Harry Potter, come to play hero. Where's the stone?" Harry asked, buying time to assess the situation. "In the mirror, of course. Dumbledore's last protection, only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Clever, in a way. But ultimately futile." Quirrell turned, and Harry saw that his face was twisted with frustration. "I've been standing here for an hour, trying to see my desire clearly. But my desire is complicated. Because it's not really your desire, is it?" Harry's scar was burning steadily now, a pulse of pain with every heartbeat. "It's his." Quirrell smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. "You know. Somehow, you know. I wondered if you would." He reached up and began unwrapping his turban. "Let me introduce you properly." The fabric fell away, revealing the back of Quirrell's head. And the face that grew there. Voldemort. Not a memory, not a ghost, but the Dark Lord himself, pale, skull-like, with red eyes that glowed with terrible hunger. He was attached to Quirrell like a parasite, sharing the man's body, using him as a vessel. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. "We meet again." The pain in Harry's scar exploded. The confrontation was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected a battle, spells and counterspells, runic combat against dark magic. He'd prepared for violence, armed himself with inscribed stones and memorized offensive sequences. Instead, Voldemort talked. "I have watched you this year," the Dark Lord said through Quirrell's second mouth. "Watched you hide your abilities, pretend to be ordinary, conceal the training your mudblood mother gave you. You have potential, Harry Potter. More potential than any child I've seen in 50 years. I'm not interested in your opinion." "No. Then perhaps you're interested in answers." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "I know what you carry, boy. I can feel it, the fragment of myself, embedded in your scar. It calls to me. Yearns to rejoin its master." Harry's blood ran cold. "You know about the Horcrux?" "Of course I know. I created it. Unintentionally, yes, your mother's protections did something unexpected that night, but the result is the same. You carry a piece of my soul, Harry Potter. You have since you were 15 months old. Then I'll find a way to destroy it. Will you? Destroy a Horcrux, you destroy the vessel. That's the rule. That's always the rule." Voldemort smiled with Quirrell's mouth. "Your mother thought she could find another way. A runic solution to the problem. She died before she could finish her research. And now you're trying to continue her work, aren't you?" picking up where she left off. Harry said nothing, but his silence was answer enough. "I could help you," Voldemort whispered. "I understand soul magic better than anyone alive. Better than your mother ever did, with all her clever runes and noble intentions. Join me, and I'll teach you things that would take decades to learn alone. Help me retrieve the stone, and I'll tell you exactly how to remove the fragment in your scar without dying in the process." For one terrible moment, Harry was tempted. Not by the promise of power, he'd never wanted that. But by the promise of answers. His mother's research was incomplete. The Horcrux in his scar was a problem he had no idea how to solve. If Voldemort really knew a way. But then Harry remembered his mother's letter. Her voice in the journals, patient and loving and good. She hadn't fought Voldemort because she wanted power or revenge. She'd fought because some things were worth fighting against, regardless of the cost. "Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind." "No," Harry said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "No. You killed my parents. You've killed hundreds of people. You're a monster, and nothing you offer could be worth helping you." "Then you'll die," Voldemort said simply. "Quirrell, take the stone from the mirror. Use the boy if you must." Quirrell's body turned toward the mirror, one hand reaching out, and Harry moved. The inscribed stone left his pocket and hit Quirrell in the face before the professor could react. The kinetic rune carved into its surface activated on impact, releasing stored force in a concentrated burst. Quirrell staggered backward, blood streaming from his nose. Harry was already throwing a second stone, a third, each one runic artillery, small but devastating. "Seize him!" Voldemort screamed. Quirrell lunged, hands grasping for Harry's throat. Harry dodged, drew his wand, cast a shield charm that Quirrell battered aside with contemptuous ease. The professor was fast, far faster than he'd seemed in class, his movements enhanced by Voldemort's power. Harry was driven backward, toward the mirror. Quirrell's hands caught his wrist, burning hot with dark magic, and then something impossible happened. Quirrell screamed. His hands, where they touched Harry's skin, were blistering. Smoking. The flesh turning red and raw as though pressed against hot iron. Harry didn't understand, but he didn't hesitate. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands and held on as the professor thrashed and shrieked. The burning spread, whatever was hurting Quirrell, Harry's touch was the cause. "Kill him!" Voldemort was screaming. "What are you waiting for?" But Quirrell couldn't. Every time he touched Harry, he burned. The professor's body was failing, crumbling, his skin flaking away to reveal something that wasn't quite flesh underneath. In desperation, Quirrell tried one final spell, a killing curse, the words forming on his lips. Harry's hand closed around his throat, and Quirrell disintegrated. The body collapsed into dust and ash, and something dark and shapeless rose from the remains, Voldemort's spirit, torn loose from its host, screaming with rage and agony. It rushed at Harry, passed through him with a sensation of freezing cold, and then it was gone, fleeing through the chamber walls, vanishing into the darkness beyond. Harry stood alone in the final chamber, breathing hard, his hands still tingling with whatever power had destroyed Quirrell. The mirror gleamed behind him. On impulse, he turned to look at it. His reflection smiled back at him, and reached into its pocket, pulling out a small red stone. The Philosopher's Stone. His reflection winked, then dropped the stone into Harry's real pocket. He felt it arrive, solid, warm, impossibly heavy for its size. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Dumbledore's protection, working exactly as designed. Harry looked at the stone for a long moment. Then he sat down heavily on the chamber floor and waited for the adults to finally arrive. The hospital wing was quiet in the early morning hours. Harry lay in a bed near the window, watching the dawn light creep across the ceiling. His hands were bandaged, not from burns, but from the magical exhaustion of channeling whatever power had killed Quirrell. Madame Pomfrey had clucked over him for hours before finally pronouncing him stable. The door opened, and Albus Dumbledore walked in. The headmaster looked old this morning. Tired. His usual twinkle was absent, replaced by something more complex, a mix of relief and calculation that Harry found difficult to read. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said, settling into a chair beside the bed. "How are you feeling?" Confused, Harry admitted. "I don't understand what happened. Why did Quirrell burn when he touched me?" "Ah." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A question I've been pondering myself. The answer, I believe, lies in your mother's sacrifice." He explained, Lily's death, willing and loving, had created a protection that lived in Harry's very blood. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, couldn't touch someone so protected without suffering the consequences. It was a good explanation. Plausible. It even matched some of what Harry's mother had written about sacrificial magic. But it wasn't complete. "And the stone?" Harry asked. "What happened to it?" "Destroyed," Dumbledore said calmly. "Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. The elixir of life's remaining supply will be enough to set his affairs in order, and then—" He shrugged. "Death is not something to be feared, Harry. To the well-organized mind, it is but the next great adventure." Harry nodded, accepting this. He didn't mention that he'd felt the stone's weight in his pocket, its impossible density. Didn't mention that it had vanished sometime between his collapse and waking in the hospital wing. If Dumbledore had taken it, Harry wouldn't argue. If Dumbledore had truly destroyed it, that was probably for the best. But he filed away the discrepancy for future consideration. "Professor," Harry said carefully, "Voldemort talked to me. He said things about my scar. About what happened the night my parents died." Dumbledore's expression flickered. "What did he tell you?" "He said there was a piece of him inside me. A fragment of his soul, attached to my scar." Harry watched the headmaster's face carefully. "Is that true?" A long silence. Then Dumbledore sighed, looking suddenly every one of his 100+ years. "I had hoped to spare you this knowledge until you were older. But if Voldemort himself has revealed it—" He met Harry's eyes. "Yes, Harry. It's true. The night you survived the killing curse, a piece of Voldemort's soul broke loose and attached itself to you. It is the reason you can speak to snakes, the reason you could sense his presence in Quirrell. It is also, I fear, the reason he will never stop hunting you. Can it be removed? Possibly. The magic involved is dark and complex, far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts. I have spent years researching the question without finding a safe answer." Dumbledore leaned forward. "But I believe, I hope, that such an answer exists. And I promise you, Harry, I will do everything in my power to find it." Harry nodded slowly. The headmaster seemed sincere, his magical signature showed no signs of deception that Harry could detect. But Dumbledore had known about the Horcrux. Had known for years, apparently. And hadn't told Harry until forced to. What else was the old wizard keeping secret? The end of term came quickly after that. Harry passed his exams with excellent marks, Hermione beat him in most subjects, which seemed to annoy her more than it pleased her, and said goodbye to the castle that had become unexpectedly like home. "You'll write over the summer, won't you?" Hermione asked as they waited for the train. "I want to keep practicing, and I'll have questions." "I'll write," Harry promised. "But be careful about putting anything too specific in letters. You never know who might be reading." She nodded seriously. "I'll develop a code. Something innocuous looking." Ron, who had been filled in on some of what happened, the official version, not the runic magic version, was still processing the year's events. "So Quirrell was actually you-know-who the whole time? And you killed him? And there was a 3-headed dog? That about sums it up." "Blimey." Ron shook his head. And I thought living with 6 siblings was exciting. The train carried them south through the countryside, past fields and forests and Muggle villages that had no idea a war was beginning just beyond their perception. Harry watched the scenery pass and thought about everything that had happened. The secrets he'd learned. The enemies he'd made. The allies he'd found. 1 year down. 6 more to go. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was rebuilding his strength, planning his return, waiting for another chance to claim what he believed was rightfully his. Let him come, Harry thought. I'll be ready. The train pulled into King's Cross Station, and Harry Potter stepped back into the Muggle world, carrying a trunk full of magical secrets, a mind full of dangerous knowledge, and a scar that connected him to the darkest wizard of the age. His mother had started something. It was his job to finish it. Whatever it took. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Heirs Awakening. The summer at Privet Drive was different this time. Not better, the Dursleys were still the Dursleys, their hostility undimmed by Harry's year away, but different. Harry was different. He moved through their house like a ghost, present but untouchable, his mind always elsewhere. He had work to do. The Room of Requirement had been invaluable, but it was gone now, locked away in a castle he couldn't reach until September. Harry needed alternatives. He needed to continue his training, continue his research, continue preparing for the war he knew was coming. The trunk provided what he needed, as it always had. His mother's journals contained advanced material he'd previously skipped over, too complex, too dangerous, too far beyond his abilities. Now he dove in with desperate focus. Soul magic theory. Horcrux creation and destruction. The runic sequences Lily had been developing to target dark enchantments without harming their vessels. The key, she'd written in one of her final entries, is separation rather than destruction. A Horcrux binds a soul fragment to an object through specific magical anchors. If those anchors can be identified and dissolved, carefully, precisely, the fragment should release without damaging the vessel. Should. In theory. I haven't been able to test it. The problem is that Horcrux anchors are designed to resist dissolution. They're self-reinforcing, drawing power from the fragment itself to maintain their integrity. Any attack triggers a defensive response. The stronger the attack, the stronger the defense. But what if the attack isn't recognized as an attack? Runic magic operates differently than wand magic. It doesn't command, it describes. A well-crafted runic sequence doesn't tell magic what to do, it states what is true. If I can craft a sequence that describes the Horcrux anchors as already dissolved. The entry trailed off into technical notation that Harry was only beginning to understand. His mother had been working at the very edge of magical theory, pushing into territory that most wizards didn't even know existed. He would have to push further. Hedwig became his lifeline to the magical world. Letters flew back and forth between Privet Drive and Hermione's house in Hampshire. She'd developed her code, as promised, a system where garden work meant runic practice, reading meant theoretical study, and cooking experiments meant attempting new inscriptions. Dear Harry, the garden work is going well. I've managed to grow 3 different varieties now, and the Feihu roses are particularly strong. I think I'm ready to try something more ambitious, perhaps Kennas tulips. I've been doing a lot of reading about historical gardening methods. Did you know that medieval gardeners used completely different techniques than modern ones? The books are fascinating but frustrating. So much knowledge seems to have been lost. Mom and Dad are confused by my sudden interest in horticulture, but they're supportive. They don't quite understand what I'm really studying, of course. Sometimes I wish I could tell them everything, but you're right, it's safer this way. How are your cooking experiments going? Any new recipes to share? Write back soon. Hermione. Harry smiled at the letter and began composing his reply. Hermione's progress was remarkable, she'd gone from complete novice to functional runesmith in less than a year. Her Kennas work would be challenging, but he thought she could handle it. His own cooking experiments were more ambitious. He was attempting to recreate one of his mother's protective sequences, a runic ward that could be inscribed on skin, providing ongoing defense against magical attacks. The theory was sound, but the execution was proving difficult. The problem was power. Runic inscriptions on living tissue required enormous magical energy to maintain. Harry could feel the drain every time he activated his practice attempts, a pull on his core that left him exhausted after only minutes. His mother's notes suggested solutions: external power sources, ambient magic channeling, runic batteries that could be charged in advance. But each solution had drawbacks, and Harry hadn't found the right balance yet. Still, he was making progress. Slow, frustrating, occasionally painful progress, but progress nonetheless. The letters from Ron were less frequent but no less welcome. Harry. Egypt was amazing. Bill showed us all sorts of curse-breaker stuff, tombs full of dark magic, mummies that tried to strangle Ginny, treasure that turned into snakes when you touched it. Dad almost had a heart attack when the twins tried to lock Percy in a pyramid. We won the Daily Prophet Grand Prize draw 700 galleons. That's how we could afford the trip. Mum and Dad are talking about getting me a new wand for third year. Can you believe it? An actual new wand, not one of Charlie's old ones. Percy's been insufferable about his head boy badge. He polishes it every night. George says if we hear, "When I was head boy," one more time, he's going to hex Percy's mouth shut. How's your summer going? Are the Muggles treating you okay? If not, Dad says we can come get you. He's always wanted to see how Muggles live, gets all excited about plugs and batteries and things. Right back. Ron. Harry wrote back with carefully edited accounts of his summer, leaving out the intensive magical training and focusing on mundane details that wouldn't raise questions. Ron was a good friend, loyal, brave, genuinely caring, but he wasn't ready for the truth about Harry's abilities. Maybe someday, but not yet. The Daily Prophet arrived regularly now, courtesy of a subscription Hermione had arranged. Harry read it cover to cover each morning, tracking the news from magical Britain. Most of it was trivial: society gossip, Quidditch results, ministry announcements about cauldron thickness regulations. But occasionally there were hints of larger movements. Whispers about Death Eater activity in Eastern Europe. Reports of dark artifacts appearing on the black market. Speculation about whether Sirius Black, the notorious mass murderer, would ever be recaptured. Sirius Black. Harry had looked up that name after Hagrid mentioned the motorcycle. The articles painted a picture of madness and betrayal: a trusted friend who'd sold the Potters to Voldemort, who'd murdered 13 people with a single curse, who'd laughed as the Aurors took him away. Something about the story didn't sit right. Harry couldn't articulate why, but there were inconsistencies that nagged at him. Details that didn't quite fit the narrative. He filed it away for future investigation, along with all the other mysteries waiting to be solved. The attack came without warning on a hot August night. Harry was in his room, Dudley's second bedroom, reluctantly granted after his Hogwarts letter revealed that someone was monitoring his living conditions, practicing a meditation technique when his wards triggered. Not the official wards, the ones Dumbledore had placed around the property. His own wards, runic sensors he'd inscribed around the house during his first week home. They were subtle, passive, designed only to alert him to magical intrusion rather than prevent it. Someone with a dark magical signature had just crossed the property line. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand in hand, his mind racing through contingencies. The Dursleys were asleep. Hedwig was out hunting. He was alone, and something dangerous was approaching. He extended his runic senses carefully, trying to identify the threat without revealing his own position. 2 signatures. No, 3. All dark aligned, all moving with purpose, all converging on the house. Death Eaters. It had to be. Voldemort's followers, coming to finish what their master had failed to do. Harry had seconds to decide. Fight or flee. Stay and defend the Dursleys, who would probably celebrate his death, or escape and leave them to whatever fate awaited. The decision was easier than it should have been. Be kind, his mother's voice whispered in his memory. Harry moved. He slipped out his window and dropped to the garden below, landing silently on grass still wet with evening dew. His concealment bracelet was active, making him harder to notice, but it wouldn't fool trained dark wizards for long. The intruders were at the front of the house now. Harry circled around, keeping to shadows, preparing his first strike. 3 figures in dark robes, their faces hidden by bone-white masks. One was examining the front door, probing Dumbledore's wards with careful magic. Another was watching the street, keeping lookout. The third was facing Harry's direction, wand raised, clearly the designated guard. They haven't seen me yet. Good. Harry pulled an inscribed stone from his pocket. He'd taken to carrying them everywhere, a habit that had nearly gotten him in trouble at airport security during a Dursley vacation that thankfully fell through, and calculated his throw. The stone hit the guard in the temple with precisely directed force. The kinetic rune activated on impact, and the Death Eater dropped without a sound. The lookout spun, wand rising. Harry's second stone caught him in the throat. Not lethal, but incapacitating. The man went down choking. The ward breaker turned just in time to see Harry emerge from the shadows, wand leveled at his chest. Don't, Harry said quietly. The Death Eater laughed, a cold, mocking sound. The famous Harry Potter. We were told you'd be easy prey. Untrained, unprepared, protected only by Dumbledore's pathetic blood wards. Your information is outdated. Is it? The Death Eater's wand twitched. Avada, Harry's Algi's stone hit him in the face before he could finish the incantation. The man staggered, his spell going wide, green light scorching the Dursley's perfectly maintained hedge. Harry followed up with a stunning spell, wand magic, fast and efficient, and the third attacker crumpled. 3 Death Eaters, neutralized in under 30 seconds. Harry stood over their unconscious forms, breathing hard, his heart pounding with adrenaline and something darker. That was too easy. The thought had barely formed when the 4th attacker struck from behind. Pain exploded across Harry's back, the Cruciatus curse. He realized through the agony, someone had been hidden, waiting, and he fell to his knees, screaming despite himself. Stupid boy, a woman's voice hissed. Did you think we'd come unprepared? Did you think the Dark Lord's loyal servants would be defeated by a child? The curse lifted. Harry gasped for air, his nerves still burning with remembered pain. A boot connected with his ribs, flipping him onto his back. He looked up at his attacker, a woman with wild dark hair and a face twisted with cruel satisfaction. Bellatrix Lestrange, he managed. I've read about you. Her eyes widened with delight. Have you? How flattering. Then you know what I can do. What I will do, before this night is over. She raised her wand for another curse, and froze as golden light erupted around the property. The blood wards. Dumbledore's protections, finally activating in response to the attack. They blazed to life like a second sunrise, washing over the garden, over the Death Eaters, over Harry himself. Bellatrix shrieked as the light touched her, her skin blistering where the ward's power made contact. She disapparated with a crack of displaced air, fleeing before the protections could do worse damage. The other 3 attackers vanished moments later, emergency port keys, Harry guessed, activating to rescue them from the ward's wrath. He lay on the ground, staring at the sky, watching the golden light slowly fade as the protection settled back into dormancy. That was close. Too close. The Dursleys' front door opened. Vernon's purple face appeared, his expression cycling through confusion, outrage, and fear. What in the blazes is going on out here? Harry pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the pain in his ribs and the lingering tremors from the Cruciatus. Nothing, he said. Just some gardening. He walked past his sputtering uncle and went inside. The ministry response came within hours. Aurors descended on Privet Drive like locusts, examining the scene, interviewing neighbors, taking measurements that meant nothing to Harry but apparently meant something to them. Dumbledore himself arrived near dawn, his expression grave. "You fought them," the headmaster said. "It wasn't a question. They were going to kill me. And probably the Dursleys." "Yes. Probably they were." Dumbledore studied Harry with those penetrating blue eyes. "You defeated 3 Death Eaters single-handedly before Bellatrix Lestrange intervened. That's impressive, for a 12-year-old. I've been practicing." "So I see." A pause. "The stones you used, they're not standard magical items. The Aurors are quite puzzled by them." Harry said nothing. "Runic inscriptions," Dumbledore continued. "Combat applications. Advanced work, very advanced, for someone your age." His tone was neutral, but Harry could feel the weight of questions behind it. "I wonder where you learned such things." "My mother's journals," Harry said. It was true, and admitting it cost him nothing, Dumbledore would find out eventually anyway. "She left them for me. I've been studying." "For how long?" "Since I was 8. The silence stretched between them. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, impressed. Concerned? Both? "I see," the headmaster said finally. "That explains a great deal about your first year at Hogwarts." He sighed. "Harry, what you've accomplished is remarkable. But it's also dangerous. Runic magic is not taught at Hogwarts for good reasons." "The risks, I know the risks," Harry interrupted. "I've been managing them for years." "Have you?" "Tonight suggests otherwise." "You nearly died, Harry." "I nearly died because 4 Death Eaters attacked me in my bed." "That's not a runic magic problem, that's a security problem." Dumbledore acknowledged this with a slight nod. "Fair enough. And you're right, tonight's attack represents a failure of our protections. I will be reviewing our security arrangements." He stood. "For now, I think it best that you spend the remainder of the summer elsewhere. The Weasleys have offered to host you." Harry nodded, relieved. He hadn't been looking forward to explaining tonight's events to the Dursleys in any more detail. "One more thing," Dumbledore added as he reached the door. "Your mother was brilliant, Harry. Perhaps the most brilliant witch of her generation. But her research took her into dangerous territory that ultimately contributed to her death. I would hate to see her son follow the same path." "I appreciate the concern," Harry said carefully. "But my mother's research might be the only thing that can stop Voldemort permanently. I can't just abandon it because it's dangerous." Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or grudging respect. "No. I suppose you can't." He opened the door. "Pack your things. Arthur Weasley will collect you this evening." He left Harry alone with his thoughts and his aching body and the slowly dawning realization that everything was about to change. The Burrow was chaos incarnate. The Weasley family home defied architectural logic, its multiple stories stacked at improbable angles, held together by magic and sheer stubbornness. Chickens roamed the yard. Gnomes infested the garden. Explosions echoed from the twins' room at regular intervals. Harry loved it immediately. "Sorry about the mess," Ron said, showing Harry to his room, a tiny space at the top of the house, painted violent orange and plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters. "Mum's been trying to clean up, but with Fred and George around." "It's perfect," Harry said honestly. "It feels like a home." Ron looked embarrassed and pleased. "Yeah, well. It's not much, but, it's perfect," Harry repeated. The Weasleys absorbed him into their family with the casual ease of people who had plenty of love to spare. Molly fussed over his thinness and loaded his plate with seconds at every meal. Arthur peppered him with questions about Muggle technology, fascinated by everything from batteries to ballpoint pens. The twins recruited him for pranks. Ginny blushed and fled whenever he entered a room. Only Percy remained aloof, too busy polishing his head boy badge and practicing his speeches to notice another body in the house. Harry's training continued, though in modified form. He couldn't practice openly, too many questions, but he found moments to work on theory, meditation, small inscriptions that could be passed off as doodles. Hermione's letters continued to arrive, their coded language increasingly sophisticated as her skills grew. And every day, Harry read the Daily Prophet, tracking the fallout from the attack on Privet Drive. The Ministry was in an uproar. For identified Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange, who had escaped from Azkaban years earlier, had launched a coordinated assault on the boy who lived. The implications were staggering. Voldemort's followers were reorganizing. The peace that had followed the Dark Lord's fall was ending. Harry noticed that his role in the defense was downplayed in the official accounts. The Blood Wards got credit for repelling the attackers. Harry was described as fortunate to have survived, protected by Dumbledore's foresight. No mention of inscribed stones or runic combat techniques. No acknowledgement that a 12-year-old had single-handedly disabled 3 grown wizards. Someone's managing the narrative, Harry thought. Dumbledore? The Ministry? Both? It didn't matter. Let them think he was helpless. Let them underestimate what he could do. Surprise was a weapon too, and Harry intended to keep it sharp. The trip to Diagon Alley for school supplies brought unexpected complications. The Weasleys traveled by flow powder, a form of magical transportation that involved throwing powder into a fireplace and spinning through a network of connected hearths. Harry, who had never used flow before, mispronounced his destination and ended up in Nocturne Alley instead. The side street was darker than Diagon Alley, its shops filled with objects that radiated malevolence even to Harry's trained senses. He kept his head down and moved quickly, trying to find his way back to the main thoroughfare. He was passing a shop called Borgin and Burke's when familiar voices made him freeze. "Don't understand why we need to sell anything," Draco Malfoy was saying, his aristocratic whine carrying through the grimy window. "Our family has plenty of gold." "There are other considerations," a deeper voice replied. Lucius Malfoy, Harry assumed, the father Draco was always citing. "Certain items have become liabilities in the current political climate. Better to dispose of them discreetly than risk Ministry attention." Harry moved closer to the window, concealment bracelet active, listening intently. "The raids are getting more frequent," Lucius continued. "Arthur Weasley's department has been given expanded powers. If they find certain objects in our possession." "But father, enough, Draco. This is not a discussion. We will sell what needs to be sold, and we will do it without complaint." A pause. "Now, about this item. I'm told you have interested buyers." The shop's proprietor, Borgin, presumably, responded in an oily voice that Harry couldn't quite make out. Something about dark artifacts and discreet channels and the right price for the right buyer. Harry filed away everything he heard and slipped away before he could be discovered. The Malfoys were selling dark artifacts to avoid Ministry raids. Interesting information, potentially useful later. He found Hermione and the Weasleys in Flourish and Blots, where an enormous crowd had gathered around a table stacked with books by someone called Gilderoy Lockhart. The author himself was present, a handsome wizard with wavy blonde hair and a dazzling smile that seemed permanently affixed to his face. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed when she spotted him. "There you are. We were worried when you didn't come through the flow properly." "Got a bit lost," Harry said. "Found my way eventually." "You missed the excitement. Lockhart's doing a signing, and, oh no." Harry followed her gaze and saw Lockhart bearing down on them, his smile widening impossibly as he recognized Harry. "It can't be Harry Potter." Before Harry could react, Lockhart had grabbed his arm and hauled him to the front of the store. Flashbulbs exploded. The crowd surged forward. Lockhart was making a speech about how honored he was, how fitting it was that Harry Potter would receive a free copy of his complete works, how they would be announcing together that Lockhart himself would be taking the defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts this year. Harry endured it with a fixed smile, his runic senses telling him everything he needed to know about Gilderoy Lockhart. The man was a fraud. His magical signature was average at best, nothing like the powerful wizard his books portrayed. His confidence was performance, his charm was practiced, and underneath it all was a kind of desperate hunger that Harry recognized from the Dursleys. He wants to be important. Needs it like breathing. Everything else is just a means to that end. The signing eventually ended. Harry escaped Lockhart's grip and found his friends near the door, where an unpleasant scene was developing. Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy faced each other with barely concealed hostility. Their children clustered behind them, Ron red-faced with anger, Draco sneering with contempt. "Busy time at the ministry, I hear," Lucius was saying. "All those raids. I do hope they're paying you overtime. Though from the state of your family's finances, I'd guess not." "We have different definitions of success," Arthur replied stiffly. "Yes. Yours involves poverty and blood traders, while mine involves wealth obtained through dark magic and influence bought with intimidation." Harry stepped forward before he could think better of it. "I've been reading about your family, Mr. Malfoy. Fascinating history." Lucius's gray eyes narrowed. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived. I've heard a great deal about you as well." "I'm sure you have. Some of it might even be accurate." Something flickered in Lucius's expression, surprise, perhaps, at being addressed so directly. "You have your father's arrogance," he said softly. "I wonder if you have his judgment." "I hope so," Harry said. "His judgment led him to fight against Voldemort while yours led you to serve him. I know which choice I'd rather make." The name made everyone flinch, everyone except Lucius, who went very still. "Careful, boy," he murmured. "You have no idea what forces you're dealing with. The Potter family name won't protect you forever." "Neither will yours," Harry replied. "Especially if those ministry raids turn up anything interesting." Lucius's composure cracked for just a moment, a flash of genuine rage before his aristocratic mask reasserted itself. Without another word, he turned and swept out of the shop, Draco hurrying to keep up. Arthur Weasley was staring at Harry with a complicated expression. That was very foolish, Harry." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But I've been wanting to say something like that for a while. It felt good." Ron was grinning. "Did you see his face when you mentioned the raids? I thought he was going to hex you right there." "Ronald." Molly Weasley had arrived, shopping bags in hand. "What's going on? Why does everyone look so tense?" "Nothing, Mum," Ron said quickly. "Just ran into the Malfoys. The usual." Molly's expression suggested she knew there was more to the story, but she didn't press. "Well, let's get these supplies back home. It's been quite enough excitement for one day." Harry agreed wholeheartedly. The train to Hogwarts left on September 1st, as always. Harry and Ron almost missed it. The barrier to platform 9 3/4 had been sealed, forcing them to wait for Arthur Weasley to investigate, but they made it with minutes to spare. The compartment filled quickly, Hermione, Neville, and eventually Ginny, who was starting her first year and seemed terrified of everything, including Harry. "She'll settle down," Ron said apologetically. "She's just nervous about Hogwarts. And, well, you know. You're famous." "I didn't ask to be famous." "Tell that to her diary. She's been writing in it nonstop since we got home from Egypt." Harry glanced at Ginny, who was hunched in the corner with a small black book clutched to her chest. Something about the book made his runic senses twitch, a faint wrongness that was probably just his imagination. He filed it away and turned his attention to Hermione, who was practically vibrating with questions about his summer training. "Later," he murmured. "Too many years here." She nodded, visibly restraining herself, and launched into a detailed account of her own summer instead, heavily coded, but Harry understood. She'd made significant progress. Was ready for more advanced work. Had some ideas she wanted to discuss. Good. We'll need all the allies we can get. The train carried them north through the fading summer, toward Hogwarts and whatever challenges awaited there. The second year began badly and got worse. Lockhart's defense against the dark arts classes were a disaster. The man was completely incompetent. His first lesson involved releasing Cornish pixies that immediately destroyed his classroom, and his subsequent attempts to teach consisted mostly of dramatic readings from his own books. Harry used the time to study his mother's journals, concealed inside a copy of Wanderings with Werewolves. If Lockhart noticed, he probably assumed Harry was just an exceptionally devoted fan. More troubling was the atmosphere in the castle. Something was wrong. Harry could feel it in the wards, a subtle disruption that grew stronger as the weeks passed. The castle's magic felt uneasy, agitated, like a guard dog sensing an intruder it couldn't locate. And then the attacks began. The first victim was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, found petrified outside a bathroom on Halloween night. Beside her body, someone had written on the wall in what looked like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school erupted into panic. Students whispered about the Chamber of Secrets, a legendary hidden room supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin himself, containing a monster only his true heir could control. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year who'd been following Harry around with a camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff. Nearly Headless Nick, proving that even ghosts weren't immune. Suspicion fell on Harry almost immediately. "You're a Parselmouth," Hermione said bluntly one evening in the Room of Requirement. "You can speak to snakes." Slytherin could speak to snakes. People are making connections. I noticed. Harry had been dodging suspicious looks and whispered accusations for weeks. The question is whether any of those connections are actually valid. You think someone's framing you? I think someone wants attention focused on me instead of them. The real heir, whoever they are, is using the legend as cover. Harry paced the room, thinking aloud. The chamber exists. I've felt the disruption in the wards when attacks happen. Something opens, something moves, something attacks. But it's not me, and it's not random. Then who? Harry had suspicions, but nothing he could prove. The attacks seemed connected to the rising tensions between purebloods and muggleborns, targeting anyone with impure blood. Someone with Slytherin's ideology and access to ancient magic. I need to find the chamber, he said. Find it before whoever's controlling this monster does any more damage. How? The school's been searched multiple times. Not by someone with my training. Harry's expression hardened. The runic foundation of this castle was laid by the founders themselves. If there's a hidden chamber, there'll be traces in the underlying enchantments. I just need to know what to look for. The search took weeks. Harry spent every spare moment mapping the castle's magical infrastructure, extending his senses deep into walls and floors, tracing the ancient runic patterns that formed Hogwarts' foundation. It was exhausting work. The castle was enormous, and the founders had been masters of magical concealment, but gradually, a pattern emerged. The bathroom where Mrs. Norris had been found was significant. Harry could feel a disruption there, a point where the castle's normal magical flow was interrupted by something older and darker. Whatever entrance the chamber had, it was nearby. He investigated on a cold December evening, while most students were at dinner. The bathroom was out of order, had been for decades, apparently, ever since a ghost named Moaning Myrtle had taken up residence. Harry slipped inside and began examining the room with runic sight. There. One of the sinks had a different magical signature than the others. Older, more complex, with traces of Parseltongue embedded in its activation sequence. Harry leaned close to the sink and whispered, in the language that came naturally to him, "Open." The sink began to move. The entire fixture slid aside, revealing a dark pipe that descended into unknown depths. Cold air rushed up, carrying the smell of decay and ancient magic. Harry looked down into the darkness and felt his scar twitch. The Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's hidden legacy. And somewhere down there, a monster. He should get help. Should tell Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or any of the adults who were supposed to handle situations like this. But the adults had been searching for months without success. And Harry had found what they couldn't, using abilities they didn't know he possessed. Trust your training, his mother's voice whispered. Trust your instincts. Harry climbed into the pipe and let himself fall. The journey down was a controlled slide through what felt like miles of slimy stone pipe. Harry kept one hand on his wand, the other ready to inscribe an emergency shield if needed, his senses extended as far as he could push them. The pipe eventually leveled out and deposited him in a dark tunnel. Bones crunched underfoot, the remains of countless small animals, rats and mice and birds that had apparently served as the monster's food. He moved forward carefully, wand illuminated, mapping the space with magic as much as sight. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, dominated by a towering stone statue of a wizard with a long beard and ancient robes. Salazar Slytherin himself, Harry assumed, the founder of the House of Snakes, preserved in stone for 1,000 years. And lying on the floor before the statue, motionless, was Ginny Weasley. Ginny! Harry rushed forward, dropping to his knees beside her. She was alive, he could see her breathing, but pale, cold, her magical signature dangerously faint. Whatever was happening to her, she was fading. The diary. The small black book she'd been writing in all year, the one that had made his senses twitch on the train. It lay open beside her, its pages blank. Harry reached for it, and a voice spoke from behind him. I wouldn't touch that if I were you. He spun, wand raised, and found himself facing a tall, handsome young man with dark hair and a cold smile. Tom Riddle, the diary's front cover had read. Harry remembered now. A name he'd seen somewhere before, in his mother's journals, in a context that made his blood run cold. You know who I am, the young man said. I can see it in your eyes. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry said slowly. The name you were born with. Before you became Lord Voldemort. The young man's smile widened. Clever. Very clever. I've been watching you through Ginny's eyes, Harry Potter. Watching and learning. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. I expected a monster. You look almost human. Almost. Riddle stepped closer, circling Harry like a predator. I'm a memory, preserved in a diary for 50 years. A fragment of my 16-year-old self, given form by the life force of a foolish girl who poured her heart into my pages. A fragment. A piece of soul. The diary is a Horcrux. Everything clicked into place. The attacks, the monster, the possession of Ginny, all orchestrated by a teenage Voldemort, working from inside an enchanted journal. And Ginny had been feeding it power all year, writing her secrets, giving pieces of herself to a darkness she didn't understand. You're killing her, Harry said. Taking her life to restore your own. A necessary exchange. She was weak, lonely, desperate for a friend who understood her. I provided what she needed. Now she provides what I need. Riddle's expression hardened. And soon I'll be strong enough to leave this diary forever. Strong enough to begin again. I won't let that happen. Won't you? Riddle's smile turned cruel. Let's see what the great Harry Potter can do against the heir of Slytherin. He turned toward the statue and spoke in Parseltongue, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened. And from its depths emerged the monster Harry had been hunting for months. The basilisk was enormous, 60 feet of armored scales and deadly intent, with eyes that glowed yellow in the darkness. It slithered forward, its tongue tasting the air, its gaze sweeping toward Harry. He looked away just in time. Basilisk stare is instant death, his mother's journals had warned. Even reflected, it petrifies. Only a rooster's crow can kill it. Harry had no rooster. No special weapons. Just his wand, his runes, and his training. It would have to be enough. The fight was chaos. Harry ran, dodging the basilisk strikes, keeping his eyes averted while trying to track the creature through sound and magical sense. The serpent was fast despite its size, its massive body coiling and striking with terrifying precision. His inscribed stones were useless, the kinetic runes that had dropped Death Eaters bounced harmlessly off the basilisk scales. Wand spells fared no better, the creature was magically resistant, shrugging off everything Harry threw at it. He needed a new approach. The eyes, he realized. That's its weapon. That's also its weakness. Harry grabbed one of his remaining stones and inscribed a hasty rune, not Kenas, which would just produce light, but something more aggressive. A symbol for brightness that bordered on violence, charged with every ounce of intent he could muster. "Hey," he shouted in Parseltongue, getting the basilisk's attention. The creature turned toward him, its deadly eyes opening wide. Harry threw the stone directly at its face and triggered the rune. The flash was blinding even with his own eyes closed. The basilisk screamed, an awful, high-pitched sound of pain and rage, and thrashed wildly, its movements suddenly uncoordinated. Blinded. I blinded it. But the serpent was still dangerous. It could still smell him, could track him through sound and magical sense. Harry needed to end this quickly. He looked around the chamber, searching for anything useful. The statue. The bones. The diary. If he destroyed it, would that weaken Riddle? End the possession? Kill the Horcrux? There was only one way to find out. Harry dodged another blind strike from the basilisk and sprinted toward where Ginny lay. The diary was still beside her, its pages fluttering in the wind of the serpent's movement. But Riddle was there too, more solid now than he'd been minutes ago. And he had Ginny's wand in his hand. Avada! Harry hit him with a stunning spell before he could finish. Riddle staggered, less affected than a normal person would be, but distracted enough to break the curse. Behind Harry, the basilisk was closing in. He could hear its massive body scraping against stone, could feel the displacement of air as it reared back for another strike. He grabbed the diary. Riddle screamed. And Harry did the only thing he could think of, he plunged his wand into the book and poured magic through it. Not a spell. Not a structured working. Just raw power, driven by desperate intent, flooding the diary with energy it wasn't designed to contain. The diary shrieked. Ink gushed from its pages like blood. Riddle's form began to flicker and fade, his handsome face contorting with rage and terror. "No," the memory screamed. "I am Lord Voldemort. I will not," he dissolved into nothing. The basilisk, suddenly masterless, hesitated in its strike. Its blind head swung back and forth, confused, searching for direction that no longer came. Harry threw himself aside just as its jaws snapped shut where he'd been standing. He rolled, came up running, and made for the entrance tunnel. The serpent followed, but slowly now, uncertain without guidance. By the time Harry reached the pipe, the creature had given up the chase, slithering back into the depths of the chamber. He climbed. Ginny woke on the way up. She was weak, confused, terrified when she realized what had happened. Harry carried her through the pipe, through the bathroom, and into the corridor beyond, where they nearly collided with a group of teachers searching for them. Dumbledore was there. McGonagall. Snape. All of them staring at Harry with expressions ranging from relief to suspicion. "The Chamber of Secrets," Harry said, exhausted beyond words. "There's a basilisk down there. Blind now, but still alive. And Ginny, she was possessed. By a diary. A Horcrux." The word had the effect of a bomb. Dumbledore's face went completely blank. Snape took an involuntary step backward. McGonagall looked like she might faint. "Explain," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry explained. "Everything, the diary, Riddle's memory, the possession, the attacks, the basilisk." He left out the details of how he'd found the chamber, but the rest was truth. When he finished, Dumbledore stood in silence for a long moment. "A Horcrux," he murmured finally. "In a student's hands for an entire year. Under my protection." He looked genuinely shaken, the first time Harry had ever seen that expression on the headmaster's face. "Voldemort has grown audacious." "The diary's destroyed," Harry said. "I flooded it with magic until it broke." Was that the right way to destroy it?" "It was a way. Perhaps not the safest, but effective." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "You knew what it was." "How?" Harry met the headmaster's eyes without flinching. "My mother's research. She wrote about Horcruxes, what they are, how they're made, why Voldemort used them. When I saw Riddle coming out of that diary, I put the pieces together." "Your mother was remarkably well informed." "She was trying to find a way to stop him. Permanently." Harry felt exhaustion pulling at him but pushed through. "She was right, wasn't she? There are more Horcruxes. The diary wasn't the only one." Dumbledore didn't answer. But the silence was answer enough. "More Horcruxes. More pieces of Voldemort's soul, hidden somewhere, keeping him tethered to life. And one of them is in my head." Harry let Madame Pomfrey lead him to the hospital wing, too tired to think any further. The questions could wait. The planning could wait. The war that was coming could wait. For now, he just needed to sleep. The end of second year brought recognition Harry didn't want. A special award for services to the school. 200 points to Gryffindor. His face on the front page of the Daily Prophet alongside headlines about the Chamber of Secrets discovery and the monster's defeat. They got the story mostly wrong, of course. The official version didn't mention Horcruxes or Harry's unusual abilities. Ginny was portrayed as an innocent victim, the diary as a dark artifact of unknown origin, and Harry as a brave boy who'd stumbled into heroism. He didn't correct them. Let the world believe what it wanted. The truth would come out eventually, or it wouldn't. Either way, Harry had bigger things to worry about. Hermione met him in the room of requirement on the last night before the Hogwarts Express. "You fought a basilisk," she said flatly. "A 60-foot magical serpent that can kill with a glance. Alone. I blinded it first. That doesn't make it better." She paced the room, her hair practically crackling with agitation. "Harry, you could have died. You should have died. Basilisks are supposed to be immune to magic. Their scales are resistant. Their eyes aren't." Harry slumped into a chair. "I improvised. It worked. Mostly. Mostly isn't good enough. Not anymore." Hermione stopped pacing and faced him directly. "We need to accelerate our training. Both of us. If this year taught us anything, it's that the threats are getting worse and the adults can't always protect us." Harry nodded slowly. She was right. The diary had been in Hogwarts all year, and no one had noticed. The basilisk had been attacking students for months, and no one could stop it. The systems that were supposed to keep them safe had failed. They could only rely on themselves. "Next year," he said. "We'll push harder. Learn faster. And we'll start looking for the other Horcruxes." Hermione's expression was grim but determined. "How many do you think there are?" "I don't know. My mother's journals mention at least 3, but she suspected more." Harry rubbed his scar absently. "We'll have to research. Voldemort isn't the type to do anything by halves. And the one in your head?" Harry's hand stilled. "We'll deal with that too. Eventually. When we understand enough to do it safely. Do you think that's possible? Removing a Horcrux without killing the vessel? My mother thought so. She was working on it when she died. Harry met Hermione's eyes. If she believed it was possible, I believe it too. The train ride home was quieter than usual. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, watching the Scottish countryside give way to English farmland, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was coming. 2 years at Hogwarts. 2 confrontations with Voldemort, or pieces of him, at least. 2 narrow escapes from death. He couldn't keep getting lucky. Sooner or later, luck would run out. Time to make my own luck, Harry thought. The train carried them south, toward summer, toward the future. Whatever came next, Harry Potter would be ready. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Prisoner's Truth. The summer before 3rd year began with an explosion. Not a literal one, though with the Weasley twins, that was always a possibility, but an explosion of information that changed everything Harry thought he knew about his past. It started with a name, Sirius Black. Harry had been at the Burrow for barely a week when the news broke. The Wizarding Wireless crackled with emergency broadcasts, the Daily Prophet ran screaming headlines, and Ministry officials appeared on every corner with warnings and wanted posters. Sirius Black escapes from Azkaban. Mass murderer at large. First escape in history of Wizard prison. Harry read the articles with growing unease. Sirius Black, the man who'd betrayed his parents to Voldemort. The man who'd murdered Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles with a single curse. The man who'd been Voldemort's most devoted follower. And now he'd escaped from an inescapable prison and was apparently coming for Harry. They say he's mad, Ron whispered one evening. The family clustered around the wireless. Completely mental. Laughed the whole time the Aurors were taking him in. He killed 13 people, Hermione said quietly. She'd arrived at the Burrow the day after the escape, her parents nervous but trusting. With one spell. How is that even possible? Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about his mother's journals, about scattered references to names he'd only partially understood. The Marauders, James Potter's closest friends from school. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs. Sirius Black had been Padfoot. He'd been James Potter's best friend. Best man at his wedding. Harry's godfather. And according to everyone who should know, he'd been a traitor all along. Something about it didn't fit. Harry spent his remaining weeks at the Burrow researching. The room of requirement was unavailable, but Mrs. Weasley had an impressive collection of old Daily Prophet back issues in the attic, and Harry went through them systematically. The coverage of Black's arrest was extensive, the explosion, the finger, the laughter, the life sentence without trial. Without trial. Harry read that detail 3 times to make sure he'd understood correctly. Sirius Black had been sent to Azkaban, the worst prison in the magical world, guarded by soul-sucking dementors, without ever receiving a trial. That can't be right, he muttered to Hermione during one of their coded study sessions. Even murderers get trials. That's basic law. The war was ending, Hermione said slowly. People were scared, angry. They wanted justice quickly. Justice without evidence. Justice without giving someone a chance to defend themselves. I'm not saying it was right. I'm saying I understand why it happened. Harry didn't understand. Couldn't understand. The more he read, the more questions piled up. Why had Black betrayed the Potters? He'd been their closest friend for years, had reportedly been fanatically loyal. What could have turned him? Why had he killed Pettigrew so publicly? If he was really a calculating Death Eater, why commit murder in the middle of a crowded street instead of doing it quietly? Why had he laughed? And the question that nagged most persistently, why was everyone so certain of his guilt when no one had ever actually proven it? The Hogwarts Express brought new complications. Harry had barely settled into a compartment when the train ground to an unexpected halt. The lights went out. Cold crept through the windows, a bone-deep chill that felt like despair made physical. And then the compartment door opened, and Harry saw a Dementor for the first time. The creature was terrible, a hooded figure in rotting black robes, its presence filling the space with hopelessness. Harry felt memories surging up, the cupboard under the stairs, the Dursleys' cruelty, loneliness and hunger and the certainty that no one would ever love him. And then, beneath those memories, something else. A woman's voice, pleading. "Not Harry, please not Harry," green light. A high, cold laugh. "Not Harry, please, I'll do anything." Harry was falling, the world spinning away into darkness. From very far away, he heard someone screaming. He woke on the compartment floor with a new professor kneeling over him. Remus Lupin, the man introduced himself, thin, shabby, prematurely grey, but with kind eyes and a familiar magical signature that Harry couldn't quite place. "Eat this," Lupin said, pressing chocolate into Harry's hand. "It helps after Dementor exposure." Harry ate mechanically, his mind still echoing with his mother's voice. He'd never heard her before, not consciously, not as anything more than vague warmth and loss. But the Dementor had dragged that memory up from somewhere deep, a moment of terror and sacrifice that he'd witnessed as an infant and buried ever since. "Not Harry, please, the Dementors are searching the train for Sirius Black," Lupin explained as the other students recovered. "I've sent them away, but they'll be stationed around Hogwarts this year. It would be wise to learn to defend against them." Harry nodded, still shaken. But part of his mind was filing away observations, Lupin's unusual pallor, the way he favored his left side, the faint tremor in his hands that suggested chronic illness or recent trauma. And the fact that when Lupin looked at Harry, there was recognition in his eyes. Not the recognition of seeing a famous face, something deeper. Something personal. "He knew my parents," Harry realized. He was one of the Marauders too. Mooney. The name suddenly made sense. Third year brought new classes and new challenges. Care of magical creatures was taught by Hagrid now, a promotion that should have been wonderful but was immediately complicated by Draco Malfoy getting himself injured by a hippogriff. The Malfoys threatened lawsuits, Hagrid despaired, the beautiful creature named Buckbeak faced execution. Divination was taught by Professor Trelawney, a wispy woman in oversized spectacles who predicted Harry's death with such regularity that even he grew bored of it. The class was useless for practical magic but occasionally interesting from a theoretical perspective. The magical principles underlying true prophecy were connected to runic fate magic in ways Harry intended to explore. Ancient Runes was finally available as an elective, and Harry took it despite already knowing more than the professor did. The class provided cover for his abilities and occasionally useful historical context he'd missed in his self-study. But it was defense against the dark arts that commanded his attention. Lupin was everything Lockhart hadn't been, competent, knowledgeable, and genuinely committed to teaching practical defense. His lessons involved real magical creatures, boggarts, hinkypunks, grindylows, and real combat techniques. For the first time, Harry was learning wand-based defense from someone who actually knew what they were doing. He was also learning something else. Harry had noticed the pattern within the first month. Lupin disappeared around every full moon, returning pale and exhausted with fresh injuries poorly concealed. His magical signature had that distinctive quality Harry associated with creature-touched humans, a wildness underlying the civilized surface. Werewolf. Professor Lupin was a werewolf, and apparently he'd been one since childhood, because the wolfsbane potion he took to control his transformations required years of regular use to be fully effective. Harry kept the knowledge to himself. Lupin had trusted Hogwarts with his secret. Harry would respect that trust until given reason not to. Besides, he had other concerns. The Dementors were everywhere. They patrolled the school grounds, haunting the edges of the Forbidden Forest, drifting past windows at night like great dark ghosts. Their presence affected Harry more than anyone else. 3 times he nearly collapsed during outdoor classes, overwhelmed by the creature's proximity. "It's because you have worse memories than most people," Lupin explained during one of their private sessions. Harry had asked the professor to teach him to fight the Dementors, and Lupin had agreed despite obvious reservations. The Dementor's power feeds on negative emotions. Someone who's suffered greatly will be more vulnerable to their influence. Then how do I defend against them? The Patronus charm. It's an EWT-level magic, very advanced, but given your circumstances, I think we should try. Lupin demonstrated the wand movement. You need to focus on your happiest memory, the most powerful positive emotion you can summon. The spell transforms that emotion into a guardian spirit that drives Dementors away. Harry practiced for weeks without success. The problem wasn't the spell itself, he understood the theory, could perform the wand movement perfectly. The problem was the memory. Every time he reached for something happy, the Dementor's proximity dragged him back to darkness. His mother's screams. The green light. The moment of his parents' death, seared into his infant brain and waiting to surface whenever the creatures drew near. You're fighting yourself, Hermione observed during one of their Room of Requirement sessions. The Patronus needs genuine positive emotion, but you keep getting ambushed by trauma. I know. I just don't know how to fix it. Maybe you need a different approach. She was sitting cross-legged with one of Lily's journals open in her lap. Your mother wrote about emotional magic. She said Runic practitioners had developed techniques for compartmentalizing feelings, keeping the ones you needed accessible while shielding the ones that interfered. Harry frowned. I've read those passages. The technique requires inscribing protection runes directly on the skin. It's dangerous. More dangerous than passing out every time a Dementor gets within 50 feet. She had a point. The skin inscription took 3 attempts to get right. Harry worked alone in the Room of Requirement, the door sealed against intrusion, his mother's most detailed journals spread around him. The rune was Algi's, protection, modified with secondary symbols that targeted emotional interference rather than physical attack. The first attempt failed because his hand shook during the critical stroke. The rune dissipated harmlessly, leaving nothing but a faint red mark. The second attempt was worse. The inscription took hold, but the modification was flawed. Instead of shielding his trauma, it amplified it. Harry spent an hour curled on the floor, reliving every terrible moment of his childhood in excruciating detail, before the botched rune finally burned itself out. The third attempt, made after 2 days of recovery and careful revision of his calculations, worked. The Algi's flared briefly on his forearm, its golden light sinking into his skin and leaving behind a faint silvery pattern that was visible only to Runic sight. Harry felt the protection settle into place, a gentle barrier around his worst memories, allowing him to access them if needed but preventing them from overwhelming him without warning. He tested it immediately, walking out to the edge of the grounds where the Dementors patrolled. The creatures sensed his approach and drifted closer, their rotten cloth forms swaying in a wind that seemed to blow only for them. Harry felt the cold wash over him, felt his happiness begin to drain, and the rune activated. The memories were still there. His mother's voice, the green light, the moment of death. But they were contained now, observable rather than consuming. Harry could examine them without drowning in them. He raised his wand, focused on the memory of finding his mother's trunk, the warmth, the wonder, the knowledge that he'd been loved, and spoke the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand tip. Not a full corporeal Patronus, that would take more practice, but a substantial shield that drove the Dementors back with visible force. Harry stood alone in the darkness, silver light blazing around him, and smiled. One problem solved. 100 more to go. The Marauders map changed everything. Fred and George Weasley gifted it to Harry at Christmas, claiming they'd outgrown the need for mischief-making aids, a transparent lie, but Harry appreciated the gesture. The map showed every corridor of Hogwarts, every secret passage, every person walking the castle's halls, their names displayed in tiny moving labels. It was also, Harry realized immediately, the work of his father's generation. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders map. 4 names. 4 nicknames. For brilliant young wizards who'd created an impossible enchantment and used it primarily for pranks. Moony was Lupin, the werewolf, the professor, the man who looked at Harry with barely concealed grief. Padfoot was Sirius Black, the prisoner, the betrayer, the escaped murderer who might be coming to kill Harry even now. Prongs was James Potter, Harry's father, dead for 12 years, survived only in his son's face and messy hair. And Wormtail was Peter Pettigrew, the man Black had supposedly murdered, the friend who died trying to stop a traitor. Harry studied the map for hours, learning its secrets, marveling at the sophistication of its magic. This was runic work at its finest, complex enchantments layered together seamlessly, powered by the castle's own magical field, designed to update in real time. Whoever the marauders had been, they'd been genuinely talented. My father made this, Harry thought. He and his friends, when they were barely older than me. What else had James Potter been capable of? What might he have taught Harry, if he'd lived? The questions multiplied, and with them, Harry's determination to find answers. The truth came out on a spring night, in circumstances no one could have predicted. Harry had been using the Marauder's map to track movements around the castle, keeping tabs on professors and students and the occasional mysterious blank spot that suggested invisible intruders. He'd spotted Black's name once, briefly, in a passage near Gryffindor Tower, but by the time he'd arrived to investigate, the name had vanished. Then, on a night when the full moon was rising, he saw something impossible. Peter Pettigrew's name, moving across the grounds toward the Whomping Willow. Harry stared at the map, certain he was misreading it. Pettigrew was dead. Had been dead for 12 years. Black had killed him, everyone agreed on that. But the map didn't lie. The map couldn't lie, that was the entire point of its design. And the name on the parchment was unmistakable, Peter Pettigrew, moving with purpose toward a secret passage Harry had never noticed before. He should have gotten a teacher. Should have alerted Dumbledore or McGonagall or anyone with authority. Instead, Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak and ran. The passage beneath the Whomping Willow led to a decrepit building on the edge of Hogsmeade, the Shrieking Shack, supposedly the most haunted structure in Britain. Harry had heard stories about it all year, ghost tales and warnings about the terrible sounds that echoed from within. The sounds weren't ghosts. They were werewolf transformations, muffled by silencing charms. This was where Lupin had gone during his school years, where he'd been taken to change safely away from other students. Harry slipped inside, wand ready, runic senses extended. He could feel 3 distinct magical signatures, one human, one half-transformed, and one that flickered strangely between forms. The human was Sirius Black. He was thinner than his wanted poster suggested, gaunt and wild-eyed, his robes hanging off a frame that had clearly known years of starvation. But he wasn't attacking. He was talking, rapidly, desperately, to someone Harry couldn't yet see. Telling you the truth, Remus. It was Peter all along. He was the spy, the traitor, the one who told Voldemort where they were hiding. I switched with him at the last minute, we thought I was too obvious a target, and then he betrayed them and framed me for it, Sirius. Lupin's voice was strained, his transformation clearly beginning despite the Wolfsbane potion's influence. If what you're saying is true, why didn't you tell anyone? Why did you let yourself be imprisoned? Because no one would have believed me. Black's voice cracked with anguish. Peter was dead, or so everyone thought. There was no evidence, no way to prove, but Peter isn't dead. Harry stepped out of the shadows, wand raised. Both men spun toward him. He's here somewhere. I saw his name on the map. Black's expression shifted from shock to desperate hope. Harry. Harry, you have to understand, I never betrayed your parents. I loved them. James was like my brother. I would have died before, I want to believe you. Harry kept his wand steady. But I need proof. Where's Pettigrew? A scuffling sound from the corner drew everyone's attention. A rat, Ron's rat, Harry realized, the one called Scabbers that the Weasleys had owned for over a decade, was trying to squeeze through a hole in the wall. Black lunged. The confrontation that followed was chaos. Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, hidden for 12 years in the form of a rat, was forced back into human shape by the combined efforts of Lupin and Black. He was a small, balding man with watery eyes and a permanent expression of terror, and his magical signature confirmed everything Harry's mother had theorized about soul-deep corruption. This was a man who had sold his friends to a monster. His very magic smelled like betrayal. Sirius, Remus, Pettigrew squeaked, falling to his knees. "You don't understand, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, I had no choice." "You always have a choice," Black snarled. "You chose to let James and Lily die. You chose to frame me for your crimes. You chose to hide for 12 years while I rotted in Azkaban. I had to. The Dark Lord's followers were everywhere, they would have known." "The Dark Lord is gone," Harry said quietly. "Every eye turned to him. Has been for 12 years. You could have come forward at any time. Could have cleared Sirius, admitted the truth. Why didn't you?" Pettigrew's eyes darted between the faces surrounding him, searching for sympathy, finding none. "I was afraid. I was scared, Harry. Surely you understand, my mother begged for my life." Harry's voice was flat, controlled, but beneath the surface something was burning. "She offered to die in my place, and Voldemort killed her anyway. Because of you. Because you told him where to find us. I didn't know he would, I never meant, you knew exactly what you were doing." Harry raised his wand. "You're a murderer. A traitor. And you're going to face justice for it." Pettigrew lunged. Not at Harry, at Lupin, who was losing his battle against transformation. The movement caught everyone off guard. In the confusion, Pettigrew grabbed Lupin's dropped wand and fired a wild curse that blasted a hole in the shack's wall. Then he transformed, shrinking back into a rat, and disappeared through the opening before anyone could stop him. Black howled with frustration and started after him, but Harry grabbed his arm. "Let him go. The moon's rising, Lupin needs help. But Peter will be found again. We know he's alive now. We know the truth." Harry met Black's eyes, saw the anguish there, the desperate need for vindication. "Right now, we need to get out of here before Lupin transforms completely. Can you do that? Can you focus on survival instead of revenge?" For a long moment, Black stared at him. Then something shifted in his expression, a flicker of the man he might have been, before 12 years of Dementors stripped away everything but rage and grief. "You're so much like James," he whispered. "But you have Lily's eyes. And her good sense. So I've been told. Now move." The escape from the shrieking shack was a nightmare. Lupin transformed fully despite the wolfsbane, the stress of the evening overwhelming the potion's effects. Black shifted into an enormous black dog, his animagus form, another piece of Marauder history clicking into place, and fought his friend to a standstill while Harry ran for the castle. He almost made it. The Dementors descended en masse, drawn by the intense emotions flooding the grounds. Harry's protective rune flared against the assault, but there were too many, dozens of hooded figures closing in from every direction, their combined aura overwhelming his defenses. He raised his wand, summoned every positive emotion he could muster, and cast Expecto Patronum. The silver light that erupted was different this time. Not a shield, a shape. A massive, four-legged form that Harry recognized from countless descriptions in his father's journals. A stag. Prongs. The Patronus charged into the Dementor swarm, silver antlers blazing, driving the creatures back with furious light. They scattered before it, fleeing into the darkness, their awful presence lifting like a curse being broken. Harry stood at the center of the maelstrom, his father's spirit guardian circling him protectively, and felt something shift inside his chest. "I know who you are now," he thought. "James Potter. Prongs. My dad. Thank you for protecting me." The aftermath was complicated. Pettigrew had escaped, which meant there was no ironclad proof of Black's innocence. Dumbledore believed Harry's account, or claimed to, but the Ministry refused to reconsider Black's conviction without the captured traitor. Sirius was still a wanted man. But he was also free, no longer confined to Azkaban, no longer slowly being destroyed by Dementor exposure. "I can't stay in Britain," he told Harry during a brief meeting in the Hogwarts hospital wing. "Too many people watching, too many who want me dead. But I'll be around. And if you ever need me, for anything, I'll come." "Where will you go?" "Far away. Somewhere warm, I think. I've had enough of cold." Black's smile was wan but genuine. "Your father would be so proud of you, Harry. The way you handled tonight, the way you sought the truth instead of just accepting what you were told, that's exactly what James would have done." "I had help. My mother's journals, my training." "Lily was brilliant," Black agreed. "But you're the one who used what she left you. You're the one who became something remarkable." He clasped Harry's shoulder with a hand that still trembled slightly. "I know I haven't been there for you. I know I've been a terrible godfather. But if you'll let me, I'd like to try to do better." Harry thought about all the questions he still had. About his parents, about the war, about the family he'd never known. Questions that Sirius might be able to answer, if given time. "I'd like that," he said. Black's eyes glistened. "Then we'll make it work. Somehow. No matter what the Ministry thinks." He transformed into the great black dog and vanished into the night, leaving Harry with one more ally in a war that was growing more complex by the day. Lupin resigned at the end of the year, his condition exposed by accidental revelation that everyone knew Snape was responsible for. Harry was furious. Lupin had been the best defense teacher he'd ever had, and losing him to prejudice felt like a personal betrayal. "It's not your fault," Lupin said, packing his meager belongings into a battered suitcase. "The wizarding world isn't ready for someone like me in a position of authority. Maybe someday, but not yet. That's not good enough." "No. It isn't." Lupin smiled sadly. "But some battles have to be fought over generations, Harry. The important thing is to keep fighting, even when the odds seem impossible." "Is that what my parents did?" "Yes. They fought until the end, against an enemy everyone said couldn't be beaten." Lupin closed his suitcase and turned to face Harry directly. "Your mother especially. She was researching something dangerous, something that might have changed everything. She died before she could finish, but the research itself—" "I know," Harry said quietly. "I have her journals. I've been continuing her work." Lupin's expression flickered through surprise, fear, and finally something like hope. "Then maybe you'll succeed where she couldn't. Maybe you'll find a way to end this for good." "I'm going to try. I believe you." Lupin extended his hand, and Harry shook it firmly. "Stay in touch, Harry. And be careful. The things Lily was studying, they're not forgiving of mistakes." "I know. I'm learning to be very careful indeed." The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron, who had spent most of the year's climax unconscious, having been knocked out early in the Shrieking Shack confrontation, watching the countryside slide past. Hermione was reading one of Lily's journals, borrowed for the summer with strict instructions about secrecy. Ron was nursing a grudge about missing all the good parts and plotting ways to make up for it next year. And Harry was thinking about everything he'd learned. Sirius was innocent. Pettigrew was alive. The story he'd been told about his parents' betrayal was a lie, carefully constructed to protect a coward and punish a hero. What else had he been lied to about? Voldemort was still out there, somehow, in some form, the diary had proven that. Horcruxes existed, anchoring him to life, waiting to be found and destroyed. The war that had killed Harry's parents had never really ended, it had just gone quiet, gathering strength for the next battle. And Harry was at the center of it all. The boy who lived. The child of prophecy. The one person who might be able to end what his mother had started. No pressure, he thought sardonically. But beneath the sarcasm was steel. 3 years of training. 3 years of preparation. 3 years of learning who he was and what he could do. He wasn't ready yet. Wasn't strong enough, knowledgeable enough, experienced enough to face what was coming. But he was getting closer. Every day, every lesson, every challenge brought him nearer to the moment when all his preparation would be tested. When that moment came, Harry Potter intended to be ready. The train carried him south, toward another summer of training, another year of growth, another step closer to the destiny his mother had foreseen. He would honor her sacrifice. He would finish what she started. Whatever it took. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Tournament of Blood. The Quidditch World Cup was supposed to be a celebration. Harry arrived at the Weasley tent with excitement thrumming through his veins, his first major wizarding event, surrounded by friends, with Sirius's letters warming his pocket and a summer of intense training sharpening his skills. For one night, he could pretend to be a normal teenager enjoying a sporting event. The match itself was spectacular. Ireland versus Bulgaria, played at speeds that made Harry's firebolt seem sluggish, with Victor Crumb's legendary Wronski feint and Ireland's chasers weaving patterns that defied physics. Harry cheered with the rest of the crowd, caught up in the pure joy of competition. Then the Death Eaters came. The attack began after midnight, when most spectators were sleeping or celebrating. Harry felt the dark magic signatures before he heard the screams, dozens of corrupted auras converging on the campsite from multiple directions. Get to the forest. Arthur Weasley was shouting, his wand out, his face pale with fear. All of you, now. Don't stop for anything. Harry ran with the others, but his mind was already cataloging threats. The Death Eaters weren't attacking randomly, they were herding the crowd, driving people toward specific locations. A coordinated assault, not a spontaneous riot. They're looking for someone, he realized. Or something. He got separated from the Weasleys in the chaos, whether by accident or design, he couldn't tell. One moment Ron was beside him, the next, Harry was alone in a clearing, surrounded by screaming crowds and the distant flashes of curses. And then the sky lit up with green fire. The dark mark, Voldemort's symbol, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, blazed above the tree-line like a beacon of terror. The sight of it sent the remaining crowd into absolute panic, people disapparating in droves, leaving behind trampled belongings and unconscious bodies. Harry stood frozen, staring at the mark, feeling his scar burn with sympathetic resonance. He's not here, Harry told himself. This isn't Voldemort himself. This is his followers, sending a message. But what message? And to whom? Ministry officials appeared within minutes, aurors and hit wizards flooding the area. Harry was questioned, released, reunited with the Weasleys. Everyone was shaken but unharmed. But the mood had changed. The celebration was over. The war that everyone pretended had ended was making itself known again, and this time there was no pretending it away. Fourth year began with an announcement that sent the school into chaos. Hogwarts, Dumbledore declared at the welcoming feast, has been chosen to host a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. The great hall exploded with excited whispers. Harry, sitting between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, felt his stomach clench with foreboding. Dumbledore explained the tournament's history, 3 schools competing through dangerous tasks, champions selected by an impartial magical judge, glory and gold for the victor. He explained the safety measures that had been implemented after too many deaths in previous tournaments. He explained the age restriction, only students 17 or older could submit their names. To ensure compliance, Dumbledore concluded, an age line will be drawn around the Goblet of Fire. I must warn you, attempts to circumvent this protection will be met with unpleasant consequences. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations arrived within the week. Fleur Delacour, a stunning French witch with an aura that screamed Vila heritage. Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian Quidditch star, looking uncomfortable with his sudden fame. Dozens of other students, all eyeing Hogwarts with mixtures of curiosity and competition. Harry watched them arrive with the detached analysis his training had instilled. Magical signatures, body language, threat assessment. Most of the visitors were exactly what they appeared to be: students seeking glory, teachers seeking prestige, politicians seeking influence. But a few set off his instincts. Igor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, whose magical signature bore the unmistakable taint of the Dark Mark. A ministry official named Barty Crouch, whose rigid demeanor concealed something that flickered wrongly when Harry's senses probed too deep. And Alastair Mad-Eyed Moody, the new defense professor, who was either exactly what he claimed to be or the most sophisticated infiltrator Harry had ever encountered. Something's wrong, Harry thought. Something about this year is very wrong. He just couldn't figure out what. The Goblet selected its champions on Halloween night. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, a handsome Hufflepuff 7th year who seemed genuinely honored by the selection. The hall began to empty, students chattering excitedly about the upcoming tasks. Harry stood to leave with Ron and Hermione, and the goblet flared again. A fourth piece of parchment shot from the flames. Dumbledore caught it, read it, and went very still. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry didn't move. Couldn't move. Every eye in the great hall was fixed on him, and he could feel the weight of their attention like a physical pressure. Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, his voice carrying an edge Harry had never heard before. Please come forward. He walked to the front of the hall on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The whispers started before he'd taken 3 steps: accusations, speculation, disbelief. By the time he reached Dumbledore, half the school had already decided he was a cheater and an attention seeker. Did you put your name in the goblet? Dumbledore asked quietly. No. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. The headmaster studied Harry's face for a long moment. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, or at least convince him that further questioning was pointless. Then someone else entered your name, Dumbledore said, and the goblet, having accepted it, has created a binding magical contract. You must compete, Harry. There is no alternative. Harry felt the binding settle over him like invisible chains. The goblet's magic was ancient and absolute, refusing to participate would mean losing his magic entirely. Someone had trapped him. Someone had used the tournament as a weapon, forcing him into a situation designed to get him killed. But who? He wondered as he was led to the antechamber where the other champions waited. And why? The questions would occupy him for months. The answers, when they came, would change everything. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of Hagrid's indiscretion and his own reconnaissance, sneaking to the edge of the forbidden forest where the tournament organizers had hidden 4 fully grown nesting mothers. Hungarian horntail, Swedish shortsnout, Chinese fireball, Welsh green. Each one capable of incinerating a human in seconds. The objective is to retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest, Hermione reported after a night of frantic research. Past tournaments used similar challenges. The egg contains a clue to the second task. And how exactly am I supposed to get past a dragon? Harry asked. I'm good, but I'm not fight a dragon good. You don't have to fight it. You have to outsmart it. Hermione was pacing the room of requirement, her mind clearly racing. Dragons are intelligent but single-minded. Once they perceive a threat to their eggs, they won't stop until it's eliminated. But if you could convince the dragon that the threat was somewhere else. Distraction, Harry said slowly. Make it think I'm not the real danger. Exactly. Or, she stopped, a new thought clearly occurring to her. Harry, dragons are magical creatures. They have their own frequencies, their own signatures. Can you sense them? Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his runic senses, remembering the brief exposure he'd had to the dragons during his reconnaissance. The creatures had blazed like bonfires to his magical perception, raw power barely contained by flesh and scale. "I can sense them," he confirmed. "They're loud. Magically speaking. Then maybe you can communicate with them. Not like Parseltongue, you can't speak dragon, but runic magic is about describing truth, right? What if you could describe a truth that the dragon would accept?" It was an insane idea. Runic communication with a dragon, improvised under combat conditions, with thousands of spectators watching. It might just work. The day of the first task arrived cold and grey. Harry entered the arena to face the Hungarian Horntail, the largest, most aggressive dragon of the four, and felt his heart try to climb out of his throat. The creature was magnificent and terrifying, 50 feet of armored scales and razor claws, her yellow eyes tracking his every movement. The crowd roared. The dragon roared back. Harry raised his wand and began the performance he'd prepared, summoning his firebolt, mounting it, beginning the aerial dance that would convince the spectators he was using conventional tactics. But his real work was happening beneath the surface. As he flew, Harry reached out with his runic senses and brushed against the dragon's consciousness. Not words, dragons didn't think in words, but impressions. Feelings. The truth of his situation, expressed in magical terms the creature might understand. "I am not a threat to your eggs," he projected. "I want only one object, the false one, the golden one, the one that is not yours." The Horntail's head swiveled, tracking him with predatory focus. Harry felt her attention like a physical weight, felt her considering his communication. "I will not harm your children," he continued. "Let me take what I need and I will leave. You will never see me again." A long moment passed. The dragon's fire breath gathered in her throat, preparing to incinerate this annoying insect, and then, inexplicably, she turned away. Not completely. She still watched him, still tracked his movements with lethal attention. But she was allowing him to approach, permitting him access to the nest's edge. Harry dove for the golden egg, snatched it from between the real eggs, and shot skyward before the dragon could reconsider. The crowd went insane. Harry landed to a wall of sound, cheering, screaming, Gryffindors chanting his name. He'd completed the task in the fastest time of any champion, with no injuries and no apparent effort. Only Hermione knew the truth of what he'd done. And she was staring at him with an expression that mixed pride with genuine awe. "You talked to a dragon," she whispered when he reached her in the crowd. "You actually communicated with a dragon using runic principles." "I asked nicely," Harry said. "Turns out dragons respond well to politeness." He was grinning, high on adrenaline and triumph. But beneath the celebration, his mind was already turning to the next challenge. Someone had put his name in that goblet. Someone wanted him dead. He intended to find out who. The golden egg screamed. Harry discovered this in the Gryffindor common room, when he opened his prize and was assaulted by a wailing so painful that several students covered their ears and fled. The sound was not language, not in any form Harry recognized, but there was clearly meaning encoded in the awful shrieking. "Mermish," Hermione said after a week of research. "The merpeople's language sounds different underwater. I think you're supposed to listen to the egg while submerged." The clue, when Harry finally deciphered it, was a riddle about the Black Lake. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, an hour long you'll have to look, to recover what we took." Something precious would be taken from him and hidden at the bottom of the lake. He'd have an hour to retrieve it, an hour underwater, among mere people, facing whatever additional challenges the tournament organizers had devised. Harry spent weeks preparing. He learned the bubblehead charm for breathing underwater. He practiced swimming in the lake's frigid waters, conditioning his body to the cold. He researched mere people culture and combat tactics, preparing for potential confrontation. But his most important preparation was runic. The bubblehead charm was useful but imperfect, it required concentration to maintain, distracted attention that might be needed for other things. Harry wanted something more reliable. He developed a new inscription, a breathing rune carved into a small stone pendant, designed to extract oxygen directly from the surrounding water and deliver it to his lungs. The enchantment was complex, modifying biological processes always was, but after 24 failed attempts, he finally created a version that worked. The morning of the second task, Harry dove into the Black Lake with his pendant active and his confidence high. The hour that followed tested both. The Merpeople's village was eerily beautiful. Harry swam through stone structures and waving seaweed, past curious merfolk who watched his passage with suspicious eyes. The cold bit into him despite his preparations, the darkness pressed close despite the lumos glow from his wand. 4 figures floated at the village's center, suspended in enchanted sleep: Ron, Hermione, a young girl who must be Fleur's sister, and Cho Chang, whom Cedric had been dating. Harry reached Ron first and began cutting the magical bonds. But as the ropes fell away, he realized something was wrong. Hermione was still tied. The other hostages were still tied. And the hour was half over. The other champions, Harry thought. They should be here by now. He waited. 5 minutes. 10. Fleur's sister was beginning to show signs of oxygen deprivation, the enchanted sleep protected against drowning, but only up to a point. I can't leave them. The Merpeople were watching, tridents raised, their expressions making clear that taking more than one hostage was forbidden. Harry calculated distances, speeds, the time remaining on his breathing enchantment. Then he made his decision. He cut Hermione free, then the French girl, then Cho Chang. Grabbing all 4 hostages, he kicked toward the surface with every ounce of strength he possessed. The Merpeople pursued. Harry fired stunning spells behind him, driving them back, buying precious seconds. His lungs were burning despite the pendant, the enchantment was failing, overwhelmed by the strain. He broke the surface with seconds to spare, dragging 4 barely conscious teenagers onto the dock where judges and spectators waited. Fleur was crying, clutching her sister, babbling thanks in French. Cedric was helping Cho, his expression a mixture of relief and confusion. The judges were conferring, their scoring clearly complicated by Harry's unexpected rescue of multiple hostages. Harry collapsed on the dock and concentrated on breathing. You didn't have to do that, Hermione said quietly, sitting beside him. The rules only required you to save one person. I know. You could have lost. Could have died, if your rune had failed completely. I know. So why? Harry thought about the question. About the calculations he'd made underwater, the risks he'd weighed, the decision he'd reached. Because leaving them to die wasn't really an option, he said finally. Rules are rules, but some things matter more. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she leaned against his shoulder, and they watched the lake together until the judges announced their scores. Harry finished second, behind Cedric. But as he walked back to the castle, he found he didn't much care about points. He'd done the right thing. That was enough. The months between the second and third tasks were filled with investigation. Harry's name in the goblet hadn't been an accident. Someone with significant magical knowledge had circumvented Dumbledore's age line and fooled an ancient artifact into accepting a 4th champion. That required skill, planning, and purpose. Who benefits from me competing? Harry asked himself repeatedly. Who wants me dead badly enough to risk this elaborate scheme? The obvious answer was Voldemort. The Death Eaters at the World Cup, the dark mark in the sky, the growing unrest in the wizarding world, everything pointed toward the Dark Lord's followers reorganizing, preparing for their master's return. But Voldemort was supposed to be a wraith, a bodiless spirit barely clinging to existence. How could he orchestrate something this complex from his diminished state? Unless he had help. Harry began watching Mad-Eye Moody more closely. The defense professor was everything his reputation suggested: paranoid, aggressive, deeply knowledgeable about dark magic. His lessons were brutal but effective, covering curses and counter-curses that Hogwarts had never taught before. But something was off. Harry's runic senses, finely tuned after years of training, detected inconsistencies in Moody's magical signature. Fluctuations that suggested he wasn't entirely what he appeared. Polyjuice potion, Harry realized one evening, watching Moody compulsively drink from his hip flask. Someone's impersonating him. The question was who, and what they wanted. The third task was a maze. Hedges 20 feet high, filled with obstacles and creatures, designed to test the champion's courage and skill. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup at the maze's center would be declared the winner. Harry entered the maze with his senses fully extended, tracking magical signatures and potential threats. He encountered a boggart, dispatched with a Patronus, a sphinx, riddle solved, and a blast-ended scrut, avoided entirely through clever navigation. He also encountered Victor Crumb, who was clearly under the Imperious Curse, attacking other champions with lethal intent. Harry stunned him and moved on, the wrongness of the situation crystallizing in his mind. Someone was manipulating the tournament. Someone wanted Harry to reach the cup, but not just to win. It's a trap, he realized, even as he rounded the final corner and saw the gleaming trophy waiting in the clearing ahead. The cup is a trap, and I'm walking right into it. He should stop. Should find another way. Cedric Diggory burst from the hedges on the opposite side. They stared at each other across the clearing, both panting, both within reach of victory. Together, Cedric said. We take it together, it's still a Hogwarts victory either way. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed that touching that cup was a mistake. But Cedric was already moving, reaching for the trophy. Harry lunged and grabbed the cup at the same moment as Cedric. The world twisted. The graveyard materialized around them like a nightmare made real. Tombstones, dead trees, a massive cauldron bubbling over a fire. And waiting beside the cauldron, a small figure carrying a bundle wrapped in black cloth. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. The traitor. Kill the spare, said a voice from the bundle, high, cold, terrifyingly familiar. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Cedric's body falling. Harry's scream of horror and rage, cut short as ropes erupted from Pettigrew's wand and bound him to a headstone. He struggled, but the bindings were too tight. He could only watch as Pettigrew approached the cauldron, as the bundle was unwrapped to reveal something monstrous, a twisted, infant-like form that was somehow Voldemort, reduced to this by his destruction 14 years ago. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Grave dirt rose from beneath Harry's feet and fell into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Pettigrew raised a silver knife and, with a whimper of pain, cut off his own hand. The bloody mass splashed into the potion. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The knife descended toward Harry's arm, and Harry's emergency rune activated. He'd inscribed it weeks ago, a last resort protection against exactly this kind of helpless situation. Algi's combined with Raidho, Shield and Journey, designed to transport him away from danger when his life was truly threatened. But the rune was fighting against the graveyard's wards. Voldemort had prepared for escape attempts, the dark magic surrounding this place was resisting Harry's enchantment. The knife cut his arm. His blood spilled into the cauldron. The potion erupted. Lord Voldemort rose from the cauldron reborn. Tall, pale, with crimson eyes and a face that barely resembled humanity. Power radiated from him in waves that made Harry's scar feel like it was splitting open. Robe me, Voldemort commanded. Pettigrew obeyed with trembling hands. My wand. The wand was placed in those long, pale fingers. Then Voldemort turned to Harry, and smiled. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. We meet again at last. Harry's emergency rune was still fighting the wards, still trying to find a weakness. He needed time. You look different, Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. Less snake-like than I expected. Did the beautician mess up? Voldemort's smile widened. Courage. I appreciate that. Your mother had it too, right until the moment I killed her. Don't talk about my mother. Why not? She's the reason we're here, after all. Voldemort began to pace, his movements eerily graceful. Her sacrifice created the blood protection that kept me from touching you. But your blood now runs in my veins, Harry. That protection works for me now, not against me. Harry felt cold realization wash over him. Voldemort had used his blood specifically to overcome Lily's ancient magic. The protection that had saved him at 15 months old was gone. You've been planning this for a while, Harry said. 14 years. 14 years of preparation, of patience, of waiting for the right moment. Voldemort stopped pacing and faced Harry directly. And now that moment has arrived. My Death Eaters are gathered. My body is restored. All that remains is to demonstrate to the world that Harry Potter, the symbol of my defeat, is nothing more than a scared little boy. He raised his wand. Harry's rune finally found a weakness in the wards, a tiny gap, barely enough for transport. He triggered it just as Voldemort began his curse. Crucio. The pain hit him at the same moment as the transport began. For one eternal second, Harry was being tortured and traveling simultaneously, his body torn between two impossible states. Then he crashed onto grass, gasping, and realized he was back at Hogwarts. The maze's edge. The spectators' stands. Thousands of people staring at him in confusion. And Cedric's body, still clutching the cup beside him. Harry tried to speak, tried to warn them, but the words wouldn't come. All he could do was point at the cup, the portkey that had taken them to that graveyard, before consciousness finally failed. The last thing he heard was Hermione screaming his name. The aftermath was chaos. Dumbledore believed Harry's account of Voldemort's return. The Ministry did not. Within days, the Daily Prophet was running stories about Harry's delusions and attention-seeking behavior, painting him as an unstable teenager who couldn't accept that Cedric's death was a tragic accident. Harry didn't care about the newspapers. He was too busy preparing. He's back, Harry said during an emergency meeting with Hermione in the Room of Requirement. Actually, physically, powerfully back. Everything my mother was working toward, everything we've been training for, it starts now. What do we need to do? The Horcruxes. We need to find and destroy them before Voldemort becomes too powerful to stop. Harry pulled out his mother's journals, opening to the pages of her incomplete research. She identified at least 3, possibly more. The diary was one, I destroyed that in second year. There's one in my scar. The others are hidden somewhere. Do we have any leads? Fragments. My mother's notes mention objects of significance to Voldemort, things connected to the Founders, to his past, to places that mattered to him. Harry pointed to a list he'd compiled. Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. Something of Ravenclaw's, maybe. And something connected to his family, the Gaunts, who were descended from Slytherin. That's a lot of possibilities. I know. But we have time, some time, at least. Voldemort will want to rebuild his forces before moving openly. We can use that window to hunt. Hermione studied the list with the intensity she brought to every challenge. We'll need help. This is too big for just the two of us. Harry nodded slowly. Ron. He's proven himself loyal, even if he doesn't know everything about my training. Neville, there's more to him than people realize. Luna Lovegood, maybe, she sees things others miss. And adults? Dumbledore? The Order of the Phoenix? Eventually. But not yet. Harry's expression hardened. Dumbledore kept secrets from me my whole life. He knew about the Horcrux in my scar and never told me. I'm not ready to trust him with everything until I understand why. That's a dangerous attitude, Harry. So is blind faith in authority figures. He met her eyes. I respect Dumbledore. I believe he wants to defeat Voldemort. But I don't think his priorities are the same as mine, and until I understand the differences, I'm keeping my own counsel." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. "All right. We do this your way, for now. But Harry?" Her voice softened. "Don't carry this alone. Whatever happens, I'm with you. We're in this together." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. "Together," he agreed. "Whatever it takes." The year ended with grief and determination. Cedric's memorial service was packed with mourners, students who'd known him, professors who'd taught him, family who'd loved him. Harry stood at the back, watching, remembering the boy who'd offered to share victory and paid for it with his life. "I'll avenge you," Harry promised silently. "I'll stop him. Whatever it costs." The train carried him south toward another summer at Privet Drive, though not for long. Sirius had promised to extract him as soon as possible, to take him somewhere safe where he could train without restriction. The war had begun. The enemy had returned. Everything Harry had worked for, everything his mother had prepared him for, was about to be tested. He was ready. Or as ready as anyone could be, facing the darkest wizard in history with nothing but knowledge, determination, and the love of a mother who died to give him a chance. "Be brave, my darling boy. Be clever. Be kind." Harry touched his mother's amulet and watched the countryside pass. "I will, Mum. I promise. This time, we win." Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Order's Shadow. Grimmauld Place smelled like decay and dark magic. Harry stood in the entrance hall of the ancient Black family home, his runic senses reeling from the concentrated malevolence woven into every surface. Portraits of long-dead purebloods sneered from the walls. A massive chandelier hung overhead, its crystals dulled by decades of neglect. And somewhere deeper in the house, something was screaming. "That'll be my mother's portrait," Sirius said grimly, leading Harry past the curtained frame that was the source of the noise. "Permanent sticking charm. Can't get rid of her no matter what we try." The portrait shrieked something about blood traders and mudbloods before Sirius yanked the curtains closed, muffling the sound. "Welcome to my childhood home," he added with bitter humor. "Lovely, isn't it?" Harry said nothing. He was too busy cataloging the house's magical infrastructure, the wards, the enchantments, the layers of dark magic that had accumulated over generations of Black family residents. This place was a fortress, but it was also a prison. The magic here didn't just keep enemies out, it kept inhabitants in, binding them to the house's corrupted essence. No wonder Sirius ran away, Harry thought. Growing up here must have been torture. The Order of the Phoenix had claimed Grimmauld Place as their headquarters. Harry met them that first evening, Dumbledore's secret organization, reformed to fight Voldemort's return. Familiar faces mixed with new ones, Remus Lupin, looking more exhausted than ever. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, recovered from his year-long imprisonment. Nymphadora Tonks, a young Auror whose hair changed color with her moods. Kingsley Shacklebolt, imposing and calm. And dozens of others, all gathered around a massive kitchen table, all staring at Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. "Harry." Dumbledore rose from the head of the table, his expression grave but welcoming. "Thank you for joining us. I know this summer has been difficult." Difficult was an understatement. Harry had spent 3 weeks at Privet Drive before Sirius's extraction team arrived, 3 weeks of isolation, nightmares about Cedric's death, and a complete news blackout from the magical world. The Order had kept him deliberately ignorant, and he intended to make his feelings about that clear. "I have questions," Harry said flatly. "A lot of them." "I'm sure you do. And you deserve answers, many of which I should have provided years ago." Dumbledore gestured to an empty chair. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat. And for the next 3 hours, he listened. The Order's intelligence painted a grim picture. Voldemort was rebuilding his forces quietly, avoiding open conflict while he gathered strength. Death Eaters were being recruited from pureblood families across Europe. Giants were being approached in their mountain strongholds. Dementors were growing restless, their allegiance to the Ministry wavering. Meanwhile, the Ministry itself was in complete denial. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had decided that Voldemort's return was a lie invented by Dumbledore to seize political power. The Daily Prophet was running smear campaigns against Harry and Dumbledore both, painting them as delusional attention seekers. The Ministry is putting all its energy into suppressing the truth instead of preparing for war, Kingsley reported. Fudge has stationed Aurors around Dumbledore's known associates. He's blocked every attempt to increase security. He's even talking about placing Ministry oversight at Hogwarts. Oversight? McGonagall's voice was sharp with alarm. What kind of oversight? A High Inquisitor. Someone to ensure that Hogwarts curriculum meets Ministry standards, which means ensuring that no one teaches students to actually defend themselves. Harry felt cold anger settle in his chest. The wizarding world was facing an existential threat, and its government was more concerned with politics than survival. What about the Horcruxes? He asked, cutting through the strategic discussion. The room went silent. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. You know about those? My mother's research. She identified them years ago. Harry met the headmaster's eyes without flinching. I know Voldemort split his soul multiple times. I know the diary was one of them, and I destroyed it in second year. I know there's a fragment in my scar. What I don't know is why you never told me any of this. The silence stretched. Several Order members were looking between Harry and Dumbledore with expressions of confusion. They clearly hadn't known about the Horcruxes either. I was trying to protect you, Dumbledore said finally. The knowledge is dangerous, Harry. I wanted you to have a childhood before what? Before Voldemort came back and started trying to kill me again. Harry's voice was harder than he'd intended. I've been training for this war since I was 8 years old, Professor. I found my mother's journals and taught myself runic magic and prepared for exactly this moment. And the whole time, you knew things that could have helped me, things that could have saved lives, and you kept them secret. Harry, Cedric died because I didn't understand what was happening. If I'd known about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's plans, about the prophecy, he stopped. The word had slipped out before he could catch it. You know about the prophecy? Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper. I know there is one. My mother mentioned it in her journals, but she didn't have the full text. Harry leaned forward. Tell me. All of it. No more secrets. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply looked at him. Then the old wizard sighed, and something in his expression shifted, a weight being set down, a burden being shared. Very well, he said. You're right, Harry. You deserve the truth. All of it. And he began to speak. The prophecy changed everything. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened to the words with a strange sense of calm. He'd suspected something like this. His mother's journals had hinted at a deeper connection between him and Voldemort, something beyond the random chance of a Halloween attack. Now he understood. The prophecy hadn't just predicted his conflict with Voldemort, it had created it. Voldemort had heard a partial version and decided to eliminate the threat, choosing Harry over Neville Longbottom, the other boy who fit the prophecy's criteria, and in doing so, had fulfilled the very prediction he'd sought to prevent. He marked me as his equal. Harry touched his scar. And gave me the power he knows not. But what was that power? Love, Dumbledore claimed, the protection Lily's sacrifice had created. Harry wasn't so sure. Love was important, certainly. But his mother had left him something more concrete than abstract emotion. She'd left him knowledge, training, abilities that Voldemort couldn't understand because the Dark Lord had never valued anything beyond raw magical power. "The prophecy says one of us has to kill the other," Harry said slowly. "But it doesn't say which one wins." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "The future is not fixed, Harry. Prophecies describe possibilities, not certainties. Then we make our own destiny." Harry stood, his mind already racing through implications and strategies. The Horcruxes are the key. As long as they exist, Voldemort can't truly die. We destroy them, we destroy his immortality, and then we end this. It won't be easy. The Horcruxes are well hidden and well protected. I know. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. But I've been preparing for this my entire life. My mother's research was focused on exactly this problem: how to destroy Horcruxes safely, how to remove soul fragments without killing the vessel. She didn't finish, but I've been continuing her work. You've made progress? Some. The soul fragment in my scar is the most complicated. It's bound to living tissue, not an inanimate object. But I think I've found a theoretical framework that might work. Harry paused. I'll need access to more resources. Books, artifacts, places of power. Things the Order might be able to help me find. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw in Harry's face seemed to satisfy him. You've grown into a remarkable young man, Harry. Your mother would be proud. He rose from his chair. Very well. I'll share everything I know about the Horcruxes, their likely locations, their protections, my theories about their destruction. In return, I ask that you share your mother's research with me. Together, perhaps we can solve the puzzle she left unfinished. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't complete trust, too much history lay between them for that, but it was a start. Together, he agreed. But no more secrets. Either of us. No more secrets, Dumbledore promised. Harry hoped the old wizard meant it. The summer at Grimmauld Place was intense. Harry divided his time between Order meetings, independent research, and training sessions with anyone willing to teach him. Moody drilled him in combat magic, dirty tricks and survival tactics that no Hogwarts class would ever cover. Tonks taught him metamorphmagus basics, which he couldn't fully replicate but which gave him useful insights into transformation magic. Lupin helped him refine his Patronus and shared memories of James and Lily that no one else could provide. But his most important work happened alone, late at night, in a dusty library filled with Black family grimoires. The Blacks had been dark wizards for generations, and their book collection reflected it. Harry found texts on soul magic, blood curses, and forbidden rituals that would have given the Ministry apoplexy. Most of it was too dark to use directly, but the theoretical frameworks were invaluable. His mother had been right, the key to Horcrux destruction was separation rather than violence. Conventional methods, basilisk venom, fiend fire, destroyed the vessel along with the soul fragment. But runic dissolution could theoretically target the magical anchors holding the fragment in place, releasing it without harming the container. The challenge was precision. Horcrux anchors were designed to resist tampering, adapting to any attack and drawing power from the fragment itself to reinforce their defenses. A brute force runic assault would trigger the same destruction as conventional methods. But what if the assault wasn't recognized as an attack? Harry developed a new approach, building on his mother's incomplete theories. Instead of directly dissolving the anchors, he would describe them as already dissolved, use runic magic's truth-stating properties to convince reality itself that the Horcrux binding had already failed. The technique required perfect understanding of the specific anchors involved. Each Horcrux was unique, its bindings shaped by the moment of its creation. Harry would need to analyze each one individually before attempting dissolution. He started with the diary's remains, fragments Dumbledore had preserved from second year. The analysis took weeks, but gradually the structure emerged, a complex lattice of soul-binding runes, corrupted versions of ancient preservation magic, all centered on a core of condensed hatred and fear. This is what Voldemort did to himself, Harry thought, studying the patterns. He tore his own soul apart and trapped the pieces in cages of dark magic. It was horrible. And it gave Harry exactly the insight he needed. Hermione arrived at Grimmauld Place in mid-August. She'd spent her summer at home, continuing her runic training through coded letters while maintaining the appearance of a normal teenage girl. But her eyes lit up when she saw the Black Library, and within hours she was buried in texts alongside Harry. "This is incredible," she breathed, paging through a grimoire on sacrificial magic. "Horrible, but incredible. The theoretical foundations alone, I know. The Blacks were monsters, but they were brilliant monsters." Harry showed her his notes on Horcrux dissolution. "I think I've cracked the core problem. The question now is testing. You can't test on the one in your head. Obviously. But Dumbledore thinks he's located another Horcrux, something at the Gaunt family home. If we can retrieve it, I can analyze the binding structure and attempt dissolution." Hermione studied his notes with the intensity she brought to every challenge. "The runic sequence looks sound, but the power requirements are enormous. You'd drain yourself completely attempting this. Which is why I need to find an external power source. Something that can fuel the dissolution without drawing on my personal reserves." "Like what?" Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. "The castle. Hogwarts itself. The founders built it on ancient ground, the same kind of sacred site my mother mentioned in her journals. The ambient magic there is stronger than anywhere else in Britain. You want to attempt Horcrux dissolution at Hogwarts? In the Room of Requirement, specifically. The room responds to need, remember. If I need magical power to fuel a runic working, the room should provide it." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "It's risky. But it might work." She met his eyes. "I want to help. Not just research, I want to be there when you attempt the dissolution." "Hermione, I'm not asking permission, Harry. I've been training alongside you for 3 years. I understand runic magic almost as well as you do. And if something goes wrong, you'll need someone who can stabilize the working or shut it down safely." She was right, and Harry knew it. Solo operations were dangerous, having a trained partner dramatically improved his chances of survival. "All right," he said. "Partners. But you follow my lead during the actual dissolution, and if I say abort, we abort. No arguments." "Agreed." They shook hands formally, sealing the pact. The Horcrux hunt had begun. 5th year started with a new enemy. Dolores Umbridge was everything the Ministry had threatened, a High Inquisitor appointed to oversee Hogwarts, with broad authority to inspect teachers and modify curriculum. She was short, toad-like, and wrapped in pink cardigans that seemed designed to make her look harmless. She was anything but. Her first defense against the dark arts class made her intentions clear. No practical magic. No defensive training. Just Ministry-approved theory, read from Ministry-approved textbooks, designed to produce students who couldn't fight back against anything. "There is no danger in the wizarding world that requires children to learn combat magic," Umbridge declared in her sickeningly sweet voice. "The Ministry's position is that a theoretical understanding is sufficient for examination purposes." "What about Voldemort?" Harry asked calmly. The room went dead silent. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes turned cold. "There is no dark wizard threatening our community, Mr. Potter. Those who claim otherwise are either deluded or deliberately spreading fear. I saw him return. I watched him kill Cedric Diggory. You saw nothing of the kind. You experienced a traumatic event and constructed a fantasy to cope with your grief." Umbridge's voice was still sweet, but there was steel underneath. "The Ministry has investigated thoroughly and found no evidence of you-know-who's return. The Ministry is lying. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight. My office." Harry had expected this. Had prepared for it, in fact. Umbridge was a predictable adversary, her type always was. She valued authority above truth, control above justice. She would try to break him because his mere existence challenged her worldview. She would fail. The detentions were torture. Umbridge's special quill drew blood from the back of Harry's hand, carving, "I must not tell lies," into his flesh over and over. The wounds healed and reopened, leaving scars that spelled out the Ministry's official position on truth. Harry endured it in silence. Not because he enjoyed the pain, he didn't, but because complaining would give Umbridge satisfaction. She wanted him broken, compliant, willing to recant his testimony about Voldemort's return. She would never get that. What she didn't know was that Harry was using the detentions productively. Each session with the blood quill gave him extended time to observe Umbridge's magical signature, to catalogue her strengths and weaknesses, to understand exactly how her mind worked. Knowledge was power. And Harry was gathering a great deal of knowledge about his newest enemy. He was also gathering allies. Dumbledore's army formed out of necessity. With Umbridge suppressing real defense education, students were increasingly desperate for practical training. Hermione proposed the solution, a secret study group, taught by Harry, meeting in the room of requirement. "You're the best defense student in the school," she argued. "You faced Voldemort and survived. You can teach us what Umbridge won't." Harry was reluctant at first. Teaching took time, and he had Horcrux research to prioritize. But the strategic value was undeniable. Every student he trained was a potential ally in the coming war. The first meeting drew 28 students. By Christmas, they had nearly 60. Harry taught them everything he could safely share. Stunning spells, shield charms, defensive formations. The Patronus charm, which many of them managed to produce by year's end. Basic dueling tactics that emphasized survival over showmanship. He didn't teach them runes. That knowledge was too dangerous, too easily misused by teenagers who didn't understand the risks. But he watched his students carefully, identifying those who showed particular promise. Neville Longbottom was one. The nervous boy from first year had transformed over the summer, driven by the revelation that his parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters. He practiced harder than anyone, his natural talent finally emerging from beneath years of suppressed confidence. Luna Lovegood was another. Her dreamy demeanor hid genuine magical insight. She perceived frequencies and patterns that others missed, seeing the world in ways that reminded Harry of his own runic sight. And surprisingly, Ginny Weasley. Ron's little sister had grown into a formidable witch, her hexes precise and her determination absolute. The diary's possession had scarred her, but it had also given her a personal stake in Voldemort's destruction. Harry filed away names, assessed capabilities, began thinking about which students could be trusted with deeper knowledge if the war demanded it. The DA was a training ground. But it was also a recruitment pool for something larger. The attack came in February. Harry was practicing alone in the room of requirement when his scar exploded with pain, not the usual ache that signaled Voldemort's emotional state, but a searing agony that drove him to his knees. And with the pain came visions. A long corridor. Doors lined up in endless rows. Arthur Weasley, patrolling with his wand drawn. A massive snake, coiling in the shadows. Strike. Fangs sinking into flesh. Blood spraying across stone floors. Harry came back to himself screaming, his hands pressed against his scar, the vision burned into his brain. "Arthur," he gasped. The snake attacked Arthur Weasley. He didn't know how he knew, the vision had been from the snake's perspective, seen through Voldemort's eyes or the serpent's, he couldn't tell which. But the knowledge was absolute. Mr. Weasley was dying in a corridor somewhere in the Ministry, and no one else knew. Harry ran. Arthur survived, barely. Harry's warning reached the Order in time for a rescue team to extract him from the Department of Mysteries, where he'd been guarding something Voldemort wanted badly. The wounds were severe, Nagini's venom was lethally toxic, but healers at St. Mungo's managed to save him. The Weasleys were grateful. Dumbledore was concerned. And Harry was terrified. The vision proved what he'd suspected for months: his connection to Voldemort ran deeper than a simple scar. The Horcrux in his head was creating a bridge between their minds, allowing Harry to see through Voldemort's eyes at moments of intense emotion. Which meant Voldemort could potentially do the same in reverse. "You need to learn Occulmancy," Dumbledore said during their next meeting. "The mental discipline to shield your thoughts from intrusion. Professor Snape has agreed to teach you." Harry's stomach clenched. Snape. Of all the people Dumbledore could have chosen, why the one who hated Harry most? But the need was undeniable. If Voldemort could read Harry's mind, every secret he held, the Horcrux research, the Runic training, the DA, would be exposed. "Fine," Harry said. "When do we start?" The Occulmancy lessons were brutal. Snape attacked Harry's mind without warning, ripping through his memories with legilimency that felt like hooks dragging through his brain. Harry saw his own life flash before him in fragments: the cupboard, the trunk, the training sessions, the battles, all laid bare before an enemy who despised him. "Pathetic," Snape sneered after the fifth failed defense. "Your mother could have blocked me blindfolded by your age. My mother had a teacher who didn't hate her. Your mother had discipline. Something you apparently lack, despite all your secret training." Snape's black eyes glittered with contempt. "Oh yes, Potter. I know about your runic studies. Did you think you could hide that from a legilimens? I've seen everything." Harry's blood ran cold. "You can't tell anyone." "I have no intention of telling anyone. Your mother's research was brilliant, if dangerously ambitious. I'd rather see her son continue it than watch the knowledge die with him." Snape's voice was bitter but somehow less hostile. "Now. Again. And this time, actually try to resist." The lessons continued. Harry learned to build walls, not just any walls, but runic constructions, Olgi's shields inscribed into his mental landscape. The technique was unconventional, but it worked better than Snape's standard methods. By April, Harry could repel casual intrusion attempts, though Snape's full-force attacks still broke through. More importantly, the lessons revealed something unexpected: the Horcrux connection worked both ways. During one particularly intense session, Harry's defenses slipped, and instead of Snape reading his mind, Harry found himself inside Voldemort's. A throne room. Death Eaters kneeling. Plans for an attack on the Department of Mysteries, on the prophecy Voldemort believed would tell him how to destroy his enemy. Harry snapped back to reality, gasping for air. "What did you see?" Snape demanded. "The prophecy. He wants the prophecy." Harry's mind was racing. "He doesn't know the full text, just the first part. He thinks the rest will tell him how to kill me." Snape went very still. "You're certain?" "I saw his plans. He's going to break into the Ministry and steal it from the Hall of Prophecy." "When?" "Soon. Weeks, maybe. He's waiting for something, I couldn't see what." Snape turned and swept toward the door. "I must inform the headmaster. Do not attempt to access the Dark Lord's mind again, you risk revealing yourself." He left Harry alone in the dungeon classroom, shaking with adrenaline and the implications of what he'd learned. Voldemort wanted the prophecy. And Harry had just gained access to the Dark Lord's innermost thoughts. The question was how to use that advantage without getting himself killed. The trap was sprung in June. Harry received a vision: Arthur Weasley being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, just like the real attack months before. Every instinct screamed that it was genuine, that he needed to act immediately. But something was wrong. The vision was too clear, too convenient. And Harry's Occulmancy, while imperfect, had improved enough to recognize the difference between genuine insight and manufactured deception. Voldemort is planting this, he realized. He wants me to go to the Ministry. It was a trap. Voldemort knew about the connection, had probably known for months. He was using it to lure Harry into a confrontation on his chosen ground. The old Harry might have charged in anyway. The Harry who had faced a basilisk and a dragon, who had rescued hostages and escaped graveyards, who had always trusted his instincts over his caution. But that Harry hadn't spent 6 years learning to think like his mother. Hadn't trained himself to analyze threats before engaging. Hadn't learned that sometimes the bravest thing was refusing to play the enemy's game. "It's a trap," Harry told the DA members who had gathered to help. "Voldemort wants us to go to the Ministry. He's using false visions to manipulate me." "But what if it's real?" Ron asked, his face pale with fear for his father. "It's not. I checked, your dad is safe at St. Mungo's, visiting your mum." Harry had sent Hedwig with an urgent message, confirmed Arthur's location through order channels. The vision was fabricated. "So we do nothing?" Neville looked torn between relief and frustration. "No. We do something better." Harry's expression hardened. "Voldemort expects me to react predictably, charge in, fight his Death Eaters, die heroically. Instead, we prepare a counter-trap. We go to the Ministry on our terms, with backup, and we turn his ambush against him." It was risky. Incredibly risky. But Harry was done being a pawn in other people's games. The battle of the Department of Mysteries was chaos. Harry had coordinated with the Order, with Dumbledore, with every ally he could muster. The plan was simple: let Voldemort's Death Eaters think their trap was working, then spring the counter-ambush when they were committed. The execution was anything but simple. 12 Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. 6 DA members, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, serving as bait and initial response. Order members waiting in the wings for Harry's signal. The Death Eaters attacked the moment the teenagers reached the Hall of Prophecy. Harry's signal went out. The Order arrived in force. The battle that followed was the most brutal Harry had ever experienced. Curses flew in every direction. Shelves of prophecy orbs shattered, filling the air with ghostly voices reciting futures that would never come. Harry dueled Lucius Malfoy to a standstill, his runic shields barely holding against the experienced Death Eater's assault. Around him, his friends were fighting for their lives. Neville, somehow magnificent in crisis, trading curses with Dolohov. Luna, her dreamy voice cutting through chaos as she directed tactical advice with eerie accuracy. Hermione, her runic training evident in the precision of her shields and the creativity of her attacks. Ron and Ginny, fighting back-to-back, covering each other's weaknesses. And then Sirius arrived. Harry's godfather blazed through the chamber like an avenging angel, his years in Azkaban seemingly forgotten as he dueled with the skill of the aura he'd once trained to become. He was laughing, actually laughing, as he exchanged curses with Bellatrix, his cousin, his oldest enemy. "Come on, you can do better than that." Sirius taunted. Bellatrix's face twisted with rage. Her wand came up, and Harry saw what was coming an instant before it happened. The killing curse left Bellatrix's wand in a flash of green light, heading straight for Sirius's unguarded chest. Harry's hand moved without conscious thought. A runic shield, hastily inscribed in the air with his wand, flared to life between Sirius and the curse. The Avada Kedavra struck the shield and stopped. For one eternal moment, green light and golden runes clashed in the middle of the chamber. Harry felt the killing curse's malevolent intent pressing against his will, trying to find a weakness, trying to complete its purpose. He held. His training held. His mother's legacy, woven into every runic stroke, held. The curse dissipated harmlessly. Sirius stared at Harry, his expression one of pure astonishment. "What? How? Move?" Harry tackled his godfather out of the way as Bellatrix's follow-up curse scorched the air where they'd been standing. The battle continued, but the tide had turned. The Death Eaters, realizing their trap had failed, began to retreat. Bellatrix fled. Lucius was captured. The remaining attackers disapparated or were subdued. Then Voldemort himself arrived. The Dark Lord materialized in the atrium of the Ministry, his red eyes blazing with fury. Ministry workers who had arrived to investigate the disturbance fled screaming. Only Harry remained, standing alone before his enemy. "You were supposed to die tonight," Voldemort said softly. "Everything was planned perfectly. Plans change. Do they?" Voldemort raised his wand. "Let's see how well your training serves you now, Harry Potter." He attacked. The duel that followed was beyond anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort's magic was overwhelming, a torrent of curses, transfigurations, and elemental manipulations that would have killed any ordinary wizard in seconds. Harry's shields, runic and conventional, were tested to their absolute limits. But Harry was not fighting to win. He was fighting to survive, to delay until Dumbledore arrived. The headmaster appeared in a swirl of robes and silver beard, his expression more serious than Harry had ever seen. "It was foolish to come here tonight, Tom." Voldemort's attention shifted to the greater threat. Dumbledore. What followed was a battle between titans. Harry retreated to safety and watched as the two greatest wizards of the age clashed with magic that defied comprehension. The atrium statues came alive to defend Dumbledore. Fiend fire erupted from Voldemort's wand, only to be countered by water that moved with predatory intent. Curses flew. Shields shattered. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend under the strain. Then Voldemort turned back to Harry. "If I cannot defeat Dumbledore," the Dark Lord hissed, "perhaps I can at least use you." He hurled his consciousness at Harry's mind, a legilimency assault so powerful it bypassed Occulmancy entirely. Harry felt the Dark Lord flooding into his thoughts, trying to possess him, trying to use Harry's body as a weapon against Dumbledore. "Kill me now, old man," Voldemort's voice echoed through Harry's skull. "If death is nothing, you'll be killing your precious chosen one along with me." Harry felt himself drowning. Voldemort's presence was everywhere, his memories, his emotions, his very sense of self, being subsumed by the Dark Lord's malevolence. But there was something Voldemort hadn't counted on. The Horcrux. The fragment of Voldemort's soul in Harry's scar recognized its master's presence, and rejected it. Two pieces of the same torn soul, trying to occupy the same space, created a resonance that Voldemort couldn't control. And Harry, who had spent years studying soul magic, who understood the binding principles that held Horcruxes together, recognized his opportunity. He didn't fight Voldemort's possession. Instead, he embraced it, pulled the Dark Lord deeper into his mind, into the place where the Horcrux fragment resided, into the carefully constructed runic space Harry had built around his scar. "You want to possess me?" Harry thought at his enemy. "Then stay. Stay forever. See what it's like to be trapped in someone else's soul." The resonance intensified. Voldemort screamed, actually screamed, his physical body convulsing as his consciousness was caught between two hosts. He tried to withdraw, tried to escape Harry's mind, and Harry let him go. But not completely. As Voldemort retreated, Harry followed. Just for an instant, just long enough to do what he trained years to accomplish. He touched the Dark Lord's soul. Felt its structure, its anchors, its points of vulnerability. Mapped the connections between Voldemort's main consciousness and the scattered Horcruxes that kept him alive. And he planted a seed. A tiny runic suggestion, invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for it. A truth statement, waiting to be activated when the time was right. Your anchors are dissolving. Your Horcruxes are failing. You are becoming mortal again. Not true yet. But runic magic didn't command, it described. And sometimes, a description of the future could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Voldemort disapparated with a crack of displaced air, his screams echoing through the ruined atrium. Harry collapsed, exhausted beyond measure. But alive. Still alive. And carrying knowledge that could end the war. The aftermath was complicated. Fudge had arrived in time to see Voldemort fleeing. The Ministry could no longer deny the Dark Lord's return. The smear campaign against Harry and Dumbledore ended overnight, replaced by panicked attempts to prepare for war. Sirius was cleared of all charges, the captured Death Eaters providing testimony about Peter Pettigrew's survival. Harry's godfather was a free man for the first time in 14 years. The DA members were celebrated as heroes, though the Ministry tried to minimize their involvement. Neville's grandmother, previously disappointed in her grandson, was now bragging to anyone who would listen. And Harry had new information. The moment of connection with Voldemort had revealed more than he'd expected. He'd seen the Dark Lord's memories, his fears, his obsessive focus on the remaining Horcruxes. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The snake. 5 remaining anchors, plus the fragment in Harry's scar. Voldemort had made 7 Horcruxes in total, the most magically stable number, and the most difficult to destroy completely. Harry shared the information with Dumbledore, who received it with grave satisfaction. The ring is at the Gaunt house, the headmaster confirmed. I've located it. The locket may be at a cave Tom Riddle visited as a child. The cup is likely in the Lestrange vault at Gringots. The diadem's location remains unknown, as does the snake's. Nagini is always with Voldemort. She'll be the hardest to reach. Harry was already planning. But the others we can hunt. Starting this summer, if you're willing. Dumbledore studied him. You've grown so much, Harry. Your mother would be astonished, and proud. My mother would be focused on finishing the job. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. Are you ready to help me do that? I am. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Partners, I believe you called it. Let's see what 2 runemasters can accomplish together. Harry nodded. The war was far from over. But for the first time, victory seemed genuinely possible. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Hunt Begins. The cave was a wound in the cliff face, hidden behind crashing waves and centuries of concealment magic. Harry stood at the entrance with Dumbledore, both of them soaked from the swim through the underwater passage. The air inside smelled of salt and something else, something old and rotten, like a tomb that had been sealed too long. Tom brought 2 children here, Dumbledore said quietly, his wand casting pale light into the darkness. Orphans from his institution. He terrorized them in this place, testing the limits of his power over others. It left a mark on his soul, one of many that eventually shattered it entirely. Harry extended his runic senses into the cave's depths. The magic here was layered and malevolent, traps within traps within traps. Voldemort had clearly spent considerable time fortifying this location. I count at least 7 distinct ward structures, Harry reported. Blood magic at the entrance. Some kind of corpse animation deeper in. And something in the center that's pulling at my senses, the Horcrux, probably. Your perception has grown remarkably precise. Dumbledore sounded genuinely impressed. Can you identify weaknesses? The blood ward is keyed to intent, not identity. It wants payment, not specific blood. The animation magic is tied to proximity triggers, we can avoid them if we're careful. The central protection. Harry frowned. I can't read it clearly from here. We'll need to get closer. They moved forward. The first barrier required blood, as Harry had predicted. Dumbledore offered his hand without hesitation, letting the ancient magic drink what it needed. The stone wall dissolved, revealing a vast underground lake that stretched into darkness. The Horcrux is on that island. Harry pointed to a faint green glow in the lake's center. But the water's wrong. There's something in it, something dead but not resting. Inferi, Dumbledore confirmed. Corpses animated by dark magic, waiting to drag the living down to join them. We'll need a boat. They found one, a tiny craft summoned by magic, barely large enough for 2. The crossing was tense, Harry's senses screaming warnings with every inch they traveled. The things beneath the surface were hungry, pressing against whatever barrier kept them dormant. The island was small, dominated by a stone basin filled with glowing green liquid. And at the bottom of that basin, visible through the potion, was a golden locket. Slytherin's locket, Harry breathed. One of the Horcruxes. Indeed. But the potion must be drunk to reach it. That's the final protection, Tom's cruelest trap. Dumbledore's expression was grim. The liquid causes terrible suffering. Visions of one's worst memories, overwhelming despair. It cannot be vanished, siphoned, or otherwise removed except through consumption. Harry studied the basin with runic sight, analyzing the enchantment structure. The potion was bound to the Horcrux beneath it, drawing power from the soul fragment to maintain its effects. A closed loop, self-sustaining, almost impossible to break from outside. Almost. What if we don't break it from outside? Harry said slowly. The potion draws power from the Horcrux. What if we could reverse that flow, make the Horcrux draw power from the potion instead? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Is that possible? Theoretically. The binding goes both ways, it has to, or the enchantment would be unstable. If I can inscribe a runic sequence on the basin itself, describing the power flow as reversed. Harry was already pulling out his inscription tools. It won't destroy the Horcrux, but it should drain the potion's magic. Make it just water. And if you're wrong? Then we're no worse off than before. We drink the potion and suffer. Harry worked for nearly an hour, carving precise runes into the stone basin's edge. The magic resisted him, Voldemort's enchantments fighting back against modification, but runic truth statements had an advantage over conventional magic. They didn't command change, they described reality as it already was. The power flows from the fragment to the liquid, Harry inscribed. The power flows from the liquid to the fragment. The power flows from the fragment to the liquid. A loop. A contradiction. Two incompatible truth statements, both inscribed with equal conviction. Reality couldn't support both. Something had to give. The potion began to bubble. Harry stepped back as the green liquid churned violently, its glow intensifying and then fading as the magic sustaining it was torn apart by the paradox. Within minutes, the basin contained nothing but ordinary water. Harry reached in and pulled out the locket. The Horcrux pulsed with malevolent energy, its golden surface warm against his fingers. He could feel the soul fragment inside, aware and angry, pressing against its container. Remarkable, Dumbledore said softly. In 60 years of magical practice, I've never seen anyone neutralize a ward through logical paradox. Your mother's research has yielded extraordinary results. The credit goes to her. I'm just applying what she discovered. Harry wrapped the locket in protective cloth and tucked it into his bag. Now let's get out of here before those inferi decide to. The water erupted. Corpses burst from the lake in a wave of rotting flesh and grasping hands. Hundreds of them, thousands, all animated by the same dark magic that had guarded this place for decades. They'd been triggered by the Horcrux's removal, a final trap Voldemort had left for anyone clever enough to breach his defenses. Fire! Dumbledore roared, and flames erupted from his wand, fiend fire, barely controlled, sweeping across the water in a wall of magical heat. The inferi recoiled, but more kept coming. Harry added his own flames, less powerful but more precise, creating a protective circle around them both. The boat! Harry shouted. We need to reach the boat. They fought their way across the island, fire blazing in every direction. The inferi were relentless, their dead fingers reaching through flames that would have incinerated any living creature. Harry felt hands close around his ankle and kicked free, nearly losing his balance on the slick stone. The boat was still there, miraculously untouched. They threw themselves aboard and pushed off, flames still streaming from their wands as the craft cut through the churning water. They reached the cave entrance just as Harry's magical reserves began to fail. Dumbledore grabbed his arm and brought them both away, sidelong, twisting through space, and they reappeared on the Hogwarts grounds, gasping for breath. Harry collapsed on the grass, the locket clutched against his chest. One down, he managed. 6 to go. Dumbledore laughed weakly. I do believe, Mr. Potter, that you may be the death of me yet. Harry hoped that was a joke. The summer passed in a blur of research and preparation. Harry analyzed the locket's binding structure obsessively, mapping every runic anchor, every magical connection. The work confirmed his theories about Horcrux dissolution. The technique would work, but required enormous power and perfect precision. He wasn't ready to attempt it yet. The locket stayed locked in a warded container, its malevolent presence a constant reminder of what they were fighting against. The ring is next, Dumbledore said during one of their planning sessions. I've confirmed its location at the Gaunt House. But the protections are different, more aggressive. The ring has a compulsion built into it, a curse that triggers when anyone touches the object. What kind of curse? Unknown. But based on the magical signatures, something lethal. Dumbledore's expression was grave. I don't want you anywhere near that retrieval, Harry. The risk is too great. With respect, Professor, I'm the one most likely to recognize the trap before it springs. My runic sight will not protect you from a curse that activates on contact. The ring must be retrieved, but you are too valuable to risk. Dumbledore held up a hand to forestall Harry's protest. This is not negotiable. I will retrieve the ring. You will continue preparing for the dissolution attempts. Harry wanted to argue, but the headmaster's logic was sound. The Horcrux in his scar made him irreplaceable, no one else could attempt the dissolution research he was conducting. Fine, he said reluctantly. But the moment you're back, I want to analyze the ring's bindings. Agreed. Dumbledore left for the Gaunt House 3 days later. He returned that evening with the ring, and a blackened, withered hand that would never fully heal. The curse was worse than I anticipated, the headmaster admitted, his voice strained with pain. Severus contained it as best he could, but the damage is spreading. I have, perhaps, a year. Harry stared at the dying flesh in horror. There must be something, there isn't. Not for this curse. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes calmly. I've made my peace with it, Harry. What matters now is ensuring we finish the hunt before I'm gone. The ring sat between them, an ugly stone set in tarnished gold. Harry could feel the Horcrux's malevolence, could sense the curse that was slowly eating away at Dumbledore's life. Let me try, he said. The dissolution technique, if I can remove the curse by dissolving the Horcrux, the curse is already loose in my body. Destroying the Horcrux won't reverse that. Dumbledore smiled sadly. But I appreciate the thought. They sat in silence for a long moment. The ring is also something else, Dumbledore said finally. Look at the stone, Harry. Tell me what you see. Harry looked. Extended his runic senses toward the ugly black stone, and felt something impossible. It's not just a Horcrux, he breathed. There's something else in there. Something older. Something that doesn't belong to Voldemort. The Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore's voice was thick with old grief. One of the Deathly Hallows, legendary artifacts created by death itself, according to wizarding myth. The stone is said to recall the spirits of the dead. Is that true? I don't know. I've never dared test it. Dumbledore looked away. The Hallows have been my obsession for most of my life, Harry. My greatest weakness and my greatest shame. I touched that ring because I wanted, I hoped, he didn't finish. He didn't have to. Harry understood obsession. Understood the pull of family lost too soon, of voices you'd give anything to hear again. When we destroy the Horcrux, he said carefully, the stone might survive. The Hallow predates Voldemort's corruption, it might be separable from the soul fragment. Perhaps. Dumbledore's smile was wan. Another mystery for you to solve, Mr. Potter. I seem to be leaving you quite a few. Sixth year began under the shadow of Dumbledore's death sentence. Only a handful of people knew: Snape, McGonagall, Harry, Hermione. The headmaster insisted on maintaining appearances, on keeping the school running normally for as long as possible. But nothing was normal. Voldemort's forces were moving openly now. Death Eater attacks made headlines weekly. The ministry was overwhelmed, its horror stretched thin across a dozen fronts. And Hogwarts itself felt different, the ward strengthened, the teachers on edge, the students aware that safety was an illusion. Harry split his time between classes, DA training, and Horcrux research. The locket and the ring sat in his hidden workshop, waiting for the dissolution attempt he was slowly building toward. The technique is theoretically complete, he told Hermione during one of their late-night sessions. I've mapped both Horcrux's binding structures and designed runic sequences to dissolve them. But the power requirements are still too high for me to manage alone. What about the Room of Requirement? You said its ambient magic might be sufficient. Might be. I won't know until I try. Harry ran a hand through his hair. And if I'm wrong, if the working destabilizes, catastrophic runic backlash. Yes, I've read your notes. Hermione's expression was determined. I'll be there to stabilize if needed. And we'll have contingencies. Hermione, I'm not leaving you to do this alone, Harry. We've been partners since first year. I'm not stopping now. He couldn't argue with that. The first dissolution attempt was scheduled for a December night. Harry and Hermione entered the Room of Requirement with the locket, their tools, and every contingency they could prepare. The room responded to their needs, manifesting as a vast circular chamber, runic circles already etched into the floor, power humming through every surface. It's ready, Harry said, placing the locket in the chamber's center. The room is channeling power directly into the working space. I've never felt ambient magic this dense. Hermione took her position at the secondary control circle, her wand ready to intervene if the dissolution went wrong. Walk me through the sequence one more time. I'll describe the binding anchors as already dissolved, for separate truth statements, applied in sequence. The runic paradox will force the soul fragment to release. Once it's free, the room's ambient magic should disperse it naturally. And if the fragment resists? If it tries to find a new anchor? Then I improvise. Harry met her eyes. Ready? Ready. He began. The first truth statement was the hardest. Harry inscribed the rune with absolute precision, pouring his conviction into every stroke. The anchor is dissolved. The binding has failed. The fragment is free. The locket shuddered. Harry felt the Horcrux's resistance, the soul fragment fighting back, drawing power from its container to reinforce the bindings he was trying to break. But the runic paradox was working, creating logical contradictions that reality couldn't sustain. Second truth statement. Third. Fourth. The locket began to scream. Not audibly, magically. Harry felt the sound in his bones, felt the fragment's desperate rage as its prison collapsed around it. The golden container cracked, then shattered, and something dark and terrible rose from the wreckage. Not this, the fragment howled. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot. The room's ambient magic slammed into the freed fragment like a tidal wave. Harry watched as the piece of Voldemort's soul was torn apart by the same power that had once built Hogwarts, ancient magic, founder's magic, turned against the corruption that had invaded its halls. The screaming stopped. The darkness dispersed. And where Slytherin's locket had once housed a piece of the darkest wizard in history, there was only an empty container, damaged but pure, its malevolence finally expunged. It worked, Hermione breathed. Harry, it actually worked. Harry sank to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. One down. The ring next. Then the cup, the diadem, the snake, and, he touched his scar. And me. The dissolution technique worked on the ring as well. Harry performed the second attempt in February, with Dumbledore watching from a safe distance. The headmaster's condition had worsened, his blackened hand now hidden permanently beneath a glove, his energy visibly fading, but his eyes were bright with hope as the resurrection stone was finally freed from its dark corruption. "You've done it," Dumbledore said softly. "Tom's greatest protection, broken by a teenage boy." "By my mother's research," Harry corrected. "I'm just the one applying it. Don't diminish your own achievement. Lily's theories were incomplete, you developed them into practical technique. The credit belongs to both of you." Dumbledore picked up the resurrection stone carefully. "And now this artifact can finally be used as intended. Are you going to test it?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "I don't know. The temptation is overwhelming, to speak with my family, to apologize for mistakes made long ago. But the dead should not be disturbed lightly. Maybe they're not being disturbed. Maybe they want to be remembered." The headmaster smiled faintly. "Perhaps you're right. Perhaps." He pocketed the stone, and they left the room of requirement together. Spring brought complications. Draco Malfoy had been acting strangely all year, withdrawn, anxious, his usual swagger replaced by barely concealed terror. Harry had noticed but hadn't intervened. Malfoy's problems were Malfoy's problems. Then Harry caught him crying in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, his sleeve pushed up to reveal the dark mark burned into his forearm. "Don't," Draco said when Harry approached, his wand hand shaking. "Just, don't. I know what you're going to say." "I wasn't going to say anything. Just listen." Harry kept his voice calm, non-threatening. "You're in over your head. Whatever Voldemort's asked you to do, whatever task he's given you, it's going to get you killed. You think I don't know that?" Draco's voice cracked. "You think I wanted this? He'll kill my mother if I fail. He'll kill my whole family. Then don't fail. Come to our side." Draco laughed bitterly. The Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore's precious resistance. They'd never accept a Death Eater. They'd accept someone trying to escape. Someone with information about Voldemort's plans. Harry stepped closer. "What are you supposed to do, Draco? What's the mission?" The silence stretched. "Kill Dumbledore," Draco whispered finally. "I'm supposed to kill Dumbledore." Harry felt cold understanding wash over him. This was Voldemort's punishment for Lucius Malfoy's failures, an impossible task given to the son, designed to destroy the family one way or another. "You won't succeed," Harry said. "You know that, right? Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive. You can't kill him through direct assault." "I know. I've been trying to find another way, indirect methods, but nothing works. The cursed necklace, the poisoned mead, they keep failing and people keep getting hurt and I can't. There's another option." Harry made his decision in that moment. "Help me instead. Tell me what you know about Voldemort's operations, his other Death Eaters, his plans. In return, I'll protect your family. I'll find a way to get them out." "You can't promise that." "I can try." "Which is more than Voldemort's offering." Draco stared at him, this boy he'd hated for years, offering him a lifeline in the darkness. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you help me after everything I've done?" "Because you're not evil, Draco. You're scared. And scared people can make different choices if someone gives them the chance." Another long silence. Then Draco nodded slowly. "All right. I'll tell you what I know." Draco's information was gold. Voldemort's operational details, Death Eater movements, the location of safe houses and meeting points. Most importantly, Draco knew about an infiltration plan, a way to get Death Eaters into Hogwarts through a pair of linked vanishing cabinets. "One cabinet is in the Room of Requirement," Draco explained. "The other is at Borgin and Burke's. I've been trying to repair the Hogwarts one all year, it's almost functional. Then we'll use it against them. Harry's mind was already planning. Let them think the infiltration is going ahead as scheduled. We'll prepare an ambush. They'll still want Dumbledore dead. If I don't deliver, Dumbledore is already dying, Harry said bluntly. The curse from the ring, it's killing him slowly. He has maybe months left. Draco's face went pale. Then why does the Dark Lord? Because he doesn't know. And because even a dying Dumbledore is dangerous. Harry met Draco's eyes. But here's the thing, Dumbledore has already accepted his death. He's been preparing for it all year. And if his death can serve a purpose, save lives, protect the school, damage Voldemort's forces, you want to let them kill him? I want to control how he dies. Make it mean something instead of just being one more victim. It was a cold calculation, and Harry knew it. But war required cold calculations, and Dumbledore himself had taught him that. The night of the infiltration came in June. The Death Eaters poured through the repaired Vanishing Cabinet, Fenrir Greyback, the Carrows, half a dozen others, expecting to find an undefended school. Instead, they found Dumbledore's army. Harry had positioned his forces carefully. The DA students held choke points throughout the castle, supported by Order members hiding in reserve. The Death Eaters' advance was blunted before it began, their element of surprise completely neutralized. The battle raged through Hogwarts corridors for hours. Harry dueled Greyback personally, his runic shields holding against the werewolf's savage attacks. Around him, his friends were fighting for their lives, and winning. But the real confrontation was happening on the astronomy tower. Dumbledore had gone there deliberately, drawing the Death Eaters' leadership away from the main battle. Harry followed, invisible under his cloak, watching as his mentor faced Draco one final time. "You don't want to do this, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore said gently. "I know what Voldemort has demanded, and I know the impossible position you've been placed in. But killing me won't save your family. It will only destroy your soul." Draco's wand shook in his hand. "I have to, he'll kill them, Harry will protect them. He's already made arrangements." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "You've made your choice, Draco. You chose mercy over murder. Now let me make mine." More Death Eaters arrived, Snape among them, his face a mask of cold control. Harry tensed, ready to intervene, but Dumbledore's eyes found him somehow through the cloak. "Not yet," those eyes seemed to say. "Trust me." "Severus," Dumbledore said. "Please." Harry couldn't understand why Dumbledore was asking for what happened next. Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Dumbledore falling. The greatest wizard of the age, dead on the stones of his own tower. Harry screamed. The truth came out in the aftermath. Dumbledore had known he was dying. Had arranged his death with Snape months in advance, a plan to cement Snape's position as Voldemort's most trusted servant, to save Draco from becoming a killer, to give the Order a spy at the highest levels of the enemy's organization. It was brilliant strategy. It was also devastating betrayal. "You knew," Harry snarled at Snape during the funeral. "You planned this together, and you never told me. You weren't meant to know. Your emotions needed to be genuine for the deception to work." Snape's voice was flat, emotionless. Dumbledore understood that some secrets must be kept even from allies. "He was my mentor. He was," Harry's voice broke. "He trusted me with the Horcrux research, with the dissolution technique, with everything. And then he kept this secret. He kept many secrets. He believed it was necessary." Snape's black eyes met Harry's. "The question now is whether you'll let his death mean something, or whether you'll waste your grief on anger that serves no purpose." It was the coldest comfort imaginable. But it was also the truth. Dumbledore was gone. The war continued. And Harry had promises to keep. The summer following Dumbledore's death was the hardest of Harry's life. He threw himself into the Horcrux hunt with desperate intensity, using every resource at his disposal to track down the remaining anchors. Hufflepuff's cup was confirmed in the Lestrange vault at Gringots, nearly impossible to reach, but not completely. Ravenclaw's diadem was somewhere in Hogwarts itself, hidden in a place Voldemort believed no one else knew about. And Nagini, the snake, was always at her master's side. The cup is the next target, Harry told his inner circle, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, all gathered at Grimmauld Place for planning. Gringotts is supposed to be impenetrable, but there might be ways. Goblin magic is different from wizard magic, Hermione pointed out. Your runic techniques might not work against their wards. Then we find other approaches. Infiltration, social engineering, brute force if necessary. The cup has to be destroyed. And after that? Ron asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. The diadem. Then Nagini. Then. He touched his scar. Then we end this. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, Breaking the Unbreakable. The goblin sat across from Harry with an expression of ancient contempt. You want to break into Gringotts, Griphook said flatly. The most secure vault in the wizarding world. Protected by magic that predates your ministry, your school, your entire civilization. I want to retrieve something that doesn't belong there, Harry corrected. An object stolen by dark wizards and hidden among stolen gold. The goblins pride themselves on rightful ownership, surely you can understand wanting to reclaim what was taken. Griphook's eyes glittered. Pretty words. But you're still asking me to betray my people. I'm asking you to help me destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry leaned forward. The Dark Lord who murdered goblins during the last war. Who considers your people subhuman? Who will enslave or exterminate you if he wins? And if you win? What changes for goblins then? It was a fair question. Harry had spent enough time studying magical history to know how poorly the wizarding world treated non-human beings, the restrictions, the prejudices, the casual cruelty disguised as tradition. I can't promise to change the whole system, Harry said honestly. But I can promise this, when the war is over, I'll fight for goblin rights the same way I'm fighting against Voldemort. Legal recognition, fair treatment, a seat at the table when decisions are made. You have my word. Griphook studied him for a long moment. The word of a wizard. The word of Harry Potter. Make of that what you will. More silence. Then, slowly, the goblin nodded. Very well. I'll help you reach the Lestrange vault. But I have conditions. The plan took weeks to develop. Griphook provided detailed information about Gringotts security, the layers of magical protection, the guardian creatures, the alarm systems that would trigger if anything was removed without proper authorization. The vault they needed was in the deepest level, protected by a dragon and wards that would multiply any stolen object into burning copies. The Gemino and Flagranti curses, Hermione noted during their planning session. Touch anything, and it multiplies and burns. We'll be buried in scorching metal within seconds. Unless we don't touch anything, Harry said. The dissolution technique doesn't require physical contact, just proximity and precise runic inscription. If I can get close enough to the cup. You'll need to be in the vault for at least 20 minutes to complete the working. How do we buy that much time? Distraction. Multiple points of chaos throughout the bank. Harry spread a schematic across the table. Ron and Neville create diversions here and here. Luna handles the dragon, she has a connection with magical creatures that might help. Ginny provides backup and extraction support. You're with me for the dissolution itself. And Griphook? Gets us in and guides us to the vault. After that. Harry's expression hardened. He's made it clear his help ends at the vault door. We're on our own inside. The break-in happened on a grey October morning. Harry and Hermione entered Gringotts disguised as Bellatrix Lestrange and a nameless Death Eater escort, Polyjuice Potion and careful acting covering their true identities. Griphook rode hidden in a bag, providing whispered directions. The tellers are suspicious, the goblin murmured. Lestrange hasn't visited in months. They'll want verification. I can provide verification. Harry had obtained a hair from the real Bellatrix during the Department of Mysteries battle, planning ahead for exactly this contingency. Just get us to the carts. The cart ride down to the deep vaults was a plunging nightmare, miles of track dropping through darkness, past underground waterfalls and sleeping dragons. Harry felt defensive wards probing his disguise, testing for deception, and countered them with subtle runic misdirection. Thief's downfall ahead, Griphook warned. It will wash away all magical concealment. Let it. The waterfall crashed over them, stripping away the polyjuice transformation and revealing their true faces. But by then they were past the main security checkpoints, deep enough that pursuit would take time to organize. The dragon guarding the Lestrange vault was ancient and scarred, its pale scales marked by decades of imprisonment. It roared at their approach, fire building in its throat, and Luna stepped forward. "Hello," she said dreamily. "You poor thing. You've been down here so long, haven't you? All alone in the dark." The dragon hesitated. Its great head swung toward Luna, nostrils flaring, and something in its eyes shifted from aggression to confusion. "I'm not here to hurt you," Luna continued, her voice soft and strange. "None of us are. We just need to pass through. And then, if you'd like, we could show you the sky again. Would you like that? To feel the sun on your scales?" Harry watched in amazement as the dragon's fire died in its throat. Luna had always claimed she could sense magical creatures' emotions. Apparently, she could influence them too. "Remarkable," Hermione breathed. "She's always been remarkable," Harry said. "We just didn't know how to see it." They passed the dragon without incident. The vault door recognized Bellatrix's wand, which Harry had also obtained from the Ministry battle, another piece of forward planning. The ancient locks clicked open, and they stepped into a chamber filled with gold, jewels, and dark artifacts. "Don't touch anything," Harry reminded Hermione. "And start the warding sequence. We need to seal this space against detection." Hermione began inscribing containment runes around the vault's entrance while Harry searched for Hufflepuff's cup. The Horcrux called to his senses, a dark pulse among the glittering treasures, malevolent and hungry. There. On a high shelf, gleaming with tarnished gold. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, corrupted by the darkest magic known to wizard kind. Harry didn't touch it. Instead, he positioned himself directly below it and began the dissolution working. The runic sequence was familiar now, he'd performed it twice before, on the locket and the ring. But each Horcrux was unique, its bindings shaped by the specific circumstances of its creation. Harry had to adapt on the fly, reading the cup's magical structure and adjusting his truth statements accordingly. The anchor dissolves. The binding fails. The fragment releases. The cup began to shake. The working took 17 minutes. Harry inscribed rune after rune, pouring his conviction into each stroke, fighting against the Horcrux's desperate resistance. The soul fragment knew what was happening, knew it was dying, and it fought back with everything Voldemort had given it. Visions assaulted Harry's mind. His parents' death, played in excruciating detail. Cedric falling in the graveyard. Dumbledore's body on the tower stones. Every failure, every loss, every moment of grief he'd ever experienced, weaponized against him. But Harry had trained for this. His Occulmancy shields held, strengthened by runic inscriptions he'd carved into his own mental landscape. The visions couldn't touch him. The fragment couldn't break him. The anchor dissolves. The binding fails. The fragment releases. The cup screamed. Dark smoke erupted from the artifact, coalescing into a face Harry recognized, Tom Riddle, young and handsome and terrible, his red eyes blazing with fury. "You cannot destroy me," the fragment howled. "I am immortal. I am," the dissolution completed. The smoke dispersed. The screaming stopped. And Hufflepuff's cup sat on its shelf, empty and pure, its corruption finally expunged. "It's done," Harry gasped, collapsing against the vault wall. 3 down. Hermione caught him before he could fall. "We need to move. The alarm wards are triggering, the bank knows we're here. The dragon, Luna's still with it. She says it wants to leave." Hermione's expression was determined. "I think we should help it." The escape from Gringots became legend. Harry, Hermione, and Luna riding a half-blind dragon through the bank's underground tunnels, bursting into the main lobby in an explosion of stone and fire. Goblins scattering. Wizards screaming. The great beast clawing its way through the building's ceiling and launching into open sky for the first time in decades. They flew for miles before the dragon finally landed beside a remote lake, its great sides heaving with exhaustion and something that might have been joy. "Thank you," Luna told it, stroking its scarred snout. "You were very brave." The dragon made a sound that was almost gentle. Then it spread its wings and flew north, toward the mountains, toward freedom. Harry watched it go and felt something loosen in his chest. "That was insane," Hermione said. "That was absolutely, completely insane." "It worked, though. It worked." She laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. "Harry, we just broke into Gringotts, destroyed a Horcrux, and stole a dragon. The Ministry is going to have fits. Let them. We've got bigger problems." Harry pulled out the communication mirror Sirius had given him years ago. "We need to regroup with the others and plan our next move." The diadem was still hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Nagini was still at Voldemort's side. And the fragment in Harry's scar still waited for its own destruction. 3 targets left. Then the war could finally end. The intelligence came from Snape. Voldemort had learned about the Gringotts break-in within hours. He'd realized immediately that his Horcruxes were being hunted, that someone understood his darkest secret and was systematically destroying his immortality. "He's checked on all of them," Snape reported during a clandestine meeting at Grimmauld Place. "The diary, he knows it was destroyed years ago. The ring, missing from the Gaunt house. The locket, gone from the cave. The cup, stolen from Gringotts. What about the diadem? He believes it's still safe. Hidden in the room of requirement, in a place he's convinced no one else knows about." Snape's dark eyes gleamed. "He's wrong, of course. But he doesn't know that yet. And Nagini never leaves his side now. He's terrified of losing her, she's his last guaranteed anchor." Snape paused. "There's something else. The Dark Lord suspects there's another Horcrux, one he didn't create intentionally. He's been researching soul magic obsessively, trying to understand what happened the night he attacked you." Harry touched his scar. "He knows about me. He suspects. He hasn't confirmed it yet, but he's getting close." Snape's voice was grim. "You need to move faster. Once he understands what you are, he'll either try to protect you, which would be problematic, or try to use the connection against you. I'm working on it. The dissolution technique is ready, but removing the fragment from a living host is more complex than destroying an inanimate Horcrux. I need more time to test the theory. Time is something you don't have. The Dark Lord is planning an assault on Hogwarts, a final strike to eliminate resistance and establish complete control over Wizarding Britain. It's scheduled for spring." Harry's blood ran cold. "How much warning?" "Weeks, perhaps. The exact timing depends on his preparations." Snape stood to leave. "Destroy the diadem. Find a way to handle Nagini. And figure out your own situation before the Dark Lord figures it out for you." He disapparated, leaving Harry alone with the weight of impossible deadlines. The room of requirement had never looked like this. Harry had asked it for Voldemort's hiding place, the space where Tom Riddle had concealed Ravenclaw's diadem decades ago. The room had responded with a vast cathedral of junk, towering piles of broken furniture, ancient textbooks, discarded artifacts, and forgotten treasures stretching into shadowy infinity. He hid a Horcrux in here, Hermione said, staring at the chaos. Among all this, how are we supposed to find it? The same way I've found everything else. Harry closed his eyes and extended his runic senses, searching for the familiar pulse of corrupted soul magic. The room was overwhelming, thousands of magical signatures competing for attention, artifacts with their own histories and enchantments and emotional residues. Finding one specific dark object among all this noise should have been impossible. But Harry had spent 7 years training his perception. He knew what Horcruxes felt like, knew the specific frequency of Voldemort's fragmented soul. He filtered out the noise, focused his awareness, reached deeper and deeper into the cluttered space. There. This way. He led Hermione through the maze of discarded objects, following the dark pulse to its source. The diadem sat on top of a dusty cabinet, its tarnished surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. Ravenclaw's diadem, Hermione breathed. The lost treasure of the Founders. Voldemort turned it into a Horcrux. Not for much longer. Harry positioned himself and began the dissolution working. This one was faster than the cup, he'd refined the technique through practice, and the diadem's bindings were similar enough to previous Horcruxes that he could predict their structure. Within 10 minutes, the soul fragment was screaming its death throes, and within 15, Ravenclaw's ancient artifact was finally pure. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remaining. Nagini next, Harry said, pocketing the cleansed diadem. Then me. Harry, Hermione's voice was hesitant. Have you figured out how to remove the fragment from yourself? The technique works on objects, but you're not. I'm working on it. It wasn't really an answer, and they both knew it. The principle should be the same. Dissolve the bindings, release the fragment, let it disperse. The complication is doing that without dissolving me in the process. And if you can't figure it out? Harry didn't answer. He didn't have to. If he couldn't figure out how to remove the Horcrux safely, he'd have to remove it the other way. The way his mother had feared. The way that ended with his death. But that was a problem for later. Right now, they had a snake to kill. The Battle of Hogwarts began on a warm May evening. Voldemort's forces appeared at the edge of the grounds as the sun was setting, hundreds of Death Eaters, giants, werewolves, and other dark creatures, all converging on the ancient castle. The wards flared in response, buying precious time for defenders to organize. Harry had known this was coming. Had spent months preparing, positioning allies, coordinating strategy with McGonagall and the remaining Order members. When the attack finally came, Hogwarts was ready. Or as ready as anyone could be for war. All students below 4th year are evacuating through the Hog's Head passage, McGonagall announced, her voice magically amplified throughout the castle. Everyone else who wishes to fight, report to the Great Hall for defensive assignments. The response was overwhelming. DA members, Order fighters, teachers, even house elves, everyone who could hold a wand was ready to stand against the darkness. Harry addressed them from the front of the Great Hall, acutely aware that many of these people might not survive the night. Voldemort wants Hogwarts because it's a symbol, he said. He wants to prove that nothing can stand against him, not tradition, not community, not the things we believe in. But symbols work both ways. If we hold this castle tonight, we prove that his power has limits. We prove that courage matters more than cruelty. He looked out at the assembled defenders, children and adults, purebloods and muggleborns, people who had every reason to be enemies united against a common threat. We're fighting for everyone who can't fight for themselves. Everyone who's been hurt by Voldemort's hatred. Everyone who deserves a world where your blood doesn't determine your worth. Harry raised his wand. Tonight, we show them what that world looks like. The cheering shook the ancient stones. Then the wards fell, and the battle began. The fighting was brutal. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature, his wand and runic abilities working in seamless combination. Death Eaters fell before him. Giants were driven back by coordinated spellfire. Werewolves were held at bay by defensive lines of silver-armed students. But Voldemort's forces were overwhelming, and for every enemy defeated, 2 more seemed to take their place. Harry. Neville was fighting beside him, his grandmother's wand blazing with powerful hexes. The snake, I saw Nagini near the Shrieking Shack. She's guarded, but if we can get to her, go. Harry ducked a killing curse and returned fire. Take whoever you can spare. The snake dies tonight. Neville nodded and vanished into the melee, gathering fighters as he went. Harry continued pushing toward the center of the enemy forces, toward the tall pale figure who commanded them all. Voldemort. The Dark Lord stood on a rise overlooking the battle, his red eyes scanning the chaos with cold satisfaction. He didn't participate directly, not yet. He was waiting, Harry realized. Waiting for Harry to come to him. Fine. Let's end this. Harry fought his way through the remaining defenders and stepped into the open space where Voldemort waited. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord said softly. I've been expecting you. Then you know why I'm here. To die, I assume. As your parents died. As Dumbledore died. As everyone who opposes me eventually dies. Voldemort smiled thinly. You've been hunting my Horcruxes. Destroying my anchors to immortality. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I hoped you'd notice. I wanted you to know what was happening, to feel your immortality slipping away. Harry raised his wand. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. All destroyed. Your snake is being hunted as we speak. And the piece in my head. He touched his scar. That's next. Something flickered in Voldemort's expression. Surprise, perhaps, or the first stirrings of genuine fear. You know about the piece in your head, the Dark Lord said slowly. You know what you are. I know what my mother discovered. I know what you accidentally created when you tried to kill me. Harry's voice was steady. And I know how to destroy it. If you destroy it, you die. Maybe. Maybe not. I've been working on alternatives. Harry smiled grimly. But here's the thing, Tom, even if I do die, you die with me. All your careful preparations, all your Horcruxes, all your plans for immortality, worthless. Because I'll take the last piece of your soul with me when I go. The battle raged around them, but in this moment, nothing existed except 2 enemies facing each other across a gap of mutual hatred. You're bluffing, Voldemort said. Am I? You felt the Horcruxes being destroyed, haven't you? Felt the pieces of your soul dying one by one. How many pieces can you lose before there's nothing left? Voldemort's wand came up. Avada Kedavra. Harry dove aside, and the battle was joined. The duel was everything Harry had trained for. 7 years of preparation. 7 years of learning to combine wand magic and runic inscription into something new. 7 years of building toward this single confrontation. Voldemort was powerful, terrifyingly so. His curses came in waves, each one capable of killing instantly. The Elder Wand in his hand, claimed from Dumbledore's tomb, amplified his already overwhelming magical strength. But Harry wasn't trying to overpower him. Harry was trying to outlast him. Every spell Harry cast was designed to drain Voldemort's resources. Every dodge and shield bought more time for his real strategy to unfold. The truth statements he'd planted in Voldemort's soul during their confrontation at the Ministry, the runic seed suggesting that his anchors were dissolving, were slowly taking effect. Your Horcruxes are failing, Harry had inscribed in the Dark Lord's essence. You are becoming mortal again. Not true at the time. But increasingly true now. Voldemort stumbled mid-curse, his face contorting with sudden pain. What have you done to me? Runic magic doesn't command, Harry said. It describes. I described a reality where your immortality was ending. Your own soul is making it happen. Impossible. Another wave of curses, more desperate now. Harry deflected them with shields that shimmered gold and silver, runic protections reinforcing conventional magic. In the distance, he heard a roar of triumph, Neville's voice, shouting something about the snake. A moment later, he felt it, the sixth Horcrux dying, Nagini's soul fragment dispersing into nothing. Voldemort felt it too. The Dark Lord staggered, his red eyes widening with genuine terror. No. No. One piece left, Harry said. The one in my head. And here's the part you didn't expect, I figured out how to remove it without dying. It was a gamble. Harry's technique was theoretical, untested, built on his mother's incomplete research and his own desperate improvisation. But he was out of time, and sometimes you had to bet everything on a theory you couldn't prove. Harry turned his wand on himself and began the most dangerous runic working of his life. The dissolution of a soul fragment from living tissue was different from destroying an inanimate Horcrux. Harry couldn't simply dissolve the bindings, they were woven into his own magical core, tangled with his own soul in ways that made separation nearly impossible. Destroying the fragment through conventional means would destroy him along with it. But his mother had theorized another way. Don't destroy the fragment, Lily had written. Redirect it. Give it somewhere else to go, somewhere it wants to go more than it wants to stay. The somewhere was standing right in front of him. Harry reached into his own scar with runic precision, found the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and pushed, not toward destruction, but toward its origin. Back to the main soul. Back to the monster who had created it. The fragment resisted. It had lived in Harry for 17 years, had grown comfortable in its stolen home. But Harry's conviction was absolute, and runic magic responded to conviction. You don't belong here, he inscribed into his own being. You belong with him. Return to him. Return. The pain was indescribable. Harry felt the fragment tear loose from his soul, felt 17 years of unwanted connection shredding apart. He screamed, couldn't help it, as the piece of Voldemort that had lived behind his scar finally released. And flew directly into Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord's body convulsed as the fragment rejoined him. For one eternal moment, Voldemort stood frozen, his expression a mask of confusion and agony as the returned piece of soul, still carrying Harry's runic suggestions about dissolution, merged with what remained of his core. Your Horcruxes are failing. You are becoming mortal again. The suggestion, now inside Voldemort's primary soul, began its final work. What's happening to me? Voldemort's voice was a whisper. What did you do? I gave you back what was mine, Harry said. Along with a gift from my mother. She spent years researching how to destroy you. This is her answer. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand with a shaking hand. Avada Kedavra. The green light flew toward Harry, and Harry raised his own wand and cast the simplest spell he knew. Expelliarmus. The spells met in midair. Red and green light tangled together, magic straining against magic. The Elder Wand, never truly Voldemort's, never loyal to his cause, recognized the superior claim of the wizard who had defeated its last true master. The wand rebounded. Voldemort's own killing curse struck him in the chest. And Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard in history, fell dead at Harry Potter's feet. The silence that followed was deafening. Then the cheering began. Harry stood over his enemy's body, exhausted beyond measure, and felt the weight of 17 years finally lift from his shoulders. It was over. The war was over. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, Ashes and Rebuilding. The dawn broke over Hogwarts in shades of gold and crimson. Harry sat on the castle steps, watching the light spread across grounds that still bore the scars of battle. Craters pocked the lawns where curses had struck. The Whomping Willow listed at an odd angle, several of its branches shattered. The main gates hung twisted on their hinges. But the castle stood. Against all odds, against the greatest dark army assembled in a century, Hogwarts had held. The cost had been terrible. 53 dead, by the latest count. Students, teachers, order members, house elves, all fallen in defense of the castle and everything it represented. Fred Weasley. Remus Lupin. Nymphadora Tonks. Colin Creevey. Names that would be carved into memorial stones, remembered in songs and stories, mourned by those who loved them. Harry had known many of them. Had trained some of them. Had led them into a battle that killed them. The guilt was overwhelming. But beneath it, beneath the grief and exhaustion, was something else, a strange, unfamiliar lightness. The connection to Voldemort that had burdened him since infancy was gone. The scar on his forehead was just a scar now, a mark without meaning, a remnant of a battle finally won. He was free. You should eat something. Hermione sat down beside him, offering a plate of toast and eggs that she'd clearly liberated from the kitchens. Her face was pale, her clothes still stained with the debris of battle, but her eyes were warm. Not hungry. Eat anyway. You nearly died last night, multiple times, and your body needs fuel to recover. She pressed the plate into his hands. That's not a request. Harry managed a weak smile and took a bite of toast. It tasted like cardboard, but Hermione was right, his body was running on empty. How are the others? Ron's with his family. Hermione's voice caught. They're burying Fred this afternoon. George hasn't spoken since it happened. Harry's throat tightened. Fred Weasley, with his endless pranks and infectious laughter, silenced forever. Another casualty of a war that should never have happened. Neville's being treated for his injuries, he took a curse protecting Luna during the snake hunt. He'll recover, but it was close. Hermione continued her report with clinical detachment, the only way she could get through it. Luna's fine physically, but she hasn't stopped crying since Remus died. She said he felt like the father she never had. And the prisoners? 47 Death Eaters in custody. The Ministry's already arguing about trials versus summary punishment. Hermione's expression hardened. Some people want to execute them all. Others want proper legal proceedings. Kingsley's trying to hold things together, but he's overwhelmed. Kingsley's acting as minister. Interim minister, until proper elections can be held. The old governments completely collapsed, half of them were Death Eaters or under Imperius, and the other half fled when the fighting started. Hermione shook her head. The whole system needs to be rebuilt from scratch. Harry stared out at the damaged grounds, processing. Voldemort was dead, but the world he tried to create still lingered in corrupted institutions and shattered communities. Winning the war was only the beginning. There's something else, Hermione said quietly. Something you need to know. What? They found Snape. In the shrieking shack, dying from Nagini's bite. She met Harry's eyes. He had a message for you. Memories, extracted into a vial. He said you'd understand what to do with them. Harry took the small glass container she offered. The silvery substance inside swirled with captured thoughts, with secrets Severus Snape had carried for decades. I'll look at them later, Harry said. After the funerals. After we've honored the dead. Of course. They sat together in silence, watching the sun continue its rise over a world that would never be the same. The funerals lasted 3 days. Harry attended every one. Stood in silent witness as coffins were lowered and eulogies were spoken. Accepted condolences from strangers and friends alike. Let himself feel the full weight of what the war had cost. Fred's funeral was the hardest. The Weasley family gathered at the Burrow, their grief a palpable presence that hung over the familiar home like a shroud. George stood beside his twin's grave with an expression that had gone beyond tears, beyond anger, into a place Harry couldn't reach. He died laughing, Ron said afterward, his voice rough. Percy said, Percy said Fred was dueling two Death Eaters at once, and he made some joke, and then the wall collapsed and he couldn't finish. Harry pulled his best friend into a hug and held on while Ron sobbed against his shoulder. It's not fair, Ron managed. It's not fair, Harry. He was supposed to be here. He was supposed to see us win. I know. Why did it have to be him? Why couldn't it have been? Ron stopped, unable or unwilling to complete the thought. I've asked myself that question about a lot of people, Harry said quietly. Why my parents instead of someone else? Why Cedric instead of someone else? Why Sirius, why Dumbledore, why any of them? He pulled back to meet Ron's eyes. There's no answer that helps. There's just living with it. Carrying them with us. Making sure their deaths meant something. Ron wiped his face roughly. Did they mean something? Harry thought about Voldemort's body lying on the Hogwarts grounds. About the Death Eaters in custody and the dark mark fading from forearms across Britain. About a world that was broken but no longer enslaved. Yes, he said. I think they did. Snape's memories answered questions Harry hadn't known to ask. He viewed them alone, in the quiet of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, technically his now, though he hadn't claimed it. The pensieve swirled with silver light as he lowered his face into its depths. And learned the truth about Severus Snape. The love that had defined his life, Lily Evans, childhood friend, unrequited obsession. The moment that shattered everything, calling her a mudblood in a fit of humiliated rage, destroying their friendship forever. The horror when he realized his information had targeted the woman he loved. The desperate bargain with Dumbledore, swearing to protect her son in exchange for a chance at redemption. Harry watched it all. Watched Snape struggle against his own hatred, his lingering resentment of James Potter manifesting as cruelty toward James's son. Watched him save Harry's life again and again while never missing an opportunity to make Harry miserable. Watched the complicated, contradictory, deeply human reality of a man who had done terrible things and spent the rest of his life trying to atone. The final memory was the hardest. Snape and Dumbledore, months before the tower. Planning the headmaster's death, arguing about what it would cost. The Dark Lord intends the boy to die, Dumbledore said. The fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry must be destroyed. And you've let him live all this time, raise him like a pig for slaughter, don't be dramatic, Severus. Harry has been developing the tools to solve this problem himself. His mother's research, continued through years of dedicated study. He may find a way to remove the fragment without dying. And if he doesn't, then he'll do what must be done. He has always done what must be done. The memory shifted. Snape was dying now, Nagini's venom spreading through his veins. His last words, whispered to someone who wasn't there, Lily. I tried. I hope it was enough. Harry emerged from the pensieve with tears streaming down his face. He'd hated Snape for years. Blamed him for Dumbledore's death, for the cruelty, for every moment of torment the man had inflicted. But the truth was more complex than hatred could contain. Snape had been a victim and a perpetrator. A coward and a hero. A man destroyed by his own choices who had spent decades trying to rebuild something meaningful from the wreckage. In the end, he'd died protecting the son of the woman he'd loved and the man he'd hated. It wasn't redemption, exactly. But it was something. Harry made a note to ensure Snape received a proper burial. Whatever else the man had been, he deserved that much. The reconstruction of Wizarding Britain began almost immediately. Kingsley Shacklebolt proved an able interim minister, his calm competence steadying a government that had nearly collapsed entirely. Within weeks, emergency measures were being implemented, trials for accused Death Eaters, reconstruction aid for damaged communities, reform of laws that had enabled Voldemort's rise. Harry was pulled into the process whether he wanted to be or not. You're a symbol, Kingsley told him during one of their many meetings. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the man who killed Voldemort. People want to hear from you. They want your endorsement for reforms, your support for candidates, your opinion on every issue from werewolf rights to cauldron thickness. I don't want to be a politician. Then don't be one. But consider using your influence while you have it. Kingsley's voice was serious. You promised Griphook you'd fight for goblin rights after the war. You promised Lupin you'd work to change how werewolves are treated. Those promises mean something, and this is your chance to keep them. It wasn't what Harry wanted. He wanted rest, recovery, time to process everything that had happened. But Kingsley was right. The political moment was fleeting. If he didn't act now, the old prejudices would reassert themselves. So Harry Potter, reluctant celebrity, became Harry Potter, reluctant activist. He testified before the Wisengamot in favor of werewolf rights legislation, describing Remus Lupin's courage and sacrifice. He met with goblin delegations, honoring his promise to Griphook by advocating for legal recognition and fair treatment. He spoke publicly against the pureblood prejudices that had fueled Voldemort's rise, calling for a society where magical ability, not blood status, determined worth. Not everyone appreciated his efforts. "Who does Potter think he is?" asked a Daily Prophet editorial. "He's barely 18, with no political experience, no formal education, no qualifications beyond killing one dark wizard. Why should his opinion matter more than anyone else's?" "Because I was there," Harry replied in a rare interview. "I saw what happens when prejudice goes unchallenged, when good people stay silent while evil grows. I'm not claiming to have all the answers, but I know what questions need asking. And if my voice helps those questions get heard, I'll keep using it." The reforms passed, not all of them, and not without compromise, but enough to represent genuine progress. Werewolf employment protections. Goblin property rights. Anti-discrimination measures for Muggleborns. Small steps toward a world that matched Harry's ideals. It would take generations to complete the work. But the foundation was laid. Summer faded into autumn, and Harry finally allowed himself to think about the future. The Horcrux in his scar was gone. The war was over. For the first time in his life, he was free to make choices based on what he wanted rather than what he had to do. It was terrifying. "You could do anything," Hermione said during one of their regular talks. "Auror training, ministry work, professional Quidditch if you wanted. The whole world is open to you." "I know. That's the problem." Harry stared at the ceiling of the Gryffindor common room, his last year at Hogwarts, completing the education the war had interrupted. "I've spent so long focused on Voldemort that I never really thought about what comes after." "What did you want to be when you were younger?" "Before the war." Harry thought about it. His childhood at Privet Drive offered no guidance, survival had been his only ambition there. His early Hogwarts years had been consumed by mysteries and dangers. Even his runic studies had been oriented toward the coming conflict. But beneath all that, there had been something else. A love of learning that had nothing to do with combat. A fascination with magical theory that went beyond practical application. A desire to understand not just how magic worked, but why. "I want to teach," Harry said slowly. "Not just defense, runic magic. The old ways, the knowledge that was suppressed. I want to bring it back." Hermione's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. You could revolutionize magical education. Combine runic principles with conventional theory, develop new techniques, train a whole generation of practitioners. It wouldn't be easy. The old prejudices against runic magic haven't disappeared. There are still people who think it's dangerous, that it should stay restricted. So change their minds. You're Harry Potter, if anyone can rehabilitate runic magic's reputation, it's you." Harry smiled at her enthusiasm. "Assuming I survive the attempt. The Ministry's going to fight me every step of the way. Then we'll fight back. Together." Hermione reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "This is important, Harry. Your mother's research, everything you've developed, it deserves to be shared. The world deserves to know what's possible. She was right. Lily's legacy had saved the wizarding world, the least Harry could do was ensure it continued. "All right," he said. "Let's do it." The proposal reached the Wizengamot in January. Harry presented it himself, standing before the assembled legislators with notes he'd prepared over months of careful research. The establishment of a runic magic curriculum at Hogwarts. Training programs for interested adults. Research grants for further development of the discipline. The opposition was fierce. Runic magic was restricted for good reason, argued Marcus Flint Sr., one of the older Wizengamot members. The power it grants is too dangerous for general use. We'd be creating a generation of potential dark wizards. With respect, the power to destroy was never what made runic magic valuable, Harry replied. My mother used it to save lives, to protect the innocent, to find solutions that conventional magic couldn't provide. The danger isn't in the knowledge, it's in how we choose to use it. Easy for you to say. You defeated Voldemort with runic techniques. How many others could have done the same, and how many would have used that power for darker purposes? How many dark wizards have used wand magic for terrible things? Voldemort himself was a master of conventional magic before he ever touched soul magic. The tool doesn't determine the intent, the person does. The debate continued for hours. Harry answered questions, addressed concerns, presented evidence from his own experience and his mother's research. By the end, he was exhausted, but also hopeful. The vote was close, 53 in favor, 47 against. Runic magic would be taught at Hogwarts for the first time in centuries. You did it, Hermione said afterward, her face glowing with pride. You actually did it. We did it. I couldn't have managed that presentation without your help. Harry pulled her into a hug. Now the real work begins. We need curriculum materials, qualified teachers, practice facilities, already working on it. I've drafted an outline for the first 3 years of instruction, and I've identified several potential instructors from the international community. Hermione's voice held the manic energy she always got when tackling a massive project. There's a runemaster in Norway who's expressed interest, and a researcher from Egypt who's been studying ancient inscriptions for decades, Harry laughed. Save some for tomorrow. We have time now, remember? Right. Time. Hermione took a breath, forcing herself to slow down. I'm still not used to that. To having a future we can plan for. Neither am I. They stood together in the ministry atrium, watching wizards and witches hurry past on their daily business. A world moving forward, rebuilding, choosing hope over fear. It wasn't perfect. The old prejudices still lingered, the scars of war still ached, and there was no guarantee that the progress they'd made would last. But for the first time in Harry's memory, the future felt like something to anticipate rather than dread. Thank you, Hermione said quietly. For what? For all of it. For finding those journals and learning what you learned and sharing it with me. For letting me be part of this. She met his eyes with an intensity that made his breath catch. I know I wasn't always easy to work with. I know I pushed too hard sometimes, demanded too much, you pushed exactly as hard as I needed. And you were there when it mattered. Harry took her hand. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Well. Hermione's cheeks were faintly pink. I suppose we make a good team. The best. They walked out of the ministry together, into a world they'd helped save, and would spend the rest of their lives trying to improve. The first class of runic magic students began in September. Harry stood at the front of a classroom that had once been used for storage, now renovated into a proper training space. 23 students sat before him, a mix of ages and houses, all watching him with expressions ranging from eager to skeptical. Welcome to Introduction to Runic Magic, Harry said. Over the next year, you'll learn the fundamentals of a discipline that most wizards have forgotten. It won't be easy. It won't be quick. And it will require more patience than any other class you've taken. He drew a simple rune in the air with his wand, Fehu, the first symbol his mother had taught him through her enchanted journals. But if you stick with it, you'll gain something most wizards never achieve. Not just power, understanding. The ability to perceive magic at its most fundamental level and to shape it through truth rather than force. A hand shot up. A third-year Ravenclaw, her expression sharp with curiosity. Professor Potter, how long did it take you to learn? To really understand runic magic? Harry smiled, thinking of a cupboard under the stairs and a trunk that appeared from nowhere and a voice that had waited 8 years to be heard. I started when I was 8. I'm still learning now. He met the student's eyes. The most important thing my mother taught me is that runic magic isn't about reaching a destination. It's about the journey, the constant process of asking questions and seeking answers. You'll never know everything. But you can always know more than you did yesterday. The lesson began. And in a classroom at Hogwarts, a new generation started learning the old ways, building on Lily Potter's legacy, continuing the work that would reshape the wizarding world for centuries to come. Harry watched his students practice their first meditation exercises and felt something unfamiliar warm in his chest. Peace. This was what peace felt like. He'd almost forgotten. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Circle completes 5 years passed like water through fingers. Harry stood at the window of his office at Hogwarts, watching students cross the grounds toward the lake. Some of them were his, runic magic students, recognizable by the silver pendants they wore as part of their training. Others were heading to herbology or care of magical creatures, their lives untouched by the discipline he'd spent years rebuilding. Both groups laughed and joked as they walked, unburdened by war, unaware of how close their world had come to destruction. This is what we fought for, Harry thought. This ordinary happiness. A knock at the door pulled him from his reverie. Come in. Hermione entered, her arms full of scrolls and her expression harried. She'd taken the position of deputy headmistress 2 years ago, when McGonagall finally admitted she needed help managing the school's expanded curriculum. The job suited her, she thrived on organization, on solving problems, on making systems work better. The Norwegian delegation is arriving tomorrow, she announced, depositing the scrolls on his desk. They want to discuss the international runic standards we proposed. And the Egyptian researchers have questions about your mother's dissolution technique, they're trying to adapt it for artifact restoration. Schedule them both for afternoon sessions. Morning is reserved for student instruction. Already done. Hermione smiled at his raised eyebrow. I know your priorities by now, Harry. Teaching comes first. It's the whole point of everything else. Harry gestured at the window. All the politics, the reforms, the endless meetings, they're just means to an end. The students are what matter. Speaking of students, Hermione's tone shifted, becoming more personal. Teddy's application came through. He wants to take your advanced course next year. Harry felt a complicated surge of emotions. Teddy Lupin, Remus's son, now 15 and showing remarkable magical aptitude. Harry had been the boy's godfather since birth, had watched him grow from a color-changing infant into a thoughtful young man who reminded Harry painfully of both his parents. He's ready, Harry said. More than ready, actually. He has his father's dedication and his mother's creativity. The combination is formidable. He also has his godfather's tendency to take dangerous risks. Last week he tried to inscribe a transformation rune on his own forearm. Did it work? Harry. I'm asking for educational purposes. But he was smiling. I'll talk to him about safety protocols. Again. Please do. Andromeda is worried enough without her grandson turning himself into a toad. Harry nodded, making a mental note. Teddy was talented, but talent without discipline led to the kind of accidents that had killed runemasters throughout history. The boy needed guidance, not restrictions, a balance Harry was still learning to strike. Is there anything else? Hermione hesitated. There's one more thing. Personal, not professional. Go on. My parents are visiting this weekend. They want to meet, she paused, color rising in her cheeks. They want to discuss the future. Our future. Harry's heart stuttered. He and Hermione had been together formally for 3 years now, though their partnership extended back much further. They'd never rushed anything, both too aware of how fragile happiness could be. But recently, conversations had been shifting. Hints about permanence, about building something that would last. What kind of discussion? The kind that involves their blessing. Hermione met his eyes directly. If you're interested in asking for it. The world seemed to pause. Harry thought about everything they'd been through, the training, the war, the rebuilding. The late nights and early mornings, the arguments and reconciliations, the 1,000 small moments that had woven their lives together. Yes, he said. I'm interested. Hermione's smile was radiant. Good. Because I've already said yes to the question you haven't asked yet. That's very presumptuous of you. I prefer to call it efficient. Harry laughed and pulled her into his arms. Outside, students continued their carefree walk across the grounds, unaware that their professors were planning a future that would intertwine the Potter and Granger lines for generations to come. The wedding took place at the Burrow on a warm June afternoon. Harry had wanted something small, but small was a relative term when your guest list included half the surviving Order of the Phoenix, the entire Weasley clan, representatives from 3 foreign magical governments, and a delegation of goblins who insisted on attending as a gesture of diplomatic respect. The ceremony itself was simple. Harry and Hermione stood beneath an arch of flowering vines, exchanging vows they'd written themselves. No ministry officiant, no ancient pureblood traditions, just 2 people promising to love each other for the rest of their lives. I, Hermione Jean Granger, take you, Harry James Potter, as my husband and partner. Hermione's voice was steady, her eyes bright with tears she refused to shed. I promise to challenge you when you're wrong, support you when you're right, and love you either way. I promise to keep learning alongside you, to never stop asking questions, and to face whatever comes together. Harry's throat was tight, but he managed his own vows without breaking down. I, Harry James Potter, take you, Hermione Jean Granger, as my wife and partner. I promise to listen when you're frustrated, to celebrate when you succeed, and to be there for every moment in between. I promise to share everything I am with you, my magic, my knowledge, my heart. And I promise to spend the rest of my life being worthy of the faith you've placed in me. They kissed as the assembled guests cheered. Somewhere in the crowd, Mrs. Weasley was sobbing into a handkerchief while Arthur patted her shoulder. Ron was grinning like a madman, his arm around Luna, who was wearing a hat that appeared to be made of live butterflies. Neville and Hannah stood together, their own wedding only months away. And in the front row, watching with an expression of quiet pride, sat Andromeda Tonks with Teddy beside her. The boy had shifted his hair to match Harry's, messy and black, a tribute to the godfather he adored. Family, Harry thought, looking out at the faces of people who had become his world. This is what family feels like. The reception lasted well into the night, full of laughter and stories and the particular joy of people who had survived terrible things together. Harry danced with Hermione, then with Mrs. Weasley, then with Luna, who insisted on teaching him a waltz she claimed was popular among Crumplehorn Snorkax. You seem happy, Ron observed during a quiet moment near the refreshment table. I am happy. Terrifyingly happy. Harry shook his head. I keep waiting for something to go wrong. Mate, you killed the darkest wizard in history. I think you're allowed to enjoy your wedding without expecting disaster. Old habits. Yeah, well. New habits now. Ron raised his glass. To the future, Harry. Whatever it brings. Harry raised his own glass. To the future. They drank together as the stars emerged overhead and the music continued and the war faded further into memory with every passing moment. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. Teaching remained his primary focus. The Runic magic program at Hogwarts had expanded from a single class to a full department, with Harry as its head and a growing staff of instructors trained in techniques that had been lost for centuries. Students from across Europe came to study the old ways, and graduates went on to revolutionize fields from healing to construction to magical security. Lily's research, once a dangerous secret, became the foundation of a new era of magical understanding. "Your mother would be proud," Hermione told him one evening, as they reviewed curriculum plans in their shared office. "You've done more than continue her work, you've transcended it. I've built on what she started. The credit belongs to her. The credit belongs to both of you. And to everyone who helped along the way." Hermione set down her quill. "That's what makes this different from what came before. The old runemasters worked in isolation, hoarding knowledge for themselves. You've created a community." It was true. The runic magic revival wasn't just an academic movement, it was a cultural shift. Ideas were shared freely, techniques were debated openly, and the secrecy that had once shrouded the discipline was giving way to collaboration and transparency. Not everyone approved. "Potter's turning ancient wisdom into common knowledge," complained one editorial in the Wizarding Archaeological Journal. "Sacred traditions that took centuries to develop are being handed out to anyone who passes a basic exam. Where's the respect for history?" Harry's response was characteristically direct: "History isn't sacred, it's instructive. The purpose of knowledge is to be used, not locked away. If our ancestors wanted runic magic to remain secret, they shouldn't have written it down." The debate continued, but the tide was turning. Each year brought more students, more research, more applications of runic principles to problems that had previously seemed unsolvable. The wizarding world was changing, and Harry was at the center of that change. But he never lost sight of what mattered most. Their first child was born on a snowy December night. Harry held his son, James Sirius Potter, named for two men who had shaped his life, and felt something shift in his understanding of the universe. This tiny creature, wrinkled and red-faced and perfect, was his responsibility now. His to protect, to teach, to love without reservation. "He has your eyes," Hermione said from the hospital bed, her voice exhausted but radiant. "He has your nose. He has both our stubbornness. I can already tell." Harry laughed softly, careful not to disturb the sleeping infant. "Then we're in trouble. The best kind of trouble." They sat together in the quiet of the hospital room, watching their son breathe, contemplating the future they would build for him. "I want to tell him everything," Harry said eventually. "About my mother's research, about the war, about what we fought for. I don't want him to grow up ignorant of where he came from. He won't. But we'll tell him when he's ready, not before." Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. "He deserves a childhood, Harry. A real one, without the weight of history pressing down on him. I never had that. Which is exactly why you can give it to him." Harry looked down at his son's sleeping face and made a silent promise. James would grow up knowing he was loved. Would learn magic as a joy, not a necessity. Would face challenges, certainly, life guaranteed that, but would never feel alone in facing them. "This is what my mother wanted for me," Harry realized. What she tried to give me, even knowing she might not be there to see it. The circle was completing. The legacy was continuing. And somewhere, in whatever existence awaited beyond the veil, Harry hoped Lily Potter was watching, and was proud. 2 more children followed. Albus Severus arrived 2 years after James, a quiet baby who watched the world with serious eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of both his namesakes. Lily Luna came 3 years after that, bright and fierce and utterly fearless from her first breath. The Potter household became a chaos of toys and spellbooks, of accidental magic and sibling rivalries, of love expressed through 1,000 daily acts of care and patience. Harry learned to balance teaching with parenting, to be present for his children in ways his own childhood had never allowed. "Daddy, watch." 5-year-old Lily had somehow climbed to the top of the bookshelf and was preparing to jump. I'm going to fly. Lily, no, too late. She leaped, and Harry's heart stopped, until her descent slowed, her accidental magic cushioning the fall so gently she landed without a scratch. See? Lily beamed at him. I told you I could fly. That was very dangerous, Harry said, his voice shaking slightly. You could have been hurt. But I wasn't. The magic caught me. She tilted her head. Doesn't it always catch you? Harry thought about his own life, the impossible escapes, the last-second survivals, the feeling that something had been watching over him through every crisis. Not always, he said. That's why we have to be careful. Magic can help us, but it can't replace good judgment. Lily considered this with the solemnity only a child could muster. Okay. I'll be more careful. Thank you. Can I climb the other bookshelf? Absolutely not. The children grew, and the world changed around them. James developed his father's talent for getting into trouble and his mother's talent for talking his way out of it. Albus was quieter, more introspective, drawn to books and solitary study in ways that reminded Harry of himself at that age. Lily was a force of nature, her magical abilities manifesting earlier and more dramatically than either of her brothers. Harry taught them all, formally and informally. Not just runic magic, though that was part of it, but the values their grandmother had instilled in him through her journals. Courage. Kindness. The willingness to stand up for what was right, even when it was hard. Why do we learn this stuff? James asked one summer evening, struggling with a particularly complex runic sequence. It's not like we're going to have to fight a Dark Lord. Hopefully not, Harry agreed. But runic magic isn't just for fighting. It's for understanding. For seeing the world in ways most people can't. For solving problems that don't have conventional solutions. Like what? Harry considered. Remember last month, when Grandma Weasley's clock stopped working? The one that shows where everyone in the family is? Yeah. The repair wizard said it was impossible to fix. And who figured out how to repair it? James's expression shifted as understanding dawned. You did. With runes. Because I could see what was actually broken, not just the symptoms, but the underlying structure. That's what runic training gives you. Not power over others, but insight into how things really work. Harry set down his teaching materials. The most important magic isn't flashy or dramatic. It's the quiet work of understanding and healing. That's what your grandmother believed. That's what I believe. And that's what I hope you'll believe, too. James was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up his practice tools and returned to the exercise with renewed focus. Progress, Harry thought. Always progress, however slow. Hogwarts called in September, as it always did. Harry watched James board the Hogwarts Express for the first time, his son's excitement barely contained as he waved from the train window. Hermione stood beside Harry on the platform, her hand in his, both of them remembering their own first journey to the castle. He'll be fine, Hermione said. I know. He has your talent and my common sense. The perfect combination. Your common sense. Harry raised an eyebrow. This from the woman who once suggested breaking into the ministry using polyjuice potion. That was different. That was necessary. So you claim. They bickered affectionately as the train pulled away, carrying their eldest son toward adventures they couldn't imagine and challenges they couldn't prevent. It was terrifying and wonderful and exactly what parenthood was supposed to feel like. That evening, Harry received an owl from James. The message was brief: Dad, got sorted into Gryffindor. Made a friend named Scorpius. He's a Malfoy but he seems okay. The castle is amazing. Can't wait to start classes. Love, James. Harry smiled at the letter, thinking about bridges built across old divisions, about children who didn't have to inherit their parents' conflicts. Scorpius Malfoy, son of Draco, making friends with James Potter, son of Harry. The world really was changing. He wrote back immediately, "James, congratulations on Gryffindor. I'm proud of you. Give Scorpius a chance, you might be surprised by what you have in common. The castle holds more secrets than you can imagine. Explore carefully, but explore. That's what it's there for. Love, Dad. P.S. Stay out of the Forbidden Forest." I mean it. He sent the letter and went to find Hermione, to share the news and to plan for the years ahead. Their children's story was just beginning. 20 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry Potter stood in the Great Hall and looked out at faces that had never known war. The anniversary ceremony had drawn hundreds, survivors, family members of the fallen, students who knew the battle only from history books. Harry had been asked to speak, to offer some perspective on what they'd fought for and what had been achieved. The words came slowly, drawn from decades of reflection. 20 years ago, we stood in this hall and faced the darkest wizard of our age. Many of us didn't expect to survive the night. Many of us didn't. Harry paused, letting the weight of memory settle. We lost friends, family, teachers, and children. We lost pieces of ourselves that we'll never get back. He looked out at the assembled crowd, at Ron and Luna with their children, at Neville and Hannah, at Draco Malfoy standing quietly in the back, at the hundreds of others who had lived through those terrible times. But we also gained something. We gained the knowledge that ordinary people can stand against extraordinary evil. That courage doesn't require special powers or ancient prophecies, just the willingness to do what's right, even when it's hard. Harry thought about his mother, about her journals and her research and her fierce determination to protect her son even beyond death. My mother died believing that love was stronger than hate, that knowledge was more powerful than ignorance, that the future could be better than the past. She didn't live to see that belief vindicated. But I have. I've seen a world transformed by the values she held, a world where blood status doesn't determine worth, where ancient knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where children grow up without the shadow of dark lords hanging over them. He met the eyes of his own children, James, now a 7th year, Albus, a 5th year, Lily, just beginning her 3rd. They were the future his mother had fought for, the hope she preserved through sacrifice. We honor the dead best by living fully. By building the world they dreamed of. By passing their legacy to our children and trusting them to carry it forward. Harry's voice strengthened. 20 years ago, we won a war. Today, we're still winning the peace. And tomorrow, we'll keep working to make this world worthy of everyone who gave their lives for it. The applause that followed was thunderous, but Harry barely heard it. He was looking at his family, at his friends, at the students who represented everything he'd spent his life trying to protect. This is enough, he thought. This is more than enough. The ceremony ended. The crowd dispersed. And Harry Potter walked out into the evening air, surrounded by the people he loved, ready for whatever came next. The war was over. The work continued. And the legacy, Lily's legacy, continued through her son, would endure for generations to come. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, Shadows Return. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, unremarkable among the usual correspondence. Harry almost missed it, buried beneath curriculum proposals, international conference invitations, and the endless administrative detritus that came with running Hogwarts' most popular department. But something about the envelope caught his eye. Plain parchment, no return address, sealed with unmarked black wax. He'd seen that style before. Decades ago, when anonymous warnings had first alerted him to dangers he didn't yet understand. The Preservation Society. Harry broke the seal with careful fingers, his runic senses already probing the letter for traps or enchantments. It was clean, just paper and ink and words that made his blood run cold. Mr. Potter, we have watched your work with great interest over the past 25 years. The runic revival you've championed has exceeded our most optimistic projections. Knowledge that we feared lost forever is now flourishing in classrooms across the world. But prosperity breeds complacency, and complacency breeds danger. There are those who believe the old ways should never have been restored. Who see your success as a threat to power structures that have endured for centuries. Who are willing to destroy everything you've built rather than see it continue. The conclave is reforming. You know this name from your mother's research. You know what they did to suppress runic knowledge in centuries past. You know the lengths they will go to maintain control. They are coming for you, Mr. Potter. For your family. For everyone who carries your legacy forward. We offer our assistance, as we offered it to your mother before you. The choice, as always, is yours. But choose quickly. Time grows short. The Preservation Society. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind racing through implications and possibilities. The conclave. He knew the name, had encountered it in his mother's journals, in historical texts about the suppression of runic magic. A shadowy organization of powerful wizards who had spent centuries ensuring that the old ways remained forgotten. They'd murdered runemasters, destroyed libraries, manipulated governments, all to maintain a monopoly on certain types of magical knowledge. He'd assumed they were extinct. The runic revival had faced resistance, certainly, but nothing organized enough to suggest a coordinated conspiracy. He'd thought the battle was won. Apparently, he'd been wrong. This could be a trap, Hermione said that evening, examining the letter with professional skepticism. The Preservation Society contacted you before, but that doesn't mean this message is genuine. Anyone could forge their style. True. But the content tracks with what we know. Harry paced their private quarters, his mind churning. The conclave was real, my mother's journals confirm it. And there have been incidents that I dismissed as coincidental. What kind of incidents? A researcher in Germany who was developing new dissolution techniques. Died in a laboratory accident last year. A goblin archivist who was translating ancient runic texts. Disappeared without a trace. 3 of my former students who went into advanced runic security work, all of them have received anonymous threats in the past 6 months. Hermione's expression sharpened. You never mentioned any of this. I didn't want to worry you until I had something concrete. And I still don't, not really. Just patterns that might mean nothing. Or might mean everything. She set the letter down. If the conclave is real and reforming, we need to take precautions. The children are safe at Hogwarts. The wards here are the strongest in Britain. The wards are strong, but they're not impenetrable. You proved that yourself during the war. Harry stopped pacing. She was right, of course. He'd exploited weaknesses in Hogwarts defenses multiple times, the Chamber of Secrets, the Room of Requirement, the various passages in and out of the castle. If he could find those vulnerabilities, others could too. I'll strengthen the critical areas, he said. Personal wards on the children. Monitoring enchantments on the main entry points. And I'll reach out to the Preservation Society, carefully, to see if they have actionable intelligence. And if this is a trap, then at least we'll know who's trying to trap us. It wasn't much of a plan. But it was a start. The response from the Preservation Society arrived within days. They proposed a meeting, neutral ground, extensive security protocols, verification rituals to ensure both parties were who they claimed to be. Harry agreed, despite Hermione's concerns, and found himself traveling to a remote location in the Scottish Highlands on a grey autumn morning. The woman waiting for him was ancient, her face a map of wrinkles and her eyes sharp with intelligence that belied her apparent fragility. She introduced herself as Morgause, probably not her real name, and spoke with the careful precision of someone who had spent decades hiding in plain sight. We've protected the old ways for over 1,000 years, she explained. Not by fighting openly, that battle was lost long ago, but by preserving knowledge in secret, passing it down through generations, waiting for the right moment to restore what was taken. And now that moment has come. Thanks to you, yes. Your revival of runic education has created something we couldn't achieve alone, a critical mass of practitioners, enough that the knowledge can sustain itself even if individual teachers are eliminated. Morgause's expression was unreadable. But it's also created a target. The conclave sees your success as an existential threat. Who are they? Specifically, the leadership has changed over the centuries, but the core philosophy remains constant. They believe magical power should be concentrated in the hands of the few, controlled, regulated, rationed. Runic magic threatens that vision because it democratizes advanced magical ability. A trained runesmith can achieve effects that would otherwise require generations of inherited power. So they want to shut down my program. They want to destroy everyone connected to it. Teachers, students, researchers, anyone who could continue the revival after you're gone. Morgause leaned forward. They're patient, Mr. Potter. They've waited centuries before. They'll wait again if necessary. But they're also ruthless. When they decide to act, they act thoroughly. Harry absorbed this grimly. What do you want from me? An alliance. Your resources and influence combined with our knowledge and networks. Together, we might be able to identify and neutralize the conclave before they strike. And if I refuse? Then you'll face them alone. And you'll probably lose. Morgause stood, signaling the meeting's end. Consider our offer, Mr. Potter. But don't take too long. The conclave is already moving. She disapparated, leaving Harry alone with the weight of another war he hadn't asked for. The attacks began 3 weeks later. The first target was a runic research facility in Switzerland, a small institute that had been developing applications of dissolution techniques for medical treatment. An explosion destroyed the building and killed 4 researchers, including 2 of Harry's former students. The second attack hit a goblin archive in Paris, where ancient runic texts were being catalogued and translated. Fire consumed centuries of irreplaceable knowledge in a single night. The third was closer to home. A curse-laden package arrived at Hogwarts addressed to Harry, intercepted only because his personal wards detected the malicious enchantments before he could open it. The curse would have killed anyone who touched the contents, a slow, agonizing death that would have taken days to complete. They're testing our defenses, Harry told the emergency meeting of Order veterans and runic practitioners he'd assembled. Probing for weaknesses, measuring our response time. The real attack is still coming. What do they want? Neville asked. He'd become an Auror after the war, then returned to Hogwarts as herbology professor, an occasional security consultant. If their goal is suppressing runic magic, these scattered attacks won't achieve that. They want me to react. To overcommit somewhere, leaving other areas vulnerable. Harry studied the map he'd prepared, showing attack locations and potential future targets. The pattern suggests they're building towards something larger. A coordinated strike that will eliminate multiple targets simultaneously. Can we predict where they'll hit? Not precisely. But I can make educated guesses. Harry pointed to several locations on the map. The major runic training centers, Hogwarts, the Norwegian Academy, the Egyptian Institute. Key researchers who are too prominent to eliminate quietly. And, he hesitated. And what? Hermione prompted. My children. All 3 of them are at Hogwarts, all 3 have shown significant runic aptitude. If the conclave wants to prevent the revival from continuing, targeting the next generation would be strategically logical. The room went silent. Everyone present understood what Harry was saying, that his own family might be primary targets for an ancient conspiracy willing to commit mass murder. We'll increase security, Ron said finally. He'd risen to head the Auror department, his strategic mind proving as valuable in peacetime as it had been during the war. Personal guards for the children. Enhanced wards on all training facilities. And we'll start investigating these attacks properly, find out who's behind them and take the fight to them. The Preservation Society has offered to help, Harry said. They claim to have intelligence networks we don't. Can we trust them? I don't know. But I'm not sure we can afford not to. The meeting continued for hours, plans being made and discarded, resources being allocated, a defensive strategy slowly taking shape. By the end, Harry was exhausted, but also grimly determined. He'd spent his youth fighting one dark conspiracy. He'd hoped that part of his life was over. Apparently, it wasn't. The investigation proceeded on multiple fronts. Ron's orders traced the Swiss explosion to a group of mercenary wizards with no apparent ideological motivation, hired hands, paid through untraceable channels. The Paris fire was similarly anonymous, its magical signature scrubbed clean of identifying markers. But the curse package provided a breakthrough. The magic is old, Harry reported after extensive analysis. Really old, techniques that haven't been commonly used in over 200 years. Whoever created this was either extremely well read or learned from someone who preserved ancient methods. Like the conclave would, Hermione observed. Exactly. And there's something else. Harry showed her his notes. The curse structure has a signature element, a runic foundation that the creator probably thought was untraceable. But I recognize the technique. From where? My mother's journals. She documented several conclave methods she'd encountered during her research. Harry's expression was grim. This curse uses the same foundational structure as an attack that killed a runemaster in 1847. The technique has been passed down within the organization for generations. So we can identify their methodology, if not their members. Better than that. I can create defenses specifically designed to counter their approach. And maybe, I can trace the curse back to its creator. The tracing took weeks of careful work, following magical signatures through layers of obfuscation and misdirection. But eventually, Harry found what he was looking for, a connection to a specific location, a specific time, a specific person. The trail led to the Ministry of Magic itself. Cornelius Blackwood, Harry said, laying out his evidence before the assembled investigators. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, member of the Wisengamot Security Committee, and apparently the Conclave's primary operative within the British government. That's impossible, protested one of the ministry liaisons. Blackwood has been a respected member of the administration for 30 years. He's helped draft half the legislation protecting magical education. Which would put him in perfect position to identify and target threats to the Conclave's agenda. Harry pointed to his documentation. The curse that was sent to me uses techniques that Blackwood studied as a young man, supposedly for historical research. 3 of the mercenaries hired for the Swiss attack received payments through a shell company that Blackwood helped establish. And the timing of the Paris fire coincides exactly with Blackwood's vacation to France. Circumstantial, the liaison objected. Compelling, Ron corrected. Enough for an investigation, at minimum. An investigation that Blackwood will learn about within hours, giving him time to destroy evidence and warn his co-conspirators. Then we don't give him hours. Harry's voice was hard. We move now. Tonight. Before he knows we're coming. The arrest operation was planned and executed within 6 hours. Blackwood was taken into custody at his home, surrounded by evidence he hadn't had time to destroy, correspondence with known dark wizards, financial records showing payments to mercenary groups, and most damningly, a list of future targets that included Harry's children by name. But Blackwood wasn't the leader of the conclave. He was just a lieutenant, one of many scattered across the wizarding world's institutions. The real leadership remained hidden, their identities protected by centuries of careful secrecy. The war was far from over. They'll retaliate, Hermione said that night, as they sat together in their quarters. We've exposed one of their operatives, they can't let that go unanswered. I know. Harry stared into the fire, his mind racing through possibilities. But we've also gained intelligence. Blackwood's records will lead us to other conclave members. We can start dismantling their network piece by piece. While they try to do the same to us. Yes. Silence stretched between them. Outside, The autumn wind howled against Hogwarts' ancient walls, the same walls that had witnessed so many conflicts over the centuries, that had sheltered students and scholars through dark times and light. "I thought we were done with this," Hermione said finally. "After Voldemort, I thought we'd earned peace. We earned the chance to build peace." "That's not the same thing." Harry reached for her hand. "The old enemies are gone, but new ones emerge. That's how it's always been. That's how it always will be. So we keep fighting. We keep protecting what matters. Our children, our students, the knowledge we've worked so hard to preserve." Harry squeezed her hand. "And we trust that we've prepared them well enough to continue after we're gone." "That's a lot to ask of children. We were children when we started. Younger than James is now." Harry smiled faintly. "They're stronger than we give them credit for. And they won't be alone." Hermione leaned against him, taking comfort in his presence as she had for decades. "The Preservation Society, you're going to accept their offer?" "I don't think we have a choice. They know things we don't, have resources we need. If we're going to win this war, we'll need allies. Even allies we don't fully trust. Especially those. Trust is earned through action, not words. We'll see what they're really made of when the fighting gets serious." The fire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows across the room. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers, new battles to fight. But tonight, there was this, two people who had faced darkness before and survived, who would face it again and survive again, whose love had endured through everything the world had thrown at them. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The conclave struck back 3 months later. They didn't target Harry directly, they were too smart for that. Instead, they went after what he loved. A coordinated attack on the Norwegian Academy killed 2 teachers and wounded a dozen students. A bombing at the Egyptian Institute destroyed research facilities that had taken decades to build. And at Hogwarts itself, an infiltrator nearly succeeded in poisoning the entire Runic magic department before being caught by wards Harry had installed after the previous attempts. But the worst blow was personal. Teddy Lupin, now a fully trained runesmith and one of Harry's most promising protégés, was ambushed while traveling to a conference in Germany. He survived, barely, but lost his left hand to a curse that couldn't be healed even by the most advanced magical medicine. Harry sat beside Teddy's hospital bed, looking at the bandaged stump where his godson's hand had been, and felt rage unlike anything he'd experienced since the war against Voldemort. "Don't," Teddy said, reading his expression. "Don't blame yourself. They targeted you because of me. Because of what I've built. They targeted me because I'm good at what I do. Because I'm carrying on Grandmother Lily's legacy." Teddy's voice was steady despite the pain he must be feeling. "That's not your fault. That's the world we live in. The world I was supposed to make safe. You made it better. That's not the same as making it safe." Teddy reached out with his remaining hand and gripped Harry's arm. "I knew the risks when I chose this path. I accepted them. And I don't regret my choice, not for a moment." Harry looked at this young man, this boy he'd helped raise, who had grown into someone his parents would have been proud of, and felt grief mixing with pride in equal measure. "I'm going to find them," Harry said quietly. "Everyone responsible for this. And I'm going to end them. I know you will." Teddy smiled faintly. "But remember what Grandmother Lily wrote in her journals. The goal isn't destruction, it's understanding. Figure out why the conclave exists, what they're really afraid of. That's the key to defeating them permanently." It was good advice. The kind of advice Harry should have thought of himself, if rage hadn't been clouding his judgment. "When did you get so wise?" "I had good teachers." Harry stayed with Teddy through the night, keeping vigil as his godson slept. And in the quiet hours before dawn, he began to plan, not just retaliation, but resolution. A way to end this conflict that wouldn't simply create new enemies for future generations to face. The conclave was afraid. That was the key. They were afraid of what runic magic represented, the democratization of power, the end of their carefully maintained hierarchies. They'd spent centuries keeping knowledge from the masses, and now their monopoly was crumbling. Fear made people dangerous. But it also made them predictable. Harry would use that. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, the final conclave. The Preservation Society's intelligence network proved its worth over the following months. Through careful coordination, runic practitioners, sympathetic ministry officials, goblin informants, and others who had reason to oppose the conclave's ancient regime, Harry assembled a picture of his enemy that went far beyond what Blackwood's records had revealed. The conclave wasn't a single organization. It was a philosophy, a tradition, a way of thinking about magic and power that had persisted across centuries and continents. Different cells operated independently, united by shared beliefs rather than formal hierarchy. Destroying one group did nothing to eliminate the others. But every philosophy had its high priests. Every tradition had its keepers. The Council of Seven, Morgause explained during one of their clandestine meetings. The innermost circle of the conclave. They don't lead in any formal sense, but their guidance shapes the organization's actions. Eliminate them, and the conclave loses its coherence. Who are they? We know four with certainty. Magistra Cordelia Ashworth, formerly of the British Wisengamot, she retired from public life 20 years ago, supposedly for health reasons. Lord Werner Steinberg, a German industrialist whose family has funded conclave operations for generations. Madame Celestine Beaumont, the reclusive head of a French magical dynasty. And High Warlock Dmitry Volkov, who controls most of the dark magic trade in Eastern Europe. And the other three? Unknown. The Council's full membership has been a closely guarded secret for over 3 centuries. We've never been able to identify all 7 simultaneously. Harry studied the dossiers Morgause had provided, photographs, biographical information, known associates, suspected crimes. These were powerful people, protected by wealth and influence and centuries of accumulated magical knowledge. Taking them down wouldn't be simple. We can't arrest them, he said. Not through normal channels. They have too many allies in too many governments. No. But we can expose them. Force them into the open, make them face the consequences of their actions publicly. Morgause's ancient eyes gleamed. The conclave has always relied on secrecy. Take that away, and their power diminishes dramatically. How do we expose them without evidence that would hold up in court? We don't need courts. We need witnesses. People who have seen what the conclave does and are willing to testify, not to judges, but to the wizarding world at large. Morgause leaned forward. There's going to be an international magical conference in Geneva next month. Representatives from every major magical government, plus scholars, journalists, and public figures from across the globe. If we could present our evidence there, in front of that audience, the conclave would be forced to respond. Either deny everything, which we could disprove, or acknowledge their existence and justify their actions. Either way, they lose the shadows they've hidden in for so long. It was risky. The conclave wouldn't stand idle while Harry assembled evidence against them. They'd try to stop him, probably through violence. And presenting accusations at an international conference without ironclad proof could backfire spectacularly, making Harry look like a conspiracy theorist rather than a legitimate reformer. But it was also the best option available. Legal channels were compromised. Military action would create martyrs. Only public exposure, delivered to an audience too large to silence, had a chance of breaking the conclave's power permanently. All right, Harry said. Let's do it. The preparation consumed every waking hour. Harry gathered evidence from every available source, Blackwood's records, Preservation Society intelligence, testimonies from conclave victims who had been too afraid to speak until now. He coordinated with allies across the globe, ensuring that key witnesses would be present at the Geneva conference and protected until they could testify. He also prepared for war. The conclave wouldn't let him reach the conference without a fight. They'd already demonstrated their willingness to kill, now, with their existence threatened, they'd throw everything they had at stopping him. Harry's defensive preparations were the most extensive he'd ever undertaken. Personal wards layered 7 deep, each using different runic traditions so that countering one wouldn't automatically counter the others. Emergency port keys keyed to multiple safe locations. Combat enchantments inscribed on every piece of clothing he wore. And backup. Lots of backup. The Order's remnants will provide security at the conference itself, Ron reported during their final planning session. Neville's coordinating with the Swiss Aurors to lock down the perimeter. Luna's running disinformation operations to keep the conclave guessing about our real timeline. What about my family? Hermione's taking the children to the burrow. Mum and Dad's wards aren't as strong as Hogwarts, but they're unexpected, the conclave won't think to look there. And George has been working on some special surprises for anyone who tries to breach them. Harry nodded, relieved. George Weasley had channeled his grief over Fred's death into becoming one of the most innovative magical inventors of his generation. His surprises would be formidable. What about you? Harry asked. I'll be at the conference. Right beside you. Ron's expression was steady. We started this together, mate. We'll finish it together. Hermione should be there too. She wanted to be. But someone has to protect the children, and she's the best qualified. Ron grinned slightly. Besides, she'd never forgive herself if something happened to them while she was off fighting bad guys. This way, everyone's doing what they're best at. It wasn't the arrangement Harry would have chosen. But it was the arrangement that made the most sense, and he'd learned long ago that sense trumped sentiment in situations like this. All right, he said. 2 days until the conference. Let's make sure everything's ready. The attack came the night before Harry was supposed to leave for Geneva. He was in his office, reviewing notes for his presentation, when the wards shrieked their warning. Multiple intrusion attempts, hitting the castle's defenses from at least 4 different directions. Not a probing assault this time, a full-scale invasion. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand in hand, runic shields flaring to life around him. Through the castle's magical infrastructure, he could sense the attackers, dozens of them, powerful and determined, using techniques designed specifically to counter Hogwarts' ancient protections. The conclave had come for him personally. He ran through corridors that were already filling with responding defenders, teachers, older students, the security personnel who had been on standby since the conflict began. The fighting was fierce but organized, years of drills paying off as Hogwarts defenders contained the assault. But the attackers weren't trying to take the castle. They were creating a distraction. Harry realized this when he reached the main entrance and found Magistra Cordelia Ashworth waiting for him. She was old, older than Morgause, older than anyone Harry had ever met, but her eyes burned with power that age hadn't diminished. She stood alone in the castle's entrance hall, surrounded by the bodies of defenders who had tried to stop her. Harry Potter, she said. The runemaster's heir. The destroyer of traditions. Cordelia Ashworth. The butcher of scholars. The enemy of progress. Such dramatic language. Ashworth smiled thinly. We are neither villains nor heroes, Mr. Potter. We are simply people with different visions of what magic should be. Your vision involves murder. Mine doesn't. Does it not? How many died in your war against Voldemort? How many will die if runic magic spreads unchecked, untrained practitioners destroying themselves with techniques they don't understand? Ashworth shook her head. We restrict knowledge because unrestricted knowledge is dangerous. The medieval runemasters nearly destroyed the world with their hubris. We've spent 1,000 years preventing that from happening again. By killing anyone who threatens your control. By protecting humanity from its own worst impulses. A harsh duty, but a necessary one. Ashworth raised her wand. I came here hoping to reason with you. To explain why your crusade is misguided, why you should join us rather than fight us. But I see that's impossible. You came here to kill me. I came here to do what's necessary. As I always have. The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced since Voldemort. Ashworth was a master of the old ways, the same techniques Harry had spent his life studying, wielded with a millennium of accumulated experience. Her curses were precise and lethal, her defenses seemingly impenetrable, her magical reserves apparently bottomless. Harry fought back with everything he had. Runic shields layered over conventional protections. Combat inscriptions triggered in rapid sequence. The fusion of old and new magic that his mother had theorized and he had perfected. They were evenly matched, or close enough that the difference didn't matter. The battle raged through the entrance hall, shattering ancient stonework, leaving scorch marks on walls that had stood for 1,000 years. "You're good," Ashworth admitted during a brief pause, both combatants catching their breath. "Better than I expected." Lily Potter's legacy, indeed. My mother believed in sharing knowledge. In trusting people to use it wisely. Your mother was naive. Brilliant, but naive. She thought humanity could be improved through education. Ashworth's expression hardened. I've lived long enough to know better. People don't change. Give them power, and they'll abuse it. The only solution is control. That's not a solution. That's a prison. Perhaps. But better a prison than annihilation. The battle resumed, but this time, Harry wasn't fighting alone. Reinforcements had arrived, Ron and Neville, teachers and students, everyone who could hold a wand converging on the entrance hall. Ashworth found herself surrounded, outnumbered, her formidable power insufficient against the combined strength of Hogwarts defenders. "Surrender," Harry said. "You can't win this." Ashworth looked at the forces arrayed against her and smiled, a cold, terrible expression that made Harry's stomach clench. "Win? I never intended to win here. I only needed to keep you occupied." She raised her wand to her own temple. Obliviate Maximus. The spell hit her before anyone could react, a self-targeted memory charm of such intensity that it should have been fatal. Ashworth's eyes went blank, her body crumpling, her mind erasing itself in a final act of defiance. When they reached her, she was alive but empty. A breathing shell, containing nothing of the woman who had once led the conclave's innermost circle. She had destroyed herself rather than be captured. Rather than risk revealing the organization's secrets under interrogation. The dedication was terrifying. And it confirmed Harry's worst fears about what they were facing. "The conference proceeds as planned," Harry said the next morning, standing before the assembled defenders in the Great Hall. "Last night's attack was meant to stop us. It failed. We won't give them another chance. They'll try again," someone objected. Ashworth was just one of their leaders. The others are still out there. I know. And they'll keep trying until we stop them permanently. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. That's what the conference is for. We expose the conclave publicly, strip away their secrecy, force them into the light. Once the whole world knows who they are and what they've done, they won't be able to operate in the shadows anymore. And if they attack the conference itself? Then we'll be ready. But I don't think they will, not openly. Too many witnesses, too much international attention. They'll try something subtle. Sabotage, discreditation, maybe targeted assassinations of key witnesses. Harry met the questioner's eyes. That's why we need to be better prepared than ever. Watch for anything unusual. Trust nothing and no one you can't verify. And if something does happen, protect the mission above all else. The information has to get out, whatever the cost. The room was silent, absorbing the weight of what Harry was asking. These weren't soldiers, most of them were academics, teachers, people who had chosen careers of learning rather than fighting. But they were also the inheritors of his mother's legacy, defenders of knowledge against those who would suppress it. They would do what was necessary. "All right," Harry said. "Let's go change the world." The Geneva International Magical Conference was the largest gathering of magical practitioners in a century. Representatives from 47 nations filled the Grand Hall of the Swiss Ministry of Magic, along with scholars, journalists, and observers from every major magical institution. The atmosphere was tense. Word of the previous night's attack on Hogwarts had spread quickly, and everyone knew that Harry Potter's scheduled presentation would be controversial. Harry took the podium with the weight of history on his shoulders. "Honored delegates, distinguished guests, fellow practitioners of the magical arts," he began, his voice carrying clearly through the vast space. "I come before you today to speak of a shadow that has haunted our world for over 1,000 years. A shadow that has shaped the course of magical development, suppressed entire branches of knowledge, and murdered countless scholars whose only crime was seeking truth." He could feel the tension in the audience, skepticism, curiosity, fear, anger, all swirling together as people processed his words. "I speak of the conclave." The name rippled through the crowd. Many had never heard it before, others recognized it as the stuff of conspiracy theories and historical footnotes. But a few, a significant few, reacted with recognition that confirmed everything Harry had suspected about the organization's reach. For centuries, the conclave has operated in secret, controlling what magical knowledge is permitted and what is forbidden. They have infiltrated governments, manipulated educational institutions, and eliminated anyone who threatened their monopoly on certain types of power. Harry gestured, and images began projecting above the podium, evidence he had gathered over months of investigation. "I have documentation of their crimes. Financial records, correspondence, testimony from survivors and witnesses. I have proof that the recent attacks on runic practitioners worldwide were coordinated by conclave operatives embedded in our own institutions." The evidence was damning. Names and faces flashed across the projection, conclave members, their victims, the paper trail connecting them. Harry laid out the case methodically, building from individual crimes to systemic patterns, from isolated incidents to the revelation of a vast conspiracy. The conclave tells itself that it acts for humanity's protection. That restricting knowledge prevents disaster. But the truth is simpler and darker, they act to preserve their own power. They fear a world where anyone can access the same magical capabilities they've hoarded for generations. They fear equality. Harry paused, letting his words sink in. Today, that fear ends. Today, we drag the conclave into the light and force them to answer for their crimes. Not through violence, through exposure. Not through war, through truth. He looked out at the assembled delegates, the skeptics, the believers, the undecided. "I call upon this conference to establish an international commission to investigate the conclave and hold its members accountable. I call upon every magical government to review their institutions for conclave infiltration. And I call upon every practitioner of magic to reject the philosophy of suppression and embrace a future where knowledge is shared freely, where advancement is achieved through collaboration rather than control." The silence that followed was absolute. Then, slowly, applause began. Scattered at first, then building, growing, spreading through the hall until it became a thunderous affirmation of everything Harry had fought for. The conclave's 1,000-year shadow had finally begun to lift. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, Legacy. The years that followed the Geneva Conference were years of transformation. The international commission Harry had called for was established within months, drawing investigators from every major magical government. Conclave cells were identified and dismantled across the globe, some through arrests, others through exposure that forced their members to flee or abandon their activities. The Council of Seven was reduced to 3, then 2, then finally to scattered individuals who posed no organized threat. It wasn't total victory. Some conclave members escaped justice entirely, disappearing into obscurity with their secrets intact. The philosophy of suppression didn't vanish overnight. There would always be those who believed that knowledge was too dangerous to share freely. But the organized conspiracy that had shaped magical development for a millennium was broken. Harry watched it happen with quiet satisfaction, knowing that his mother's work, continued through decades of struggle, had finally achieved its purpose. But he was getting old. The realization crept up on him gradually, the way age always does. First it was the small things, needing reading glasses for fine runic work, joints that ached after long hours of teaching, a preference for quiet evenings over the adventures that had defined his youth. Then it was larger things, former students becoming grandparents, colleagues retiring, a growing sense that the world was moving on without him. Harry was 73 when he finally stepped down as head of Hogwarts' Runic magic department. The ceremony was modest by his insistence, a gathering in the Great Hall, speeches from colleagues and former students, a presentation of a commemorative plaque that would hang in the department's main classroom. Harry accepted the honors with grace while privately counting the minutes until he could escape to somewhere quiet. "You look uncomfortable," Hermione observed during a brief respite from well-wishers. "I've never liked being the center of attention. After everything you've accomplished. You'd think you'd have gotten used to it by now." "That's exactly why I haven't. The accomplishments belong to everyone who contributed. I'm just the one who happened to be standing in front." Hermione smiled, the same smile she'd worn for 50 years, weathered by time but no less warm. "Your mother would be proud of you, Harry. Everything you've built, everything you've preserved. It's exactly what she hoped for." Harry thought about Lily Potter, the woman he'd never known except through journals and enchantments, whose voice had guided him through childhood and whose research had changed the world. He'd spent his entire life carrying her legacy, trying to be worthy of the sacrifice she'd made. "I hope so," he said quietly. "I really hope so." Retirement brought unexpected peace. Harry and Hermione settled into a cottage near Godric's Hollow, not the house where his parents had died, which had been preserved as a memorial, but a new place with its own history to create. Their children visited regularly, bringing grandchildren who called Harry Pop Pop and demanded stories about the old days. He told them everything. The trunk in the attic, the years of secret study, the battles against darkness that had shaped his life. He held nothing back, wanting them to understand where they came from and why their heritage mattered. "Were you scared?" asked Lily's daughter, a bright-eyed girl of 7 who had inherited her great-grandmother's name and, apparently, her curiosity. "All the time," Harry admitted. "Being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing what needs to be done anyway. Like Grandmother Lily. When she protected you from the bad wizard." "Exactly like that. She was terrified, I know she was. But she loved me more than she feared dying. That's what real courage looks like." The girl considered this with the seriousness only children could muster. "I want to be brave like her. Like you. Then you will be. Courage isn't something you're born with, it's something you practice. Every time you stand up for what's right, every time you help someone who needs it, every time you choose kindness over cruelty, you're being brave. Even the little things. Especially the little things. The big moments are rare. The little ones are where we really prove who we are." The conversation stayed with Harry long after his granddaughter had run off to play with her cousins. He thought about all the little moments in his own life, the choices that had seemed insignificant at the time but had accumulated into something meaningful. The decision to open his mother's trunk. The choice to trust Hermione with his secrets. The daily commitment to teaching, to sharing knowledge, to building a world where others could flourish. A life wasn't defined by its dramatic peaks. It was defined by the steady accumulation of purpose. The dream started when Harry was 78. Not nightmares, those had faded decades ago, replaced by the ordinary anxieties of aging. These were different. Peaceful dreams of a woman with red hair and green eyes, standing in a room full of light, smiling at him with love that transcended death. "You've done well," she said in one dream, her voice exactly as he'd always imagined it. "Better than I dared hope." "I tried to be worthy of you," Harry replied. "Of everything you gave me. You were always worthy, Harry. From the moment you were born. Everything I did was just to give you the chance to prove it to yourself." I miss you. Even now, after all these years. I miss you so much. I know. Lily reached out, and though Harry knew it was only a dream, he could almost feel her touch. But I've never really been gone. I've been with you all along, in the journals, in the magic, in every choice you made that echoed what I believed. That's what legacy means. Not just what we leave behind, but what continues through those we love. Harry woke from these dreams with tears on his face and peace in his heart. He didn't know if they were real, genuine contact with his mother's spirit, made possible by magic he didn't understand, or just the products of an aging mind seeking comfort in fantasy. It didn't matter. Either way, they gave him what he needed, assurance that his life had meant something, that the work would continue, that the people he loved would be safe. That was enough. The final year came quietly. Harry's health declined slowly, giving him time to prepare. He updated his will, ensuring that his mother's original journals would be preserved in the Hogwarts archive. He recorded memories for his grandchildren, wanting them to know him as a person rather than just a legend. He said the things that needed saying to everyone who mattered. Hermione, predictably, refused to acknowledge what was happening. "You're being morbid," she insisted during one of his preparation sessions. "The healers said you have months yet, possibly years. There's no need for all this." "There's every need." Harry took her hand, feeling the familiar warmth of her skin, the decades of shared history in that simple touch. "I've spent my whole life preparing for threats. This is just another one, the last one. And I want to face it on my own terms. You're not facing it alone. I know. That's the only thing that makes it bearable." She cried then, finally allowing herself the grief she'd been suppressing. Harry held her and murmured comfort, knowing that words were inadequate but offering them anyway. They had faced so much together, war and peace, triumph and tragedy, the endless complications of life and love. This was just one more chapter, one more challenge to navigate together. "I'm not ready to lose you," Hermione whispered. "Neither am I. But ready or not, it's coming." Harry pulled back to meet her eyes. "Promise me something. Anything. Keep the work going. Not just the teaching, anyone can do that. Keep asking questions. Keep pushing boundaries. Keep being the brilliant, impossible woman who made me want to be better." He smiled slightly. "The world needs you, Hermione. More than it ever needed me." "That's not true." "It is. I was the face of the revival, but you were always its heart. The research, the organization, the endless details that made everything work, that was you. Don't ever forget that." She didn't argue. She just held him tighter and promised. The end came on a spring morning, with sunlight streaming through the cottage windows and the sound of birdsong drifting in from the garden. Harry had been drifting in and out of consciousness for days, surrounded by family who took turns keeping vigil. Hermione was there, of course, had barely left his side since he'd stopped being able to get out of bed. Their children and grandchildren filled the cottage, their presence a comfort even when Harry couldn't respond to it. In his final lucid moments, Harry thought about his mother. She had been so young when she died, younger than his own children were now. She'd never gotten to see him grow up, never gotten to meet Hermione or hold her grandchildren or watch the world she'd dreamed of take shape. She'd given everything for a future she would never see. But her legacy had endured. Through Harry, through his students, through the countless practitioners who had learned the old ways and carried them forward. Lily Potter's vision of a world where knowledge was shared, where power served the common good, where love was stronger than hate, that vision was real now. Not perfect, not complete, but real. That was worth dying for. Worth living for, too. "Mom," Harry whispered, so softly that only Hermione could hear. "I'm coming home." He closed his eyes. And Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, the runemaster's heir, the man who had changed the world, he let go. The funeral was held at Hogwarts, in the shadow of the castle that had shaped his life. Thousands attended, former students, colleagues, government officials, ordinary witches and wizards who had been touched by his work. Speeches were given, memories were shared, tears were shed and laughter remembered. The Runic magic department created a memorial that shifted and glowed with living enchantment, a permanent tribute to their founder. But the most meaningful moment came afterward, in private. Hermione stood alone in the room of requirement, holding the leather-bound journal that had started everything. Lily's practice journal, the one that had taught an 8-year-old boy in a cupboard under the stairs that magic was real and he was loved. He did it, Hermione said aloud, not sure if anyone was listening but needing to say the words. Everything you hoped for him. He did it all. The journal felt warm in her hands, probably just her imagination, but comforting nonetheless. She opened it to the first page, where Lily's handwriting still waited, preserved by enchantments that had outlasted their creator by decades. Hello, Harry. If you're seeing this message, it means the teaching enchantment has accepted you. Hermione read the whole thing, start to finish, letting the words wash over her. She'd read it before, Harry had shared everything with her eventually, but it felt different now. More final. More sacred. When she finished, she closed the journal and placed it in the memorial case that would preserve it for future generations. Thank you, Lily, she whispered. For everything you gave him. For everything you gave us all. Then she walked out into the sunlight, where her children and grandchildren were waiting, where the world Harry had built continued to turn, where the legacy of the runemasters lived on in every student who learned the old ways and every practitioner who pushed the boundaries of what was possible. The story wasn't over. It would never be over, not really. Each ending was just a new beginning, each death a transformation into something that couldn't die. That was the true magic Lily Potter had discovered. Not the runes, not the enchantments, not the techniques that had changed the world. Love. Love that transcended death, that echoed through generations, that made the impossible possible. Harry had carried that love his whole life. Now it was time for others to carry it forward. 50 years later, a young witch found a dusty journal in her grandmother's attic. She was 8 years old, too young to understand what she discovered but old enough to recognize that it was important. The cover bore a symbol she didn't recognize, and the pages inside were filled with handwriting that seemed to shift and change as she watched. She opened it, curious, and pressed her hand flat against the first page. The words that appeared were warm and welcoming, as if they'd been waiting for her all along. Hello, little one. If you're seeing this message, it means you have the gift. Welcome to a world of wonder and discovery. Welcome to the legacy of the runemasters. Let me tell you a story about a boy named Harry, who found a trunk in an attic just like this one. Who learned that magic was real, and that love was the most powerful magic of all. The girls sat down cross-legged on the dusty floor, bathed in light from the attic window, and began to read. And somewhere, in whatever place awaited beyond the veil, Lily and Harry Potter watched their legacy continue, watched as another generation discovered the old ways, as another child learned that they were worthy of love, as the circle completed itself once more. The story was never really over. It was only beginning again.